Good morning. All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We've got about 7 minutes to go for the opening bell. I got to go grab my coffee and we can get started. Let's see. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay, so positive gamma prevails. That's the bigger story. With core 1M below 7, the Iran U.S. talks are off for now. Okay, so we got about 5 minutes to go. Let me grab my coffee. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay. Futures are drifting a bit lower now. Futures. Okay, we got a lot of positive gamma. Looks like down here it's 75.45 is a level. Resistance 7,600. Okay, what else is up? All the New York fangs are down. NVIDIA holding up, I guess, a little bit. Looks like a little short covering right now on Microsoft. Give it a couple of minutes and see what's in play today. We've got a lot of stocks up. We had $8 billion worth of gamma trading on Friday. Micron. Okay, Oracle trending. Oracle with earnings on deck. Is it June 16th, I guess it is, something like that. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's June 16th. Okay. So maybe we'll get an earnings run in Oracle. We're racing against time with Core 1M above or below 8. Let's see, Core 1M. Okay, that's down there. Okay, we are open. That's at 6:35. Okay, so we need to take a little profits off the table first few minutes of the trading day. Okay, let's see. Axon, let's see what Micron's doing. App 11 is higher. Okay, Micron. Gapping up, Micron. SoFi is up again. SoFi, we added to SoFi last week. Okay, Core 1M is down here at 635. Okay, let's look at Micron. Micron on the move. I have, okay, the 1,000 strike. Micron. Jensen speaking. That was at Computex keynote. I remember when I was a kid, my parents were really worried about computers taking over the world and eliminating all the jobs. All right, Micron, nice move on Micron. Micron's still going. Given what Core 1M is saying, I'd be taking a little bit of profits off into strength again to start. Palantir gapping up. I'd be taking some profits off into strength as a measure of sanity. Starts to vacate the markets now. People are chasing calls. You have to know what happens after that. Dealers not dealers, institutions are selling calls overhead on the indices. Okay, the indices implied volatility is down there near, I think, what was it, 15 or 20, something like that, whereas calls on IV on calls like Micron are up there near the 99 percentile. Complete opposite. So you can't go much further. I mean, it can, but whoever gets on the last chair when the music stops, going to be safe. All right, so SoFi is okay. NVIDIA is up. All right, NVIDIA popping up. All right, let's check it out. NVIDIA, that turned the corner off the low last week. NVIDIA is up again today, headed back to 220. All right, NVIDIA looks good. If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, June 1st, first trading day of the month. We had window dressing to end the week. There was $8 billion worth of notional on Micron traded. Are they going to start to rotate out of the chips? What's Dell doing? And the servers? No, doesn't look like it. Cisco's going. All right, both of these on the watch list. Okay, looking for a follow through. IGV software gapping up. Okay, so what we're going to do with IGV? IGV, I'm just going to leave it alone. Oh, no, I didn't sell IGV, did I? I did. I had a limit order, it looks like. All right, well, I'll get back into IGV. I'm not going to do it at the high of the day, though. This is where, if I were going to take profits, I'd be taking it right here. I didn't want to take profits, but I had a limit order in on Friday. Wasn't sure that this was going to hold. I had filled my limit. I didn't think it would. My limit was up sky high. So, Microsoft, looking for Microsoft to bounce. Oracle, numero uno in the IGV software ETF. Software sector looks good. All right, so that is IGV. Oracle, many of you are in Oracle with us. Oracle, Frano and myself have been in this one at least, I guess, 8 months or now. Frano, I'm sure you were probably in before me. I took it just before earnings. We lost these levels, got stopped out, wound up getting back in. Ooh, I can't remember where I got back in, but it was before we turned completely. I think it was back here in like March, April, something like that. March, maybe. Anyway, Intel's starting to turn. All right, Intel, watch Intel. I'd like to get out of Intel, actually. Intel, probably going to head back up into the top of the range. Intel, nice little dip to buy. Check out Intel. All right, this is a day trade, oversold stochastic, oversold RSI. Intel, let me see how big my position is. I might want to add to Intel. Intel, I have longer term, right? I have July. Okay, July. Let me buy a little bit more July. Intel. See, Intel. July. All right, July. July tends to be the strongest month of the year. Do I want to do it, or do I just want to let this ease back up to the highs? What should I do, Vinny? Okay, Intel on the move. Intel, I'm trying to buy a little bit of Intel for our day trade. Oversold stochastic, oversold RSI, oversold MACD, turning. Okay, volume, watching that. Okay, Intel. NVIDIA's on the move. NVIDIA is moving, cruising higher. NVIDIA. Google's down. All right, NVIDIA looking really good here. NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA is cruising higher. Okay, so we're going to get this nice little turn. Got Intel also turning. A little doji off the low. Oversold. RSI turning up. MACD turning. Oracle starting to, nice little dip and rip here on Oracle. Oracle, nice dip and rip. Okay, we'll cover the NASDAQ, the top of the NASDAQ 100. Okay, ARM Holdings number 1, Zscaler number 2. Zscaler, okay, we added the Zscaler on the dip last week. I believe it was Thursday. Okay, I held some calls into earnings. Also bought some puts. I bought twice as many puts as I had calls. I took the puts off on the drop because I was way past my short strike. My short strike was at 160. I had the 165, 160, I believe, or the 165, 162.50, something like that. Nice profit on the downswing. Got out, added to my position. July calls. Actually, I didn't add to the same position. I added at a little bit higher, 145, 150, I believe. Let me just check this real quick. I might be at maximum profit on those calls that I added. Corey, I know you're in this one. Oh, let's see. Zscaler. Okay, Zscaler. All right, that's up quite nicely. Okay, 140, 150. All right, so I'm at max profit here. Let me go ahead and roll out a little bit. Create a rolling order. Okay, I want to take this out to August, and I'm going to go 150, 160. Okay, I'm going to roll out to 150, 160 to August, 150, 160. Okay. All right, I rolled out to 150, 160 for August. I had July 140, 150s. I added those last week. Okay, futures are trying to bounce. Zscaler. Okay, so we got CrowdStrike with earnings coming up, and was it Palo Alto? These could do something similar to what we saw with Dell. Obviously, they could always drop too because Zscaler did something we weren't expecting. They had good earnings. They were beating out Palo Alto earnings-wise. Earnings increase was 26%, I believe. Palo Alto's was minus. It was a negative number. And CrowdStrike was the best. CrowdStrike was like plus 46% revenue earnings growth. Okay, continuing down the list of the NASDAQ 100, we got Zscaler number 2, ARM is number 1, Micron's number 3. I'd be taking some profits off in the strength. Workday, gapping up. Okay, Workday, did I buy Workday? I thought I did. Workday, no, I did not. Okay, so Workday looks good on the reversal. Okay, there was a number of stocks that look really good on the reversal. SoFi coming out of a base. Okay, SoFi, if you weren't here last week or the week before, we were talking about SoFi, BlackRock, Susquehanna, and James Research, all three of them having positions. I think there was one other firm, among others. There's something like between them, I want to say 75 million shares. I don't know. I have to check my notes. Anyway, SoFi looking for a follow through. Nike, looking for a continuation. Nike, NKE. Nike. All right, no follow through yet on Nike. Nvidia looking pretty good. Nvidia with the reversal last week. Following through today, Nvidia. Nvidia looking good. Okay, let's look at Nvidia. RSI. Looking for higher highs and higher lows. Intel also continuing here. Intel. Okay, watching Intel. Nvidia. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to grab this. Okay, hedge flows currently. Let me just turn down the brightness on this. Hedge flows are pushing upward. We got resistance right here, 99 percentile at 7,600. For those of you who follow that thought process, 7,600 is probably going to get tagged. It's going to be resistance for now. We're bouncing off the low. If you don't want to buy straight calls on the S&P, a good technique is to buy spreads. Cut down your cost if you don't want to. I don't like trading SPY. I trade SPY sporadically, but mostly trade S&P 500 big cap. I'll trade spreads. I'll do like 20, 25 points. Sometimes I'll buy straight, but lately because of, well, IB is pretty low. So I was going to say because of high IV, but high IV on all these other stocks. Okay, CRML. Why am I getting Spanish commercials? Something I said? I don't speak Spanish, so don't take it as an insult if you speak Spanish or you are Spanish. I'm an ignorant American. I don't speak Spanish. I speak a little bit of Russian, speak a little French. All right, there goes CRML. Maybe the metals get a bid again. Okay, going through the list again, the top 10 stocks on the NASDAQ 100. Workday continuation. What's Intel doing? Intel looking for a follow through. Team Atlassian. That one was active last week. Team continuation. Team Atlassian. Continuation. We talked about this one breaking out. Okay, I believe I marked up a chart. I'm pretty sure I marked up a chart. This is the reversal probabilities on Team Atlassian. Okay, we broke out above this pivot, 76 and change. Through 100 last week. Very strong price action, volume. That shows you Team is looks like a good buy. Just buy a dip. I should have put that back on the watch list. I did not. Sorry about that. Team looks good. So Kramer doesn't like Nvidia. He's poo-pooing all over Jensen. He's really unlikable sometimes. Team. All right, Rick Santelli, have a listen. But 55.1 is still a 4-year high. As a matter of fact, April and May taken together are the best back-to-back months
non-manufacturing numbers at the top of the hour, along with construction spending. Suffice it to say that interest rates indeed continue to shadow dance with oil as it leaped higher about 15, 20 minutes ago. And of course, that puts downward pressure on the equities. As we sit now, we're right on the cusp of 4.5%. That would be up 6 basis points in the 10-year, a high water mark for the 9.
And it's about half of Americans don't really get much in the way of financial education, financial literacy skills at all. So we're really excited about this community event and series of events that we kicked off last Thursday in Jersey City, where we brought together some NFL stars for what we call the compounding combine. So the same way the NFL players get ready for their combine event, show off their best skills. In order to get maximum performance, you got to do lots of steps along the way. And so we took the time to educate a bunch of young kids about the importance of getting a good job, maximizing your earnings, managing your spending, starting investing and saving early, and planning for the future. And we think that the launch of Trump accounts is an extremely exciting opportunity. So we wanted to really just jump on board and promote that to our members and the community. I did. I grew up in Mount Vernon, New York, so Westchester County, in an apartment with my two siblings and a single mom, and with a little bit of hard work and hustle and a lot of luck, have been able to create this incredible opportunity here at Chime, which is now up to 10.2 million active members relying on Chime for their everyday finances. It's been incredible. When you're out there,
Intel, no follow through.
where's the average person lack in terms of financial education? I talked to a lot of teenagers, and it is amazing how none of this stuff that you do and I do here are taught to the next generation of investors, the folks that will be powering these markets. Well, I think unfortunately so many people are caught in this trap, and it's everyone's talking about it, but it's a very real thing that so many Americans, something like 2/3 of people, live paycheck to paycheck. So it's difficult for them to sort of pull themselves up and think more about their longer term opportunity to get their money and their finances in a position to help them for the long term. And that's why we think that, so many people over time, they get to learn about these healthy habits, but they don't have tools that actually help them execute the plan. And so that's what we're excited about within the Chime app, is to help our members get into that healthy rhythm when they have a little bit of extra to put in a high yield savings account. Once they have a cushion, they should start to invest, which is why we're launching investment accounts over the next few months, and why a portion of the investment accounts will also be the opportunity to have Trump accounts for people's kids. And it's just a really exciting development for our country, I think, and it was really exciting that on the day we did this compounding combine in Jersey City.
There's another look at Taylor Morrison. Rare deal in the housing space as Berkshire buys it for $6.8 billion, $72.50 in cash. Greg Abel's first big deal. We're going to talk to Cheryl Palmer in the 10 a.m. hour this morning. All that said, Jim, Berkshire still holds about a third of its assets in cash.
We've seen hundreds of thousands
Landed Taylor Morrison at Google search for once. Before that.
There's a look at Berkshire today as well. Flirting with the flat line, S&P slightly green after those headlines about Iran negotiations. Stop trading with Jim.
Which officially go live on July 4th.
Okay. So moving down the list, NASDAQ 100 team is number, where'd it go? Team number, all right, scooted down to number 10 because other stocks are taking its place. Intuit, coming off the low. Mean reversion trade back to the 50-day moving average likely. Work days, move down the list. ARM is number 1 now, followed by Zscaler. Datadog, continuation. All right, these stocks are getting crazy expensive, folks. Calls are getting very expensive. I would be scaling out of some of these. Snowflake continuation from last week. All right, I did buy some Snowflake, did I not? Might have day traded it on Friday. Let me see. Shopify is doing well. Zscaler. Okay, Snowflake. Yeah, I took Snowflake off. That's up again today. Snowflake, if you're still in it, good job. Adobe, advancing, finally breaking out above these pivots. All right, so same idea as SoFi, different situation as far as who's invested, but SoFi broke out of a nice base down here. Okay, this little base here, a larger base. Looking for a SoFi to continue. Nike, I believe, did the same. It's starting to lift right now, so buyers are showing up at the low of the day. Okay, you want to buy the dips, not the rips. Okay, so Nike looking pretty good. Meta moved above the 50-day. That's back down to the 50-day, so no follow through. Meta's being frustrating. Netflix looks like it's trying to move sort of a double bottom. I don't really look at it as a double bottom when you got this low over here, but we need to get above the 9 and 21 days squeezing, the 50 days overhead, RSI is rising. So we might have something with Netflix. NVIDIA still trying to push. Okay. NVIDIA a little profit taking at the highs. I might do the same. All right. NVIDIA. Okay. I got October calls. I'm good with NVIDIA. What else is going on here? Autodesk, Thomson Reuters, TRI. Okay, this one is like a multiple bottom base. Looks like it might go to Thomson Reuters. News. I traded it a couple of times over here back in February on the bounce. And I believe in April. I haven't done anything with it lately, but it looks like Thomson Reuters is about to repeat again and move up. Look at the weekly chart. Give you an idea what it's trying to do. It's been basing on the weekly, so this could run back up. A 50% retracement on Thomson Reuters. I don't think it's going out of business anytime soon. But a 50% retracement would probably be near about 150, so about a 60-point move. Okay. And the highs were 210. So Thomson Reuters, maybe you buy some leaps that expire out in 28, something like that, 2028. And just sit on it. Here goes Netflix, Snowflake at the highs, Amazon, Google, Meta, Tesla not working at the moment. Amazon, Google, Meta, Tesla not working. Intel turned back down. Okay, so Thomson Reuters looks pretty good. Okay, so that's looks like number 6 or 7 on the NASDAQ 100. CDNS, software related to creation of semiconductor, those intricate patterns in a 2 nanometer scale. Are they going to start making below 2 nanometer, 1 nanometer? What comes below a nanometer? They've passed Moore's law so long ago. It's crazy. Okay, Nokia, Nike. All right, I need to get those moving. Okay, looking at the NASDAQ 100 again. Okay, CDNS, Thomson Reuters, Diamondback Energy. All right, the energy stocks have been off. Maybe they get a bounce. Okay, so a lot of the energy stocks were off. Chevron was trying to move higher. Devon Energy. Okay, maybe the week that these rotate back in. Crude oil back above the 50 as the ongoing negotiations with Iran falter, I guess. Excuse me. Iran stops message exchange with the U.S. in protest against Zionist crimes. Is that ever going to change? I don't think so. Hmm. But it does, the Iranian regime is on its last legs, obviously. They lost the first two. I'm not sure who's running it now. Not that it matters, because the markets are at all-time highs. Core 1M is, what is it trading at right now? Core 1M is signaling warning signals. Okay. It's shooting warning signals in your direction. If you got calls and they're really extended and you paid up a lot for them, you want to start scaling out. Maybe consider, if you're going to be in tech, maybe you consider switching from semiconductors, okay, which look like they're going to fade. There was some call flies, put flies, sorry, some put flies that Brent mentioned. I posted that in the alerts channel, Vinny's alerts channel, yesterday, last night. You might want to check those out, which makes sense. When you see put flies at the high, okay, it means that they're not looking for like a crash. They're just looking for a slow move to the downside. Why would we have a slow move? Well, you got a lot of positive gamma for one thing below. So we have support. We don't have to be fearful of a crash at the moment, unless people get crazy here. What's going on? I have no. Okay, looks like we're not working here. No heat map. Looks like that. Looks like it's not working. Trace at the moment. All right, so we got calls being sold and puts being bought. So you don't want that combination. That'll create negative gamma. Right now we have a lot of positive gamma in the area. If you look at the chart that I posted, or rather I highlighted in the weekend video towards the end of the video, you saw looking forward, we had a lot of positive gamma below going into next week, meaning this week. Okay, Snowflake is still going. Okay, I sold Snowflake, unfortunately. Some of you are probably still in it. Snowflake's still going. Looks good. It is the first of the month. I think the 1st and the 14th are the two. Started the room on the 1st. Actually, it was the 14th. The 14th of the month, March 2016, I believe it was 2016. So if you've been here since 2016, congratulations. You've made it through a lot of these bullish and bearish scenarios. Hopefully, you've made some nice money. My son had a really nice idea we were talking about using Claude to program. Actually, I was talking about it, and he was saying, why don't we combine all the indicators out there? And I said, well, a lot of indicators are redundant. They're all looking at the same thing. Either you got price action, the changes in price action percentage wise that creates RSI, or maybe you have indicators that are measuring where prices are closing or making highs and lows for the day over a certain time period. Those will be like a stochastic. Then you got momentum indicators. There's so many momentum indicators out there. RSI, you got like rate of change, which is very similar to RSI in some ways. You got the Chaikin indicators. You got so many indicators, and they're all basically saying the same thing. So we were talking about, maybe we combine, the best of what RSI gives you, and do some weighted indicators like Grover has with his S&P, which is currently pointing up. It's giving us more of a bullish signal. Combine these signals and weight them, depending on what the markets are doing. If the markets are overbought, you want to start weighting it with Core 1M, looking for Core 1M to have an impact on the weighted signal. If you did that, you'd probably have a signal that's starting to top out. And with price action, a lot of these gap ups look like they're getting sold. So that's a signal right there in itself. You should be paying attention that, if your stock is not just continuing this action higher, maybe take some profits off and see how we flesh out today. It's the first day of the month. We've got some stocks moving higher. The software sector seems to be getting a lot of attention. So does the energy sector. Let's take a look at the sectors real quick, actually. XLB. Okay, so we don't want to, right now, we don't want to be messing around with materials. Communications, that would be probably down, right? Communications being Google, Meta, Netflix. Netflix is trying to buck the trend. So nothing there. Energy, definitely starting to see a bounce, 3-candle reversal. Maybe it gets back up with the 50-day due to the ongoing fluctuations in the Iran-U.S. lack of conversation right now, negotiations. Financials look good. Yes, Friday, when I looked at some of these closing prints like Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley, I want to get back into some Morgan Stanley. Can't chase it up here. So what I'd be doing is looking for an entry like this morning. Wasn't really that oversold, but it looks pretty good. Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs. So the financials look good. Okay. JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon is concerned about the companies like SoFi that offer a better interest rate. Robinhood, I was telling my son, so your account and Robinhood actually gives you more money for your deposit than the bank, right? Why would you want to keep money in the bank, cash in the bank? It's insured up to whatever it is, 150, 200,000, whatever the FDIC number is now. I don't know. But you maybe get what, 3% right now? I don't know what the going rate is, 3.5%. But Robinhood is higher. And SoFi, I think some of these smaller companies are starting to eat away at Jamie Dimon and JP Morgan's profits. The bank, you lend the bank your money, you make what, 5%? The bank turns around, lends that money out, makes whatever they make, 20, 30%, whatever it is, depending on the situation. So these new fintechs are turning that on its head. And Jamie was pissed off about it actually on Friday. He was interviewing with Maria Bartiromo. You might want to check that interview out and see exactly what he said. I got the gist of it. These smaller companies like SoFi are eating away at their profits. Okay, SoFi, this is probably going to be a $40 stock by maybe the end of the year, if not maybe first or second quarter next year. I'm not in a big hurry. SoFi, we bought a pretty decent sized position. I have June 20 calls and I have June 25 calls, and they expire in 2028, June of 2028. Netflix is starting to fade. Okay, I'm looking to see if there's going to be any kind of trend today, like with Micron. I'm not in a hurry, but these are way extended. Okay, are they going to keep going here? Somebody has to keep buying these calls. The implied volatility is so high. If you don't understand what this chart tells you, basically, if these symbols are on the left, that means puts are expensive. If the symbols are on the right, like they are, it means calls are expensive, and they're highly likely to reverse. Okay, the risk reversal, 96%. Okay, the implied volatility is 51%. I think let me throw SPY on here just so you can see the difference. SPY. All right, SPY is way over here. See where SPY is relative to these? These are way overbought. SPY institutions are selling calls overhead for premium. So that's putting a top, they're probably going to put it a top on the markets for now. Okay, so you don't want to be chasing up here. We're already starting to see the weekly time frame. Maybe we start to roll over. This is week number 10. I didn't think we'd make it past week number 5. We hit number 6, 7, 8, 9 last week. So I'm not talking about long-term stuff. Okay, I'm just talking about short-term. So everything I've said thus far applies to short-term. If your options or your positioning is, your thinking is, okay, I want to make profits in the next couple of weeks, you probably want to think a little bit more risk averse. In other words, if I was going to buy 1,000 shares of anything up here at the high, absolute highs, what I'd be thinking is, all right, let me buy 200 instead of 1,000, and on those 200 at the high of the day, I'm going to sell covered calls. That way, if we do have a pullback, I have a cushion, whatever the premium is. If I can sell a covered call for $5, that gives me $5 or 5 points of downside protection for each 100 shares that I have. All right, so let's see. The Qs, what are the Qs doing? Qs, okay, starting to take a break. IWM, that's going to be highly sensitive to the 10-year yield. Is the 10-year back up? It is. Okay, so we had a nice run, 9 weeks. I'm not saying it's over. I'm just saying that the risk is very high for anything that you have that's like under 2 weeks or even a month for that matter. If you have late June options, maybe you want to think about going out to July. Most of mine are July and August now. I have a few options that are expiring in June. The monthly June options, we still got 19 trading days left or something like that. Let's see. July. SoFi is 2028. I don't have to worry about that. Shopify is July. Let me just look at Shopify. Shopify looks good. Axon. What's Axon doing? Axon. Okay, Axon. I had a 500, 510. Axon.
Great chips, especially in the server market, because that's where the buyers will certainly pay up for it. The mass market is not, I don't think, is ever going to be.
Okay, Micron. I'm out of Micron at the moment. Micron, I'm out of Micron. I had some 1,000, 1,010 call spreads. And once you make it above the upper strike, that's your maximum profit. So we're up here at 1,025. So this morning I sold that into strength as volatility was still expanding. So I captured a little implied volatility too. What else? It looks like the metals and mining are finally getting something going here. Let's look at CRML. USAR finally breaking higher. Okay, the weekly trend, USAR. Okay, you got MP materials too, MP. All right, that looks really good. If you have any metals and mining stocks out there you want to review, throw them in the room. I'm familiar with CRML, USAR, and MP. Not sure what else. I think Frano might have some more. Okay. USAR breaking out with strength in metals, MP, and CRML.
Well, Broadcom is the weirdest tech stock like ever in the history of tech stocks because it's a compilation of chip stocks, some media-oriented software and hardware, and then
Yeah.
It has enterprise software. Like the oldest of the old, which is scheduling software for mainframes. That was what it got for the CA acquisition. And yes, it is a horrible and old-fashioned as it sounds, right? But it's incredibly high margins. So the company has put this kind of moat together of annuity.
All right, so Microsoft dipped a little bit. So IGV, is IGV dipping as well? IGV. I can get back in IGV, but I'm not going to do it yet. Okay, Oracle looking good, hanging out at the highs. Meta looks terrible, terrible. Okay. Oracle looks, Meta looks terrible. ARM Holdings hanging out at the highs. Palantir. Okay, with Core 1M where it is, I would be very reluctant to put on a lot of new positions, in particular in the semis and memory storage space. I'd be looking at maybe some software. We just talked about software. Excuse me, also talking about financials, looking okay. The banks, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo, the underdog, probably the better setup for now. Wells Fargo, double bottom, turn the corner. Should see 86 before too long. So about 9 points, a little bit more than 10%, 10, 12% maybe on Wells Fargo in the short term. We got PNC. Let's see what PNC looks like. PNC, you got Citi, you got Bank of America.
Sure, and the obvious is software, right? We think we know the players. Google.
Okay, the credit card companies, MasterCard, Visa. Yeah, see, they're not doing as good as something like, say, SoFi. SoFi breaking higher. Futures looking for the bounce. Okay, let's look at hedge flows and see if this has been updated. Anyway, so what I was saying before is that look at all these positions that are snug to the right side and SPYs over here near the middle. Okay, so the implied volatility on these are sky high and they're fairly low over here. So what that means is institutions are selling the index because they're not looking at it to appreciate to the degree that people are chasing these calls and thinking this is going to keep going like it is. That's not going to happen. Ends badly. Let's see. Bitcoin. What's Bitcoin look like? Bitcoin. Coinbase is over here. There was some good news about Coinbase recently. Let's see. The builders. Builders are all on the right. Aerospace. Okay. The banks. Banks are well distributed. You can see which ones have the more opportunity right now. Wells Fargo's starting to get a little bit expensive. Goldman Sachs is at the highs, and yet it's not being priced higher. It's 27% risk reversal. IB's at 26%, so this is going to see some more upside probably. What else? Banks. Okay, energy. Okay, these are all on the right. Starting to reverse. Energy, airlines, well distributed. Airlines, looking for an opportunity. All right, these are all up in the top right quadrant. Those are expensive. Semiconductors. Okay. All right, so be careful. I'd be taking profits off into strength. I mean, it's okay to be in cash. I was telling us on that as well. You know, cash is a position. A lot of people look like Trace died. Looks like Trace has died. I'm surprised it's not a signal up, a sign up here that says that we're having problems with Trace. All right. So we can see that the futures are starting to get bought. Okay, these hedge flow lines are rising. The hero line, you can see the purple line, blue line is rising. It's telling you they're selling puts below at the moment as we hit the low. They're selling puts and buying calls. Okay, so they're selling puts and buying calls, which means we got positive gamma. If you were to look at the heat map, you'd see nothing but purple for the last couple of weeks, which means price action is not going to make huge moves, which makes a lot of sense when you think about all the put flies that are being bought right now. Put flies are basically looking for prices to ease down. Whereas you got straight puts, people are looking for a crash, a real big drop like Russell does. Or put spreads, same thing. Okay, so I was talking about that yesterday late, that they were buying IWM puts, SPY put butterflies, VIX call butterflies, and XSP. XSP, let's take a look at XSP. XSP, put diagonals. What? Okay. The mini. Put diagonals. They're looking for more downside. Okay. NVIDIA is still pushing higher. NVIDIA. Okay. NVIDIA looking pretty good. It's already had its pullback. If Micron looked more like this, I'd be interested in Micron. But Micron's up there at the high. Can it keep going? Absolutely. Realistically, I was running Markov chains. You know what Markov chains are. They basically, Markov chain in the simplest forms of a mathematical calculation that tells you if a market's trending higher, if it's trending lower, or if it's neutral. Basically what we do every day when we go through the process of, okay, looking at all these indicators like junk bonds. You want junk bonds to be higher. If you're bullish, you can see that we gap down below the 50-day. So that's a warning signal right there in itself. Junk bonds. You've got IWM, put diagonals and puts. IWM, they're looking at puts on IWM, looking for that to pull back, and they're looking for the 10-year to rise. This is all bearish, these indications. Junk bonds lower, 10-year higher. IWM lower. Biotechs were fairly strong last week. They've returned back to the 50-day. They're at intermediate term fair value. I wouldn't do anything right now with biotechs. Bitcoin, that hasn't been doing well. Bitcoin, that looks bearish. All right, so all of my signals are, for the most part, bearish. We came into the week, we had 14 bullish indicators, 4 neutral and 2 bearish. A lot of those are flipping to bearish now. Let's see what all of the. All right, so breadth is moving low. I'd be selling into strength, folks. Unless you're day trading, I'd be selling into strength. Positions that expire within the next few weeks, I'd be selling into strength. Collecting cash. What did my son say to me? The kid is really smart. I'm not saying it because it's my kid. It's just you can relate to this. He's having a competition with a schoolmate of his. They're going to see who makes the most money by the end of the summer, whether it's working, he's going to work, and he's going to invest. So he said, Papa, when's a good time? Right now is a good time to wait, right? Because he hears me talking about, okay, 8 weeks higher, 9 weeks higher. I said, yeah, it's absolutely the best time to sit and wait with your cash. I'm going to buy the dip. It's going to be an opportunity, right? And I said, absolutely. So he's looking at a leveraged ETF, okay, S&P, a leveraged index fund, which will be good because his account is, right at 10,000. So anything below 10,000, as Kramer would say, I would agree with him. When you first start investing, you want to start with an index fund and then start to do smaller things that are more risky. You buy, if you want to run the AI trade or whatever, you probably don't want to buy anything up here. You might want to dabble a little bit in software because software has already pulled back over the last, 8 months or so. It's recently turned back up. There goes NVIDIA. You got a few outliers like NVIDIA, but for the most part, I was telling my son, yes, hold on to your cash. You're going to get a good opportunity. He's not in a big hurry. He's building rocket engines anyway, so he's kind of occupied. And it's going to work 5 days a week. The kid is like motivated. So he's waiting for a signal. So what's he going to trade? He's going to trade probably SPXL. Okay. So this is 3 times below the S&P. Okay. So do you want to buy it here or do you want to buy it back here when the market's reversed? Obviously, you'd want to buy it down here. So do I have a signal that tells me when is the best time to buy and when is the best time to sell? Absolutely. Over the years, you develop these things as your knowledge increases. And I'm going to show you one that gives you a really good perspective. Okay. So the equal weight removes the impact of the New York FANG components, which right now are still helping push this higher because they're all equally weighted, right? Every stock, whether it's a Microsoft or a Kroger, they're going to have an equal weight. So we're at the highs, so it's not that bad. So Markov chains right now are telling us we can continue to move higher, but it's a razor thin margin, which means you should be looking at things like junk bonds, the 10-year yield, Core 1M, and this indicator right here, which is the number of stocks above the 20-day. This is telling you the 500 stocks on the S&P 500 are majority fading below their 20-day right now. That's bearish. Also, the number of stocks trading above the 50-day on the S&P 500 are back to the 50-day. When will be a good time to buy? When we get the pivot. Is it a good time right now? No, we don't have a pivot yet. All right, we don't have a pivot. This hasn't changed direction. So the next chart is the number of stocks above the 50 and the number of stocks above the 200-day. You can see the 200-day is also turned back down. So everything is starting to point to risk. So Markov chains are in a bullish trend. However, the caveat is if we lose, I would use like a 3 or a 5 EMA on the indices. All right. So if we do that and just go here, go to the S&P 500 and let's go down here and let's make this a 3 EMA. Okay. 3 EMA. All right. So a 3 EMA is going to give you probably a lot more signals, but if we start to lose this, that would be my first observation. Okay, let's look at the Qs, same lens. The Qs, sharp, shoot, Qs. Basically, I'm talking a lot right now, and what I'm trying to convey to you is that it's not the best time to be buying. Okay, if you're a day trader like Cayman or Mondo or even Frano or some of the other people in the room, if you're a day trader, I'm not talking to you, right? I'm talking to people who are new to trading and investing and want to get their best opportunity. Okay. So when Markov chains are in the state they are in right now, and we're looking for this razor thin edge to break or to hold, or what we're doing is we're bringing our stops up. Instead of having a 10-point stop, I might be bringing my stop up to 5 points on a like $200 stock, right? Instead of 10 or 20 points as a stop, I'm going to bring my stop up, and especially if it's trending, I'm going to bring my stop up to maybe $5 or 5 points. Just tighten up my stop and reduce the risk. So if I had 1,000 shares of the Qs all the way up here since the low, when this indicator was down here, right? If I have these since the end of March, since that pivot, and now I'm way up here at the high, what am I doing? I'm tightening up my stop. So I've been running a stop here of about 5 points on the index, the Qs. So now I'm probably going to tighten my stop up. If I had 1,000 shares from down here, and I've been scaling out along the way, like the last couple of weeks, all I've been talking about is scaling out into strength, right? So I'm going to stick with the longs, short term, and I'm ready for it if it pulls back. I've already started to hedge. What are you hedging with, Benny? I have July 22s on the VIX. Okay, July 22s. I bought those on Friday. About a week or two ago, I bought June 22s. I don't know if they're going to do very well, but I'm looking for our VIX to turn back up. Now, we need a catalyst. That's the problem. We need a catalyst. The fear greed indicator is in the green in the greed section, right? So we got more indicators that are telling us to be cautious. I want to participate. I still want to make money. Maybe I'm uncomfortable with going short. Well, if you're uncomfortable with going short, maybe you do a inverse fund like a SQQQ. All right. The problem with the SQQ and ETFs like this, investments, assets like this, is that they deteriorate over time and they have to constantly be in adjusting these. Um, okay, and you might consider, let's say you are becoming more defensive. Maybe you start looking at the defensive sectors like XLE or XLP. Okay, maybe you want to think about buying some shares in, I don't know, Coca-Cola or PepsiCo or Monster. These don't look that great right now. Okay. Celsius, CELH, Celsius. Okay, I've been drinking Celsius lately. I like them. Celsius. So we talked financials, and industrials looked pretty good last week too. Industrials, sorry about this. Stock charts. Those pull back. So we got more sectors that are not bullish right now. XLI, XLP, XLV. Damn it. Why does this keep doing this? XLV. I hate stock charts. XLV pulling back. All right. XLU, utilities. That's pulling back. XLY, discretionary, pulling back. All right. So everything is pulling back except for energy, really, and financials. XLF. Software looks okay. XSW. Software, look where the money is flowing. Money's flowing into software big time. What's Dell doing? Dell hardware, that's still going. So you got individual names that are doing well. So these I would be looking at as day trades. Even Dell's going to come back when if the markets pull back, right? NYSE. When in doubt, you always want to check the New York Stock Exchange. So again, like Markov chains, razor thin margins, razor thin edge for the bulls right now. Markov chains say bullish. Benefit of the doubt still goes to the bulls unless we lose the 9 EMA here on the New York Stock Exchange. This could pop to the upside. The reason why this is important is 2,400 components, 75%, 75% of which are US based companies. About 20 to 25% are ADRs, American Depository Receipts, and the rest are tracking funds and REITs. So when this is moving higher or holding, this is a good signal, right? So it's got to be working. Even with the number of stocks above the 20, the 50, and the 200-day all turned down. So breadth is just easing lower. Why is that happening, Vinny? The reason it's happening is because people are doing exactly what I'm telling you to do. Take some profits. Enough people are taking profits would be a good thing, really. If we get enough people taking profits, we ease back down a little bit. The S&P doesn't go into the stratosphere for another week. Maybe we get a little consolidation like we did a couple of weeks ago. I mean, it was a little pullback. I don't know what the markets are going to do. I can tell you when it's a good time to start, battening down the hatches or taking profits off the table. Apple pulled back a little bit. Snowflake's okay. Nvidia and Snowflake look pretty good. Intel's starting to turn back up. So if you're thinking about day trades, these work out. Okay. All right. You can see Intel is trying to bounce, trying to create what looks like a Darvis box. Okay. Darvis box. Basically just support and resistance, and you look for the breakout, right? You're looking for a break to the upside like this, or a break to the downside. Whatever direction this takes, that's the direction that you should trade. Darvis box, you can look it up. I believe he was investing back in the early 80s, something like that. My son has his book. So let me just see here. I know Brother Bill knows Darvis box. Oh, okay. So let me just see here real quick. Darvis.
A big breakdown. So a little bit of strength today in energy and food, but obviously being under $89 for me is very, very for food.
I think it was the 80s, right? Something like that. Remember Eastern Airlines, the 50s. Okay, 50s. All right. So Nicholas Darvis created the Darvis box method, primarily used during the 50s, late 50s into the 60s. Okay, he made over 2 million, capitalizing on the roaring S&P 500 that surged over 53%. We've done 20%. We've done 20% since the March low. The other thing is, I don't mean to, scare everybody. If I'm scaring you, just keep in mind what's going on. The markets are still very resilient. Why is that? Because earnings are beating at a record pace. I think we're beating at like a 27% rate, something like that. 84% of companies beat earnings. The average, 5-year average is something like 76%. 10-year average is somewhere near that level as well. So we're beating by a wide margin. These companies are spending a crap ton of money. CapEx. Snowflake still going here. Snowflake. All right, so this was a good day trade. It's too bad I sold this on Friday. Snowflake. Okay, Intel's turning back up. Intel. Oh, you know what I keep forgetting to do? Let me do this real quick. You might have noticed the banner is not correct. Banner here. All right, so Intel, nice little reversal on Intel.
They've gotten overbought. I would argue they're not necessarily overvalued. They're still quite cheap. But PM's really reticent to chase strength when it gets so overdone. And you can see that technically they're gradually starting to wane in momentum. And it might not seem that way, but semis likely are going to start to pull back, I think, in June, July of this year. My forecast was for a dip initially in the spring, a rally into the summer, and then we have a little bit of a drawdown from July to October of this year, which really sets up one of the better buying opportunities of the 4-year cycle, presidential cycle.
Okay, Intel, nice reversal. Cheap, relatively speaking, cheap. What's the semis doing? SMH. Okay. Let's take a look at the S&P 500. We know that the number of stocks trading below the 20-day on the S&P 500 has dropped or is dropping. And what are some of the stocks? All right. So I was looking at the casinos. I see MGM is still up here. MGM gapping up again. It gapped up last week on Wednesday. It's going again. Are the casinos in play? What's the deal here? Casinos. Let's see. Caesars is okay. Elvis, Las Vegas Sands, nice reversal. Wynn Resorts. I know Cayman mentioned the cruise lines. Those look really good. Cruise lines like Carnival. Okay, that backed off. Okay, Carnival, Royal Caribbean, and NCLH, Norwegian. Okay, so these might get something going. Once they get above the 50-day, you got a better shot. Carnival again. Okay, so HPQ, HPE, those were on the watch list last week. HPQ, HPE. Are they? What do I have on here? Did I take those off, or did I keep them on the watch list? No, I took them off. Okay. All right, let's look at the watch list. ALAB, HPQ. HPQ looks good though, right? HPQ, HUM, Humana, gapping up. All right, looks like the These are financials. Humana, Travelers Insurance, that's down. Humana, UNH. You still have UNH? UNH. Okay, so the healthcare stocks. Healthcare. What else? Humana, CDW, hardware, software, retail business. I don't know what they're doing now. Did they branch out a while? I don't know what they do, honestly. CDW used to be back in the day, you could buy peripherals from them. What are they doing now? CDW. CDW. They become more of a, they've been around a while. CDW. Okay, CDW. Integrated, excuse me. Integrated IT solutions, small, medium, large businesses, government. Okay, so they got into government, education, healthcare customers, mobility, security, data center optimization. All right, so they do more than just the retail side now. They used to do like retail, you could buy peripherals like hard disks back in the day, monitors and things like that. They've obviously branched off and became a bigger company. Let's see what their financials look like. 5.68 billion. Yeah, so they do decent amount of revenue. Okay. All right, so CDW looks okay. All right, that's continuing. I wouldn't chase it here. I'd be looking for dips like this one right here. Okay, CRML. These metals look like they're hot to trot today. CRML is hot to trot. USAR. Okay, these are on the move. The metals are on the move. I'd be surprised if Frano hasn't been mentioning it. All right.
Goldfish have short memories. Feel like goldfish, brother. If you ever come face to face with a grizzly bear, the only real chance you have is to stay completely relaxed. And what better way to stay relaxed than Candy Crush Saga? Stay calm.
Mm-hmm.
Crush Saga today.
Nike.
You turn data into sharper trading decisions. Follow power players' trades and model their portfolio.
Nike. Let me see. Ursel. Let's see. Nike. Nike. I had the 45. 45 and the 49. All right, so there goes USAR. So these are on the move.
Joel, it's good to see you. So you say here, this was the most active spring for housing market since 2022. Now that's interesting. What changed there, Joel? Because rates, of course, stay relatively elevated.
Rates still relatively elevated, but a bit below where they were last year. And that small difference, about 30 basis points, has made a big difference in the number of contract signings so far this spring. And we say that this is the best spring we've had since
US ISM manufacturing came in at 54. Forecast was for 53. Previous was 52.7.
we're making progress. We're bouncing off the bottom, but we're not popping champagne just yet.
Do you think a lot of Americans, Joel, have been waiting for rates to come back down hard? And maybe the market is gradually accepting that, you know what, maybe this is kind of a new normal.
I think that's exactly right. I think new normal is the right way to put it, and I think sellers are experiencing a new normal as well. deciding to price lower. We're actually seeing sales increasing at the same time that price cuts are decreasing. So what that means to us is that sellers are coming onto the market at more reasonable price points, adjusting to the expectations of the market. Without playing this game of listing it really high, then cutting it, and cutting it again, and cutting it one more time, and leaving homes on market for longer. We're actually seeing sellers come in more realistically and get those homes sold.
Joel, your fix, 656, according to Mortgage News Daily. Where do you see that heading?
Okay, CRML. These are
It
going.
really depends on the conflict in Iran. I think we kind of have the base case for what it's going to look like, as long as we're still having questions about whether the ceasefire is going to go into effect or not. Inflationary expectations.
CRML is on the move. CRML. Okay, looks good. All right, coming. It's still in the middle of the squeeze. If you like these metals, check out all three of them. I know there are others. USAR. This looks like it wants to break out. USAR and MP. Okay, these look good.
Absolutely. I think what's happening right now is a lot of buyers are kind of getting a double whammy. They're experiencing higher mortgage rates that make their monthly payments higher on homes that they might be buying, and they're also seeing prices of just the everyday living expenses. Less savings means a smaller down payment. Smaller down payment means financing more of a purchase, and doing that at high mortgage rates is really turning people away. So I think if we were able to see a ceasefire and see mortgage rates come down, we'd really have a much stronger case for the rest of the year in the housing market.
We always talk about housing nationally, but let's just break down some of the regional differences. Like, what are some of the best opportunities for buyers right now, Joel, if you look across the country?
I think some of the best opportunities are in the Sun Belt markets, where we've seen major price corrections. Places like Austin, Texas, where I'm joining you from today, has seen major year-over-year downturns in pricing, and it's becoming a really good opportunity for buyers.
All right, number of stocks advancing. 181 on the S&P 500, 46 on the Qs, only 500 on the IWM. Still got a lot of positive gamma. Let's see, hedge flows, if they've fixed this or not. Okay, so there's your signal up there. All right, so it looks like Trace is experiencing a caching issue. All right, that's all right. All right, S&P equities, NASDAQ, IWM, Qs, Apple at the low, NVIDIA off the high, NVIDIA.
Finally, Joel, you do say here, May and June, you say, decisive months for our housing market. Explain that, Joel. And then what are you watching most closely as an economist? Which variable, which metrics?
Right. We say May and June are really important because that's sort of the peak of buying season. The buying season really relates to school schedules and kids being off for the summer. And so people looking to make a move, families are often looking this time of year to make a purchase. And so if we come through what should be the peak of the home buying season, well below our last year level, or maybe even a few years ago level, we can expect that there won't be a full recovery because there's just not as much activity in the fall. The fall is the best time to buy a home for savvy buyers looking for a deal, but not where the most volume comes in. So what I'm looking at as an economist is really the inflation rate, because that's what's driving mortgage rates. I'm keeping a close eye on CPI and PCE, and I'm keeping a close eye on the number of contracts.
Okay, Intel.
That gives us a forward indicator look of how sales and closings will be. And we're able to see that at Realtor.com just by looking at from when a home is on the market to those pending under contract.
CRML looks good. All right, so you can see Apple trailing off here. Apple. Apple.
So that gives us a good indication that closings in May and June might be a little bit stronger than we had anticipated.
Joe, always good to see you. Thank you.
Coming up, Americans pumping the brakes when it comes to buying new cars, how some automakers are finding ways to pivot their businesses. That's next on Market Capital.
Okay, Axon, body cams, police-related products, continuation. App 11 also looked very similar. App 11 with its squeeze, coming out of a squeeze. Okay, big explosion in the squeeze. All right, we're consolidating today.
A level that stock hasn't seen since late last year, guys.
Let's see what those earnings look like. Thank you very much, Oliver Rennick at SIBO. Up next, the CEO of Bristol Myers Squibb joins us from the
Snowflake continuation.
just announcing new data for its lung cancer drug. And later, CEO of prediction market platform Kalshi, as the White House reviews a proposal by the CFTC for regulating the industry. That's all coming up in the next hour. It's Walk on the Street. Stay with us.
USAR looking for a break to the upside. The metals look good. Not a whole lot of sectors are performing well. Let me just check it out here. Let's see. Let me run a script.
TGHL may resume in less than a minute. AN1. IMSR. NVIO. IRE. WALD. NEJC halted down.
June the 1st.
May rise in 10 seconds.
If you're just joining us today, I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, June the 1st. First trading day of the month. Most sectors are down. All right, so the markets so far are reacting to fresh macroeconomic catalysts, including the morning's ISM manufacturing data I just talked about a few minutes ago. They're aggressively rotating into sectors displaying high capital velocity, specifically information technology, software, and AI infrastructure, cybersecurity. Let's see what some of these cyber stocks look like Zscaler. Zscaler, big move on Zscaler. Thank you very much, Zscaler. Okay, that's pulling up the rear very quickly. Zscaler. I want to do some more Zscaler. I just can't do it right here though. I sold some Zscaler into the pop. We added to our Zscaler position. I think it was Thursday or Friday. That continues, looking good. All right, so Palo Alto, CrowdStrike with earnings coming up. That's super strong. Zscaler looks like it's going to keep going. I imagine a lot of people are thinking the same thing. With Zscaler at the lows and their earnings increasing, the momentum in their earnings increasing, didn't make any sense that it was down here at the lows. So buying Zscaler at the lows was a great idea last week. We held on to calls that expire in July. We'll be doing just fine here shortly, the way this keeps going.
Morning, Sarah. As you mentioned, we have Chris Berner here with us from Bristol Myers Squibb. Chris, thank you for being with us. You know, a year ago, you guys announced a pretty big deal for a PD-1 VEGF drug for lung cancer, and there's been a lot of data this weekend from both you and a competitor. You know, where do you feel about where that stands in terms of both lung cancer and some of the other opportunities where you think it could go?
Well, first, it's great to be here. This is an important ASCO for us. And it's an important ASCO because we have encouraging data across a number of different programs. We're seeing different approaches to treating cancer, and you mentioned one of them. Our VEGF PD-L1 pamitamig had very good global data, encouraging efficacy, manageable safety side profile. And when you look at that data in the totality of data that was presented at this meeting, I think a few things are clear. First, clear proof of mechanism. Second, you're starting to see PFS data translate into OS. And really importantly, we think it confirms our hypothesis that this could be an important medicine, not just in lung, but potentially a cornerstone therapy across a variety of.
Okay, what else is working today? What's Octa? Okay, Octa.
Yeah, well, this is still relatively early data, so we've got to see the science play out. This is my
Okay, let's look at Octa. It's got a score of 10. Octa. Okay, TA, Octa. Big move on Octa. Can't chase it, but it looks really good. Octa, big move this morning. NetApp and TAP. I believe that jumped a lot on Friday, right? NetApp and TAP. Gapped up on Friday, did it? Yeah, it did. All right, looking for a dip to get bought. Kind of reminds me of Cisco, the gap up on Cisco. Cisco looks like it wants to keep going. Look at the volume since earnings. Networking, IT, cloud, the picks and shovels, basically. We saw what happened with Dell with the picks and shovels, servers. Big move there on Dell, Cisco. What else is looking good? NetApp we just talked about. Palantir, PLTR, Palantir, gapping up. Okay, that's probably going to keep going. I have Palantir, right? No, I sold my Palantir. Okay. Palantir, Microsoft. Microsoft looks like it's getting ready to do something here. Microsoft gapped above the 200-day moving average. Okay, what's my Microsoft position doing? That looks. Oh, I sold all my Microsoft on Friday. That's right. I kept IGV. I took some of the money and put it into IGV. 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 Okay, a little dip there. IGV keeps going.
And should we expect to see any reductions there?
Absolutely not. I mean, the lifeblood of any company like ours is a very strong.
I got to resist buying anything right now. It's at the highs, IGV. Okay, Intel. Intel coming off the low. What's IONQ doing? IONQ. IONQ. Okay, that dipped this morning. IONQ, give you an opportunity. Yeah, I'll buy a little bit more IONQ. All right, I'm not going to do a whole lot, and I'm going to go out at least to July. IONQ. At least July, IONQ. Okay, there's a lot of open interest. A lot of open interest at the 80 strike. IONQ 75.80.
TGHL halted down.
IONQ. Looks good. Ah.
IREX. AMDL. QTEX. RXT. IRE. IREX. QUBT.
Okay, IONQ continues. IONQ. Like to get a little dip to buy some of this. Microsoft turning around, maybe comes off the low. CRML, the metal's still working pretty well. IONQ are about to go green on the day. Red to green. APLX, huh? APLX, what is that? Don't know it. Poet is back. Poet. I know Frano bought some Poet when it was lower. Poet, a little dip. Poet, probably a decent entry here on Poet on the dip. POET. All right, climbing back up. Poet.
RGTX.
Good Monday morning again. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Sarah Eisen with Carl Quintanilla live from Post 9 at the New York Stock Exchange. Today, stalemate. Iran reportedly stopping negotiations with the U.S. and vowing to completely block the Strait of Hormuz. We've got the right guest. We'll break it down with former Defense Secretary Mark Esper.
Plus the rise in the prediction market, sitting at a volume record of $28 billion in May. The president looking to block those state restrictions of the technology. We'll discuss it with the CEO of Kalshi, who will join us here at the NYSE.
And a potential breakthrough in the treatment of pancreatic cancer. New data showing an experimental drug from Revolution Medicine has proven broadly effective against the tough-to-treat disease, and the company's CEO is with us this hour.
Sarah mentioned the Iranian headlines this morning took the wind out of futures, and most of the market S&P's down just a touch, but consumer discretionary down more than 2%, materials down 2%, energy up almost 2.5%. Is going to make it the best day for crude since April 2nd. All that said, VIX isn't moving too much, hanging around 16.
Well, you've still got a lot of the AI names higher. ARM, Datadog, Micron, all trading up.
Oracle still going here. Oracle looking good.
Chips built for PCs. Christina Presenellos joins us now with the news on NVIDIA. Christina. Yeah, NVIDIA and Microsoft are actually teaming up to take on Intel, AMD, and Qualcomm, specifically in the PC market. At his keynote last night at Computex in Taipei, Jensen Huang unveiled the RTX Spark, which is NVIDIA's first processor for Windows.
Oracle, ORCL, Oracle. Wow, looks really good. Oracle on the weekly. A nice return on Oracle. You can trade ORCX too. I've been adding to that shares wise, in addition to calls on Oracle. ORCX looks good. You can trade IGV. Oracle is number one weighted on IGV. You can buy IGV and have Oracle, Microsoft as your top listings.
shipping this fall, built specifically for agentic AI workloads. Early customers included
CRM. CRM looks really good. Look at the weekly.
fiscal 2027. Here's Jensen on the topic.
CPUs for agents has its own special requirement, and our NVIDIA Vera is revolutionary. I'm so happy about its ramp. The orders already is going to make it the fastest and the most successful product launch in our company's history.
And that's why analysts expect NVIDIA to become the largest server CPU vendor by fiscal 2028 at 15.
Okay, S&P looks like we're going to turn back up.
Equal to AMD and Intel combined. The CEO's argument is simple. Agentic AI is making CPUs the new bottleneck in computing. And you've heard that from Intel and Dell CEOs recently. That's why you're seeing NVIDIA shares up, ARM up as well, about to 15% because they provide the blueprint for the
Poet. I bought some Poet last week. Bought some of that last week.
CEO Jensen Huang also pushed back on fears that AI kills software jobs, arguing agents will drive more demand for software, not less. And so that is why you're seeing names like ServiceNow up 8%, Salesforce, all of these
Poet. Yeah, it looks good.
Some of these names putting in their highs for the year so far. Microsoft also
July.
Christina Bartzanevelos. For more on NVIDIA's big move, let's bring in Gil Loria, Managing Director at D.A. Davidson. Gil, it's great to have you. Can you help contextualize how big a deal this is?
It's a very big deal. NVIDIA is coming at the CPU market very hard. They started by telling us that they already have this $20 billion market in just the data center CPUs, and now they're saying we could do this in PC as well and displace AMD and Intel. The conversation had been for a while about how Intel is going, how NVIDIA is going from having all the data center market to having encroachment by AMD and Broadcom. And now the conversation is turning to no, NVIDIA is now coming after other companies' markets. And it's especially striking given AMD's trading at 40 times, Intel's trading at 100 times, and NVIDIA is still trading at a market multiple in the low 20s. So NVIDIA is really driving home the point that they can come after the CPU market in the data center and now with the PC.
Right. Net, Gil, does it make them a more consumer-facing company, and is there any risk or volatility along with that?
Palantir.
Well, the origin of NVIDIA, let's not forget, the GPU started by being a graphics card in the PC. So they're very familiar with the consumer market. It's just they let it go because the data center market was so much of a bigger opportunity. But they're telling us something else now as well, which is they do think that a lot of AI can be done on device, on a computer, and in a handset. If they're going to release a desktop that can handle a trillion parameter model, that can handle a lot of the things that consumers use AI for and remove some pressure from data centers while increasing the value of the handset and PC. So they started off in consumer, and now they see a lot of value there because they can extend the AI, the power of AI, into consumer devices.
Does it make sense that ARM would be up 3 times as much as NVIDIA? It's been kind of a pattern lately.
Microsoft looks like a big trade here.
It's from a smaller base. NVIDIA over $5.5 trillion, so it's easier to add value elsewhere. But yeah, they're using the ARM technology, and that's a big tailwind for ARM, and they're very leveraged to that as well. So it is good news for ARM as NVIDIA. That really, I mean, they started with Grace and the Grace Blackwell. Now they're doing the Vera and the Vera Rubin. That is all based on ARM technology, so there is a big benefit to ARM.
You talk about this notion of having AI data stored more locally. What do you think it does to the discussion about cloud compute, the need for data centers, and all of the accompanying demands on energy and water and so forth?
The demand for compute is so much outstripping supply, outpacing supply, that we still need all those data centers, at least for the foreseeable future. Putting some of the AI capabilities on a PC or a handset doesn't mean that for all the more intense calculations, the more intense thinking we're asking the artificial intelligence to do, we still need those data centers. So this long term may take some pressure off, but not anytime soon.
I asked about ARM, Gil. What about the Intel AMD Qualcomm's and what their market share here looks like, which originally sold off on this news. Does this really threaten it?
The CPU market's getting competitive. Let's not forget, Amazon and Microsoft, the two biggest customers of data center CPUs, make their own CPU. Now NVIDIA's coming in. That is a big challenge for AMD and Intel, which again makes it harder to understand how those multiples can be so high, while in memory, Micron, even with today's run, is only still trading at 10 times. Without competition from NVIDIA or really any new competition coming to DRAM, at least not outside of China. So the CPU market does look more challenged.
Gil, next time I want to get you on software as the IGV tries to get back to flat for the year.
Okay, Palantir turning back up. Palantir, a little dip getting bought. Palantir.
Thank you.
When we come back, former Defense Secretary Mark Esper will join us with the latest on the war in Iran. Why he doesn't see a real end in sight to the conflict for the foreseeable future here.
Later on, the CEO of D-Wave Quantum with us hosting an investor day at the NYSE. We'll talk about the company's growth strategy. Stock up more than 80% year on year. Let's walk on the streets. Back in a minute.
All right, CrowdStrike's open interest continues to build despite having earnings on deck. Earnings are June the 3rd, Wednesday. Okay, Wednesday after the close, CrowdStrike. Open interest is building. Okay, Microsoft is dipping here. Palantir turning back up. Palantir. Let me take a look at Palantir. Palantir. PLTR. Palantir. Daily. Okay, we stopped there. Microsoft gapping up above the 200-day. Yeah, I took profits in Microsoft on Friday and put some of that money into IGV, as I recall. If I check my notes. Microsoft and Oracle, the top two on the IGV. Oracle, both of those are up. Oracle's still going. Okay, ORCX.
HIMC.
Okay, Oracle, let me see what we're doing here. Oracle, starting to fade. All right, so Oracle, I will buy a dip on Oracle. Let me put in a limit order. Okay, I'll wait on this one. Let's see, Oracle. Looks good. I'm looking at ORCX. I'm looking at adding another 100 shares like ORCX. Okay. So I might come back to 62, or I'll watch this one for a minute, if you don't mind. Oracle or RCX. Microsoft pulling back a little bit. All right, the dips. Remember positive gamma. So even though you see your stock pulling back at the moment, if you're trading anything, just remember the markets are full of positive gamma. The top 100 stocks on the S&P, top 100 stocks are represented by this graphic. Okay, so this is the top 100 stocks when it's dark blue. This is telling you there's a lot of positive gamma. There's no red on the screen at all at the moment. Okay, this is the top 100 stocks on the S&P. So it's the S&P 100, basically. Pretty cool graphic. I have to think of a way to program this into Claude and the code that I'm building. A Python script. Okay. Okay, let's take a look at Core 1M and see how Core 1M is doing. Core 1M. Okay, climbing back towards close to 7. Still below 8. Core 1M. Poet. Poet continues to push. Poet. Microsoft. I'd like to buy some Microsoft here.
We did know, of course, that it had a lot to do with market cap milestones
Poet.
In certain tranches, as well as a permanent human colony on Mars with at least 1 million inhabitants, subject to his continued employment. That remains. And then they say that the remaining 302 million restricted shares vest on market cap milestones, as well as the completion of non-Earth-based data centers capable of delivering 100 terawatts of compute per year. Some other interesting things, there's some more contours around the Anthropic deal, although not as much detail as we saw Elon Musk tweet about in terms of, just the Elon Musk insinuating that it was a shorter type of contract that they had, obviously one that could be terminated with 90 days notice. They do say that it's kind of either party can terminate that, which I believe was also in the original. And they gave some historical metrics for AI users. And then just one other interesting thing that I'd call out here is they had infrastructure dependency as a risk factor just around the whole data center side of the business. And they added water to the list of critical dependencies and the risk factors, in addition to power, AI processors, and other critical components, which of course, there have been some supply chain shortages on a lot of those fronts, with water added to that risk factor, guys.
Yeah, and drawing political scrutiny as well for the water usage and the energy or electricity usage. Power. Thank you, Leslie Picker. Leslie Picker with some updates to the SpaceX filing. Meantime, oil prices are jumping this morning as Iran says it will stop exchanging messages with the U.S. through intermediaries and move fully to close the Strait of Hormuz, all as retaliation for ongoing ceasefire violations, according to their state media. Joining us here at Post 9 with his take, Mark Esper, former Secretary of Defense and the Army under the first Trump administration. Boy, are we lucky to have you here today. Thank you.
Poet.
Good to meet you guys.
Good to have you. So what does this mean? That deal has broken down?
Yeah, for the foreseeable future, it's broken down. Clearly, that both sides are at odds, and the so-called ceasefire has seen multiple tits for tats over the past few days. Right, this morning we learned that Kuwait was hit by ballistic missiles. So I think this goes on for a while. Clearly, we know that the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, is in charge in this country, and they're drawing a very hard line. They feel informed by their position right now in this conflict.
So now what?
Well, look, I think the sides will calm down. The negotiators, the Pakistanis.
All right, Microsoft's starting to turn. There's a lot of Microsoft trades this morning. Some big trades. Let's see. August, I believe you said it. August 500s. August 500s were traded on Microsoft.
I mean, they're saying, according to the Iranian state media, that the
32,000 contracts traded.
Mediators because of Israel's attacks in Lebanon. Of course, they're going after the terrorist group Hezbollah. So is that something that could sort of change the dynamic here?
Well, they've been insisting
to be more involved in the talks.
Tehran's been insisting on Israel halt its operations in Lebanon against Hezbollah for some time now. They assert that it was part of the original ceasefire agreement, and they've come out, I think at least the semi-official news agency has said that's no longer sufficient. We want Israel to withdraw from Lebanon. And look, I can see that happening. Israel sees Iran and of course Hezbollah to its north as an existential threat to their country. And there's nothing the U.S. could do to change Israel's point of view? Not their point of view. We may change their behavior for a short period of time, maybe ask them to hold off a little bit on the strikes, or maybe stay out of the Beirut neighborhoods, because that's where they struck recently to kind of help calm things down a little bit. But at the end of the day, again, Israel isn't a tough neighborhood. These are existential threats to the country. The other thing that came up on these headlines is that their strategy or their agenda is not just Hormuz, but the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. And we've talked in the past about whether the Houthis are off-state.
All right, so at the 500 strike, August monthly 500 strike, Microsoft, check out the 500 strike. There's 32,950 contracts that traded against 10,000 in open interest, so 3 times normal.
Big supporters of Iran. Now, they don't always do what Tehran says, but nonetheless, I think they'd be willing to take this on.
So if you're talking to investors who are wondering, how does this end and when does the Strait open? What do you say?
You know, first of all, I'd say what was spoken about as being a 4 to 6 week conflict now looks to at least be a 4 to 6 month conflict.
Microsoft.
I'm starting to see this more in 2 phases, Sarah. The first phase being we get to this MOU, I'll call it the economic phase, where the blockade is lifted, both sides seek relief, energy prices go down. Iran can sell oil $435 million a day, and they get revenue, and it settles into that phase. And then you have, I think, the more difficult phase, which is, I'll say, the strategic phase, which is where we negotiate over the nuclear items, the material, inspectors, infrastructure, etc. And I think that goes beyond the election. So my best guess right now is this goes on for a few months with regard to the economic phase, and then the strategic phase lasts much longer.
Do you think we've seen the worst of the fighting?
Probably, but I wouldn't exclude the chance that maybe the president gets impatient, maybe gets frustrated with the Iranians and says, we're going to go back into Tehran, inside Tehran, and hit them pretty hard here and there. And of course, the Israelis jump in also. But for right now, it seems like the skirmishes are being restricted to the coastal areas where Iran has coastal defenses, ballistic missiles, air defense. We keep reading reports that the UAE actually participated in some strikes in the early days. Where are Gulf states' heads right now? Are they urging aggression or relief? Well, I'm glad to see that they were doing that. The reports the Saudis were doing it as well. If they want to keep their head down, they have to worry about the Arab Street as well, what the reaction may be, and how they will hold up long term. But I think they want to see the end of the conflict as well. As you guys know better than I do, the whole premise of the GCC countries being a place for finance and a place where you can go to do business has somewhat been shattered.
Right, but does that coalition ultimately encourage the U.S. to do more, to be more aggressive when it comes to, I don't know, taking out the regime? How do you make a deal with that?
Yeah, look, I think so. I look at the so-called coalition is really the United States and the Arab countries holding our coat while we go to the with the Iranians. And I hate to say it because I do think they have capabilities and they should get involved and support us here. But at the end of the day, they're going to be worried about their place in the Gulf, and they're the ones taking a brunt of the attacks, right? Ballistic missiles, Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, go up and down the peninsula. Oman was hit, and they've been a faithful negotiator in many ways to the Iranians.
All right, Mark. Thank you very much for joining us.
I'm glad I can bring good news.
Not so good news today. Mark Esper, appreciate it, former Secretary of Defense.
Thanks, sir.
After the break, CEO of D-Wave Quantum's with us as the company hosts its Investor Day here at the NYSE. We'll talk about the U.S. government's recent investment in quantum companies, too.
Later, CEO of Kalshi will join us. We'll take a closer look at the company's recent product announcements and the regulatory landscape for predictions markets. Very hot topic. We're back in just a moment.
All right, NVIDIA turning back up. Okay, looks good, NVIDIA. IBM. January 27, the 400 strike. Okay. Intel turning back up. Intel looks good. Okay, Poet, what are you doing, Poet? Poet's at the high of the day, looking good. IO and Q just off the high. ARM Holdings at the high of the day. That's been running. ServiceNow higher, Oracle higher, Nike turning back up. Nike looking good. Excuse me. SoFi, I want to add to SoFi. I'll be patient with SoFi. That's going to be probably a 12-month hold if unless this zips up to, say 30 quickly. I don't see that happening, but gradually SoFi is going to catch people's attention. We'll start seeing some bigger trades on it. Axon looks good. Axon. Shopify. Let's see what Shopify looks like. Microsoft, some nice action on Microsoft, MSFU, and MSFT. Microsoft, both of those above the 200-day. Oracle, looking tremendous. Okay, Team at Lazian. We talked about that one last week. That's following through. Team. Okay, Team at Lazian. TEAM team. All right, let's see what this looks like. Salesforce, Zscaler, SoFi.
Hosting its first investor day here at the NYSE today after the U.S. government took a stake in the company as part of the $100 billion deal under the Chips and Science Act. Joining us in a first on CNBC here at Post 9 today is Tom Merritt's CEO of D-Wave. Great to have you in advance of the meeting. Thanks for coming in. Thank you. We were talking about sort of at what point the street got its arms around quantum, and the interest has kind of been sustained, I would argue, over the last couple of years. Would you say?
Absolutely. So this goes back about a year and a half when I think the world started to realize that quantum computing was real and going to be extremely important, the future of computing. And of course, Google put out a very strong announcement about gate model quantum computing, error correction, and all the quantum stocks really started to take off at that point.
So how specific can you be on an investor day like this? And is it about use cases? Is it about the government stake? Something else?
So this is our first ever investor day. We'll have both institutional and retail investors participating. We're going to give them an opportunity to ask questions. We're going to talk about our product roadmap. We are currently the only truly commercial quantum computing company. And by that, I mean, we have customers using our quantum computers today as a part of their business operations. This is not just research experimentation. So we're going to talk about those customers. We're going to talk about the applications and how they're using quantum, the benefits that they are seeing, and then, of course, our product roadmap for the future.
What are those use cases?
Yeah, so we have one of the largest airlines using us, one of the largest chemical companies in the world.
To do what?
Yeah.
We're just learning how AI is changing everything.
I understand. So we've got companies that are using us for manufacturing plant floor optimization. Automotive industry, optimizing how they assemble the automotive bodies, reducing the time to compute the optimal assembly process. Chemical company using us for production scheduling, optimizing how they fulfill the chemical orders. We've actually done work with Anduril on missile defense for the U.S. government and optimizing how you neutralize incoming threats.
So is your business enterprise only?
No. So we currently are the only company that can actually support enterprise customers in the use of quantum computing to support their business operations. But we also have governments that are using our technology. We have universities and research institutions. In fact, earlier this year, we announced the sale of one of our quantum computers, a $20 million sale to the Florida Atlantic University in Southern Florida.
On the government equity stakes, is that a game changer, or is it sort of in the neighborhood of grants and enterprise zones and other sort of governmental support?
Well, for D-Wave, the most important thing is that this is the first time the U.S. government has actually endorsed the company. And not only endorsing D-Wave, but endorsing both of our approaches to quantum computing. We're quite unique in that we bring both annealing quantum computers and gate model quantum computers to market. Everybody else is focused on gate model only. But this is the first time that the U.S. government has endorsed the annealing approach to quantum alongside gate, and both are critically important in solving
What are
our
the
problems.
differences?
Yeah. So gate model quantum computers kind of work like normal computers in the sense that you can do arithmetic operations on them, logical operations on them. But you do those operations on qubits rather than bits. So you're basically doing an operation on multiple different possible solutions at the same time.
Right.
Annealing quantum computers are quite different. With annealing quantum computers, basically what
Okay, looks good.
looking for the lowest point.
All right, poet at the highs. Looking good, looking good.
Mechanical effects to find that point. What's so important about that is that most business optimization problems can be mapped into that problem. And so these annealing quantum computers can efficiently solve that class of problems.
How is what you're doing different than IBM, for instance?
Yeah. So IBM, Google, INQ, Inflection, they're all building gate model quantum computers. That's what I talked about first. We are the only company in the world that is building annealing alongside gate. So what makes us quite unique is that we're the only dual platform quantum computing company, annealing and gate.
ARM Holdings breaking out to new highs. Okay, these are looking really good. Okay, so there's as far as day trades are concerned, they're definitely active. Oracle pushing the highs. Okay, Zscaler off the lows last week. A little fade from the high. Poet Technologies following through. Nike off the low. Pushing higher, Nike. All right, bouncing at the 50-day. The top 5 on the NASDAQ 100, ARM Holdings, Datadog, Zscaler, Intuit, and Workday. Top 5 on the S&P 500, MGM, Grand, Casino, Datadog, CRM, CDW, and ServiceNow. Those are the top 5.
That's where you get into the promise of quantum.
QBTS, that's on the watch list, right? The CEO's talking, QBTS. D-Wave. Okay, Rigetti, RGTI, these are on the watch list. RGTI, IONQ. Intel continuation, Intel, nice reversal off the low, Intel. Okay, notice the oversold condition this morning we talked about. Higher low. Prices are still going. We're probably going to go green here shortly on Intel. Palantir. Let's see what they're talking about on Palantir. Palantir, they're looking at the
Tyler Robinson's defense team is asking the judge to restrict access to the preliminary hearing in July when prosecutors have to show enough evidence to proceed to trial. Rescuers in Laos are racing to find 2 men still caught in a cave for more than a week. 7 men originally went into the cave and were trapped by flash flooding from heavy rains. 1 person was rescued Friday, while 4 others were able to walk out over the weekend as water levels dropped. Rescuers say they've narrowed the search area and are using ropes to rappel into deep caverns, searching for signs of life. And Serena Williams is returning to competitive tennis. While she never officially retired, Williams hasn't played in 3 years. But the Queen's Club in London announced today she'll play doubles at the HSBC Championship next week. Her partner
CRML continues.
Sarah? Okay, that'll be fun to watch. Thank you, Pippa.
Okay, Nike at the high here. Nike bouncing off the 50-day. Nike. Okay, so you got Palantir breaking higher. Palantir. Intel continuation here. Intel rising. Okay. All right. So I'm back to adding to Zscaler. I'm back to green on my position. I did have calls that I held into earnings, and of course, Zscaler collapsed. But what's transpired over the last few trading days on Zscaler is nothing short of wonderful. Okay. We got Zscaler. You got CrowdStrike with earnings. What is it on Wednesday, I believe? CrowdStrike. Okay, look at CrowdStrike. Now, this has 46% revenue growth. Okay, excuse me, earnings growth is 46%, followed by Palo Alto, which is actually a negative 20 something percent, yet Palo Alto is higher. And then you got Zscaler, who's making a positive 26% revenue earnings growth, yet it gaps down. So that was a great entry and an add last week. We took some profits off this morning, rolled some of that up to a higher strike. In August, I have the 150, 160s. Okay. 150, 160s. We're quickly approaching 160. So I'm going to have to roll this out again to September, probably to the 160, 170s. Okay. This is what we did, laddered this up back in, if you remember, it's a favorite technique of mine. I didn't create it. I mean, other investors do this all the time. Just I love doing this. Okay, so if we go back to January, we bought Chevron on the Maduro capture. We had the 155, 160s, or the 150, 155s to start, I believe it was 150, 155. And each week or two, we had to roll up. We eventually got out to, I believe, I want to say September. Okay, so each time we rolled this up, it was like February or March 150, 155s. Then it was April 160, 165s. And each time I was adding positions. And then May 170, 175s. June we had close to 180, 185, something like that. Eventually we got all the way out to September, I believe it was, and we had the 200, 205s, and we took profits. And each time we were taking profits off the table, reinvesting or rolling up and following the trend until it died. Basically, you can see RSI. All right, so that's what's happening right now with a lot of these stocks, like Micron continues. You could stick with Micron. I think it's a little bit overdone, but that's just me. Oracle's another good one. Oracle will be rolling up Oracle. Oracle calls. Okay, this is going to probably pull back a little bit at some point. Has yet to do it. We're 10 weeks up. This blows my mind that we haven't shown any resistance to, and we have this Iran issue that we keep dealing with. Okay, and we're on 10 weeks higher. Positive gamma. We got core 1M. We got all of our indicators are basically bearish right now, most of them. Stocks like Intel, though, this is the 10th week higher. Stocks like Intel reversed after a after a gap down. Intel turning back up. Nice reversal. If you added down here this morning, it's up a couple of bucks, $2-3 from the entry point. Was down here near 106. It's up at 112, so $6, $7 on Intel. Nvidia turning back up. Nvidia. Oracle still mushing higher. I added to Oracle ORCX. I added 100 shares of ORCX. Let me see when I did that just now. ORCX. Added 100 shares of ORCX. Let me just look at when I did that today so I can give you accurate information. let's see, today was 6/1, 11/15. All right, 11/15, I added to ORCX at 11/15. Okay, 11/15, right in here on a little dip right there. See that little dip? That's where I added. This still going. It's up $2, 2.5. Still going. Microsoft turning up. Microsoft turning up. Okay, Microsoft just turned up. Okay.
For the company as he takes this very, very long-term view as well. Masayoshi-san sees this growth of AI somewhat as almost like
So apparently a lot of money is rotating into software out of some of the tech, some of the overextended semiconductors. NVIDIA's still hanging in there, but Intel's hanging in there as well. There goes Microsoft. Microsoft shooting higher.
Not so good ones with WeWork, and now OpenAI is all in on this company, believing this is the company that's going to be the future, as also it hurdles towards an initial public offering right now. And right now, investors are shrugging off any concern around the concentration risk around OpenAI and ARM in the SoftBank portfolio, and are really backing Masayoshi Son's view. If you look over the last year, SoftBank shares have risen about 360% as some of the values of OpenAI, of ARM, and its other holdings have risen too. So clearly, this is the SoftBank plan is working for now. Masayoshi Son is convincing investors that he's got the right investments, and his longer-term view around and bullishness around AI is going to come to pass over the coming years, guys.
Yeah, becoming Japan's most valuable market cap company, overtaking Toyota because of those stakes. Thank you, Arjun. Great to hear from Masa-san. A pretty rare interview there. After the break, the CEO of Kalshi will join us. We'll discuss the regulatory environment for predictions markets and the company's recent product announcements. We'll be right back.
There goes Oracle. All right, Oracle's got to move on now. Looking good. IWM. Still a lot of puts being sold on some of these big names. So creating positive gamma. We're starting off the week again with positive gamma down below. We got puts being sold. I see some Qs. The NASDAQ Qs 30,000 August 650 put. Oh, those were bought. Okay, those were bought. Okay, for 22 million. All right, Microsoft, nice little pop on Microsoft. SoFi, I want to add to SoFi. The 25s, June 25s, SoFi. Okay, coming back a little bit right here. If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We're coming into the 12 o'clock hour. SoFi pulling back a little bit here. Microsoft, CRML, the critical metals, USAR. Those are at the highs, USAR. Okay, looks good on the weekly. Weekly pushing higher. Can we get past 30. Okay, here we go. Here we go. USAR. Okay, USAR looks good. Daily, weekly USAR. 32 is next, it looks like. Okay, what's Poet doing? Poet just below the high of the day. Poet, ARM Holdings, higher. Yeah, the idea that a few weeks ago we were talking about ARM being the next $1,000 stock. We're a third of the way there. We're trading at 400. At the time, we were looking at it in the 200s. Remember 250? ARM Holdings, I got taken out at 250, and ARM just kept going. 250. Okay, I sold this into strength, feeling like this was going to get a little bit overbought, extended, and they just kept going. This is crazy. ARM Holdings continuation. What's Palantir doing? Palantir. I hate when this happens. Palantir, PLTR. Palantir at the 200-day moving average. Palantir making higher highs and higher lows. Nice little dip on Palantir.
The announcement on Friday is Kalshi. We're very proud to be the first regulated exchange in America to bring perps onshore. The reason we're very excited about perpetuals is because they're the purest form of trading. They're the purest trade because all you need to trade a perpetual is a view. For example, on Bitcoin, whether it's going to go up or down, then you bake the leverage based on the capital efficiency requirements that you have. And then the key thing is that they're perpetual. They don't have an expiry. So when you trade an option, you have to have a view, but also a specific view on when that thing is going to happen. With perpetual, it goes on forever or until you decide to close your trade. And your view basically no longer closes. So it's very diverse. It's both institutions and retail. They're incredibly popular offshore. So in America today, at least in a regulated environment, nobody.
Right. But Polymarket's been doing it, right?
Well, there's a number of other kind of companies that are sort of big in perpetuals offshore. And I think, it's the demand has been very clear for a few years in America. People want it here.
All right, it's this time of day where we start to see maybe a little topping, ABCD patterns, and A pivot this time of day, a lot of times. Palantir looks okay. Poet, P-O-E-T, Poet, near the highs. Shopify continuation. Shop looking good. Shop, we bought this on Thursday, thinking that Friday we're going to break above the 50-day. If we did, we would add to it. I haven't added yet, but this is the idea. Shopify, if you recall, if you were around on Thursday or Friday last week, we talked about this, making it through the 50-day. Bought on Thursday, add on Friday or today. That's what I'm thinking on Shopify. Looks good. Let's see what the earnings look like on Shopify. Okay, Shopify. August 4th earnings, they beat. Pretty decent earnings. Revenue earnings growth of 40%, nearly 41%. Revenue growth of 34%. Okay, $3 billion in sales. They are based out of Canada, right? I believe. Yeah, Toronto Stock Exchange. Okay.
So if we're trying to avoid regulation,
It's not good enough for the states, though.
I think the state question is a little bit of a different question. I don't think this is a question of how regulated this is. It is very regulated. That's undeniable. I think there's a bit of a broader industry. Prediction markets.
Palantir, off the highs of the day. Palantir. Oracle still pushing very strong. Oracle.
They trust them. They like trading against someone else, not against the house. And you know, our margins are smaller than make 1%.
Oracle still going. Very nice bullish action in Oracle. SoFi. Okay, SoFi building a very bullish look to it right now. It's probably going to keep going. I'm going to add to SoFi. I'm going to add to the June 28th, 25 call. All right, so I'm going to add to the 25 call, SoFi, and that's going to be it for now. I'm not going to add any more for a while. SoFi got a pretty decent sized position in June of 2028 expiration. The 25s are going for $6. 580 offer. I mean a 580 bid. So I'll do with the 580 bid. 580. 580.
I mean, it's a bit like, you know, the CFC and SEC have been fighting forever. My job is I figure out what the law says. I work with the regulator, my primary regulator, and I focus on my customers. That's what we keep doing.
A lot of people think it's going to go to the Supreme Court. What about states like Minnesota, which wants to ban predictions altogether?
I mean, it's a little bit, so the same thing that they've done, they could do to the New York.
Okay, can't seem to get bid in here. 580.
You know, this looks like gambling because some people are speculating. And so this should be, you know,
A lot of contracts building out in 2028.
But that's why there is a federal framework for securities and a federal framework for commodities for financial exchanges to operate under. That's how the law is structured. So again, you know, we're stay focused on our regulator. You know, there's a bunch of lawsuits that will get figured out, and we'll keep building the products that customers want.
You also have another new product besides Perpetual, which is this political index.
Yes.
Tell us a little about what that does.
So it's the Kalshi American Power Index, or KPOW, that's the ticker. And you know, the idea is basically, so today if you ask 10 people in a room, where do you think the country is headed, Democrat or Republican? And you get 10 different answers. And those answers are based on what their Twitter feeds are telling them and their echo chambers are telling them. I think we live in a world where you have more information than ever, but we have less clarity than ever. And the prediction markets have helped with that. The whole point of the prediction markets is they give you a market-based, neutral view on a specific question. You know, will win the presidency, will win the Senate. What this index does is it responds a non-specific question, like where are we heading? Are we leaning more Republican or Democrat right now? It takes all of our prediction markets on politics and aggregate them into an index, like the S&P does for stocks, and gives you one simple, objective, market-based answer on whether we're leaning Republican.
Does this kill the polling in this?
I think, you know, I always said this, like, this is a little bit of a different thing. This is the S&P for politics. It's a market-driven measure on the state of our politics, the same way that the S&P is a market-driven measure on the state of our economy. So I don't think it replaces anything. You know, the same way that the S&P doesn't replace market analysts or stocks. They all work together to get us more truth and more clarity, which is really the mission. Really why we started Kalshi.
All right, Tarek, thank you for joining us and for talking through some of what you're focused on.
Thanks so much for having me.
Tarek Mansour, the CEO.
Still ahead this morning.
Looks like SoFi is going to break out here. SoFi about to break out.
Standing ovation at ASCO this weekend for results of their pancreatic cancer drug that has nearly doubled survival rates. Don't go away.
All right, let's see. SoFi.
CPSH. INFQ. AIM. JZ may resume in less than
SoFi. Looking for a follow through. SoFi.
AIM.
Okay, we got nearly a bullish engulfing candle now, looks like. SoFi. SoFi, let's see.
JZ may res in 10 seconds.
Jay-Z. Okay, Jay-Z.
RXT. INFQ. MRAM. JZ halted down.
HKIT.
DGXX.
AIM.
INFQ.
Do 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 do.
HKIT. AIM.
CPSH. AIM. INFQ. INLF may resume in less than a minute. RXT.
AIM.
CPSH. INFQ. AIM.
Welcome back. Revolution Medicine's getting a standing ovation at the American Society of Clinical Oncology's annual meeting over the weekend after presenting some strong results for its pancreatic cancer drug. Our Angelica Peoples joins us this morning with the CEO. Hey, Angelica.
Hey, Carl. That's right. We are here with the CEO of Revolution Medicine,
INLF may
Mark
resume 10
Goldsmith.
seconds.
Mark, thank you so much for joining us today. I mean, you know, the standing ovation yesterday, everyone I've talked to said they've never seen anything like that, and that's because your drug, daraxonrasib, doubled overall survival in people with pancreatic cancer. And, you know, you've had these results for some time, and I just wonder what went through your mind when you first saw what data you presented.
Yeah, well, thank you for having me on, Angelica. This is a really important moment for patients who are living with cancers caused by RAS proteins, the most common cause of human cancer. We are deeply committed to bold scientific innovation in our effort to revolutionize treatment for patients living with these very difficult to treat and common cancers. The emotions for us when we first saw those data were very high, just as they were in the room yesterday. The results that were reported here at this conference yesterday for the Resolute 302 trial on pancreatic cancer were unprecedented, with a 60% reduction in the risk of death for patients who were receiving daraxonrasib. And notably, these same patients also reported a significant delay in the progression of their symptoms, so in stabilization of their quality of life, which is one of the pillars for patients and for their families. This result really raises the survival bar for this very important disease.
And everyone wants to know, you know, when they'll be able to get this drug. And I know you haven't filed for approval yet. So when do you think you'll be able to do that? And why haven't you filed?
Okay, so far looking for this to break out.
We feel the great sense of urgency that patients and their families feel. We understand that time is very short and that giving people more time is essential. So we really have two things going on to address that. One of those is our expanded access program, and the other is trying to get this drug to the FDA, get the data to the FDA as quickly as possible. We are now in the midst of what could be considered a rolling submission as we prepare and complete components of the very complex package called the new drug application. We're providing it to the FDA. That gives them a head start on reviewing various parts of it. We're able to do that under the Commissioner's National Priority Voucher that we received and the breakthrough therapy designation that we have. So we are providing them with information. We'll continue to do so. The final piece will be the extensive clinical data set and the very deep analyses that are required to help the FDA make its decision. We're working urgently on this, and we'll get it to them just as quickly as we can.
And there was some conversation yesterday about these results were in the second line, so people have already tried one, but not many patients actually make it to the second line. So do you think that the FDA would actually approve it for the first line without seeing those results?
Yeah. Pancreatic cancer is caused by RAS proteins, and that's true whether you're just recently diagnosed, whether you've been treated once or whether you've been treated twice. So the underlying biology of the disease is quite consistent across all those lines of treatment. Traditionally, we start evaluation of a drug like this in the later line, and then we work our way forward. This is a situation where I think we have very strong indication that daraxonrasib is very active. And in fact, numerically, the results that we saw in second line were actually superior to the results that have been historically reported for chemotherapy in first line. So that gives us some indication of where things are. We've also reported early phase 1, phase 2 data on treatment in earlier lines, such as first line treatment. At this point, it's up to the FDA how they want to handle that. Our number one focus has to be on getting the drug approved in the indication for which that Resolute 302 trial was designed to evaluate it. We'll certainly be open to conversations with the FDA about how broadly this should be made available, and we'll follow their guidance.
And this drug also might not be only for pancreatic cancer. So talk about the opportunity in the other cancers that you're exploring it for.
Well, the remarkable thing about cancers that are caused by RAS proteins is that they have very similar underlying biology. And if you go after the driver of the cancer, the RAS protein that's causing it, you will help stabilize that disease and maybe even shrink the tumor and give the patient more time. We already have evidence in non-small cell lung cancer, 30% of which is caused by a RAS protein, that treating with daraxonrasib can have an impact for those patients. Those need to be replicated in a randomized phase 3 trial.
Okay, so far this is going to take off. I can see it. It's starting to gear up for a move now. Okay. So far.
We're also very interested in colorectal cancer, for which 50% is caused by RAS proteins, and we have extensive investigational work underway.
Well, that's all we have time for today, but thanks so much for joining us. That's Mark Goldsmith, CEO of Revolution Medicines. Carl, back over to you.
Fascinating. Thank you, Angelica. That's our Angelica Peoples.
Former Senator Ben Sasse actually helped popularize this because he was part of a clinical trial, and he talked on 60 Minutes about how it really led to a reduction of tumor volume for him and less pain as well over a few-month period.
Everything pretty much range-bound this morning except for crude as Brent tries to make its way back to 57.
Hope everyone's having a good day. Coming into the 12 o'clock hour, I guess Judge is going to be on.
Thank you, Carl and Sarah. Welcome to the Halftime Report. I'm Leslie Picker in for Scott Wapner.
Oh, Leslie Picker, good. Nowhere near as annoying. I know some of you love Mr. Wapner. He gets under my skin. I don't know why. Just something about him. He's got that New Yorker attitude, like I know everything better than you know. I really think they should have him manage a fund. That way he can criticize the portfolio managers that are on during the halftime report. I really think if CNBC, they should start a fund. He should manage it. I think that'd be really good. Let's see. Okay.
Joe, what do you think is the biggest risk to what we've seen so far?
Well, the biggest risk, I think, is that the momentum factor were to roll over, bond yields were to rally, or some of the anticipated appetite, the strong demand for the IPOs is not ultimately there. And that would kind of offset what has been the catalyst, which has been the earnings growth. And the earnings growth has delivered. It's delivered in technology. And I think what we witnessed last week as it related to some of the software names, it's extending into what we're seeing today. Look, today's not a broad-based rally. Value's down 50 bips while growth is higher. We only have 2 of the 11 S&P sectors that are higher, technology and energy. But this is about rebuilding, positioning in the software industry. That sounds like something that we weren't saying just 6 weeks ago, but there are a multitude of names in the software industry that you can be taking a look at right now, which are having a really strong recovery. Salesforce up another 10% today. We added
what the hell?
Dog at the end of April.
What the hell was that?
That stock is up over
TC.
Since we added it as a software name focused on cloud infrastructure. The last name I'll mention that's having a really strong rally, if we could show a one-year chart, is Twilio. Twilio's seeing the benefit from agentic AI being utilized with their messaging and their voice. That's a name that I've owned personally in the past, and I'll probably take a position, even with what looks like a staircase rally over the last 3 months. I'll probably take a personal position there as well. So it's about rebuilding the software positioning, but Leslie, it's all about earnings.
So you think now is the time to get into software, not when these names were more beaten down a couple of months ago?
There's still a lot of
Oh boy.
software names. I mean, look at a name like Palantir. That's at 160. I think the high was slightly above 200. Oracle, which we'll talk a little bit about today, your high there was about 300. I'm not saying they're making a return to those all-time highs, but I think the SaaS apocalypse that we all feared was ultimately kind of come into play. We're kind of reversing overwhelming negative sentiment, if you would, and moderating that view. And I think that's a little bit of the rebuilding positioning we're seeing.
Yeah, David Faber is sitting down with the CEO of Oracle momentarily. Jason, you're nodding your head over here. I'm just curious. So if you are looking to get in on software, for example, I mean, it really does feel like, at least according to several analyst notes this morning, that it's idiosyncratic opportunity from here. So how do you distinguish?
All right, SoFi looks good. What else is working here? ARM Holdings at the high, Poet at the highs, Super Micro still pushing the highs.
40% off the March lows, right? The ITV. And if you turn back the clock to what we saw with Snowflake last week, was a tremendous earnings release. The stock obviously post.
Okay, I'm going to take a few minutes, take a break for a few minutes. I'll be right back.
These yields, but what they're doing is actually going to kill it, get on arrival, and they're going to be in a worse situation. So basically, you have Jamie Dimon losing his pool on TV because he's crying like a baby over a problem that he can't fix. He's basically backed into a corner. Now, this isn't the first time, right? This is a series. He called Brian Armstrong full of shit in Davos last year. Then Brian Armstrong famously killed the Clarity Act earlier this year by saying that he was not happy with the stablecoin compromise, and then we ended up with the stablecoin compromise. So if this was a series of things happening, according to Brian Armstrong, who posted this very meme, this is the series. It's heated rivalry. Jamie Dimon came after him, and then Brian Armstrong posted this, and I'm not sure if Brian Armstrong knows what the show Heated Rivalry is actually about. Look it up. Look it up, because I think he thinks they're going to fight for it in the show. So, listen, this is developing, right? We all know that if this doesn't happen by July 4th, the Clarity Act is dead, and that would actually be probably a massive win for the crypto industry on the stablecoin side, and a massive loss for the crypto industry on all the other things that we need to see from the Clarity Act. Now, on 5/27, just a few days ago, we had this truth from Donald Trump that I showed you that brings us into the next story. Gary Gensler and the anti-crypto army nearly destroyed the American crypto industry by driving Bitcoin, crypto, perpetuals, and innovation offshore. Now, when I read that to you last week, I said crypto perpetuals, oddly specific. Well, now we know why, because he was telegraphing it right ahead. Here you go, CFTC approves Bitcoin perpetual futures trading in United States at Coinbase Kalshi. So Wall Street Journal somewhat got that wrong. So what they did is they actually approved them on Kalshi. That is factually true. But for Coinbase, the CFTC issued a no-action letter allowing U.S. customers to access Deribit perpetual futures offshore. So now it's semantics, but if we're just being very specific about how this happened, Kalshi actually got the direct approval. Coinbase got a CFTC no-action letter that, through a loophole, allows them to do it. If you remember, they bought Deribit, I believe, last year. It was at the time the biggest acquisition in crypto history. Deribit was the largest futures and options exchange in crypto, which was not accessible to United States users. Now, there might be something to this nuance, and what might be to this nuance is that one Donald Trump Jr. sits on the board of one Kalshi. I'm not saying it's coincidence. answer from the president telling you exactly what's going to happen, and Michael Sealy is the only commissioner in CFTC right now. Every other seat is vacant. They basically approved this, give the no action letter so that Coinbase gets their little taste too. And you now have perpetual futures going live in the United States of America. And for those who don't know what they are, they're basically futures contracts that happen in real time. So if most of the market is on one side, that side pays a small percentage to take the position. So every 8 hours, the funding rate changes. Now that you're paying to be long or you're paying to be short, like how the market is positioned, and then liquidate can happen in real time. There's no futures date on it. These were created by Bitmain. It's a very crypto native thing. It's coming to every single market near you. Now we've got to say, if the Jamie Dimon story is not the biggest of the year, it's Bitcoin sellers, and we have one Bitcoin seller that's causing a lot of people to scratch their heads. Michael Saylor's strategy sells 32 Bitcoin for 2.5 million for the first time since 2022. Now, you know I love a good Spaceball meme. I've showed you repeatedly Michael Saylor as Mega Made sucking up all the Bitcoin from the earth, which is like the air in Judea. Well, in the words of Spaceballs, it's Mega Made. She's gone from suck to below. Yes. Okay. We've had actually a gift where it was actively blowing, but I think on stage. But listen, Michael Saylor very transparently told everybody in the last strategy earnings call that they were going to sell some Bitcoin to inoculate the market, right? You remember that? Well, 32 Bitcoin for $2.5 million is about the smallest sale you could possibly imagine for a slight inoculation of the market. I've broken this down for you a number of times. STRC, which is his perpetual, which is his, security, is backed by Bitcoin, held by MicroStrategy. The SEC certainly needs to see that if it's going to be marketed as backed by Bitcoin, that he's willing to sell some of that Bitcoin to fund those dividends. That's exactly why they said they sold this. I would, if I was a betting man, say that by next week we will see Michael Saylor buying Bitcoin massively again, and this will be a rounding area. I think they're just showing the regulators and the market that they are willing to sell. But listen, there is the flip side where he said he would never sell his Bitcoin. I've showed you the tweets where he said sell activity but never sell your Bitcoin, right? Turns out that he has strong opinions loosely held, and when the market and the reality caught up, he's doing exactly what he needs to do to keep the bit back that I just showed you going. But it's part of a broader story, because even though he's a small seller, we've had some very big sellers in the market. Like this one I told you about last week. Massive 1.26 billion sale of BlackRock's IBIT was likely a rapid exit by a large investor. So I told you about this last week. We were trying to unpack the fact that there were actually very few redemptions. So we had the huge sale, we didn't have the outflows to align with it, which was really the big story. We started to get those outflows over the next few days. But what I think is more interesting about this story is that we now know that they sold at a discount. So basically unloaded a bunch of Bitcoin at a 2 or 3% discount. So we're willing to take, a $20+ million hit on that sale just to get out. So you have to be wondering who it is that was willing to sell that much. And in filings, there's nobody who recently filed at any time that we can that filed holding that much IBIT. So we really don't know. And of course, the other seller in the market being retail or institutions or wherever we believe is holding the ETFs. We have 10 consecutive days of outflows on the Bitcoin spot ETFs. That is a record 2.97 billion drained. It's the most we've seen in general, the most we've seen for a street. So you gotta think that Bitcoin's actually doing relatively well when you have this many massive sellers in the market. I find it actually relatively impressive price.
Okay, B and C pivots starting to show up. Okay, stocks moving from the high of the day. Okay, futures. Let's see if they fixed the issue with Trace. 1 p.m. Okay, 1 p.m. Okay, Trace. Here we go with Trace. Our hedge flows are exactly what I would expect after 9 weeks up. This is starting week number 10. We have a doji. If we look at the up-down volume, it's probably 1-to-1. Up-down volume is probably 1-to-1. Yes, it's 1-to-1. So that tells you right there. All right, it just disappeared again. So they're having issues with caching on the trace. So hedge flows, S&P, you see it dropped off there. SoFi drifting from the high. SoFi. Tesla turning back down a bit. Tesla, Apple, Microsoft, everything's kind of taking a break at the moment. Just understand what time of day it is, and it's not unusual to see ABCD patterns where you see a high and then we back off a little bit, create a B pivot, and then a higher low, a C, and then follow through by the end of the day. We just want to make sure our stochastic is rising. If we're trading something like, rain's coming down. If we're trading something like Shopify, for example, make sure your stochastics is rising. This is telling you to look for closes in the upper half of the daily range. Why is that important, Vinny? Because when stochastics is rising and price action is bullish, that tells you don't buy the high, buy the dips. Okay, so if you buy the dip, most likely, because stochastics is rising, it's telling you that most likely prices are going to close in the upper half of the daily range. So if you buy the dip, what's happening? It's moving higher. And if you look at the ATR, you can see that it averages about $5.70 per day. Okay, so it starts off the day at a low of 119. It's currently trading at 123. All right, so $4 up 450. Okay, it's got an ATR of a little over 5. So you don't want to buy the high of the day when the ATR is 5 and you're up $4.48. What you want to do is wait, because stochastics is telling you buy the dip. Look for prices to close in the upper half of the daily range. So if you bought down here, you really don't have anything to worry about. It could pull back a little bit, but most likely we're going to close in the upper half of the daily range. So buying the dip is good here.
It was basically just remove some of the worry around this software segment. I think you're seeing a broad
Now, all things considered, each week that goes by and we continue to see stochastics rising and we're buying the dip, expecting prices to move to the upper half of the daily range. Each week that goes by, we're in week 10 now. So I don't know. You have to go back to 2023 to see 10 weeks in a row. Actually, you have to go back earlier than that, because 9 weeks is the top, I think. 9 weeks before a pullback. Let's see here. Let me go. Not that it matters. Right now, I'm just watching price action. All right, so you have to go back over here to 2022. Okay. Okay, right here. The end of 2023. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Week 10 was a pullback. But notice that it was above the 10 EMA, and the next week we bounced. We went again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Took a break. 1, 2, 3. Took 2 weeks. Another 2 weeks, and then we pulled back and consolidated. So it's at 9, 15, about 20 weeks. 20 weeks on this rally right here from October of 23. So you have to go all the way back there to see any kind of thing, any kind of rally to this magnitude. You could also equate it to the April of the previous year. Remember April of 2025? April of 25, we talked about this, the reversal, the push higher, the move back above the 10 EMA. We got back to the previous high, and everybody was looking for the markets to roll over in a second, a double top. Didn't happen. We just kept going. So what does this experience right here tell you? As long as we're above the 10 EMA, we're cool. All right. So on the weekly, what you could do is you could add another EMA here. You could add like I don't know, 5 EMA. Let's add a 5 EMA. That'll equate to what? 5 EMA. Doesn't matter. The 5 EMA could be a little bit closer. That could be your trigger to take profits. See, a 5 EMA is going to catch up. Or you could use 7,500. If we drop below 7,500, we know that negative gamma is going to kick in. How do we know that? We can see if we go to spot gamma and we go over here under the indices, all right, we can see that, see where this flips? Okay, this is right here. It's 7,550, 7,500. See how this, everything is, oh, you don't see it. See how everything is below the zero line back here, below 7,500? This gets very negative. So we want to stay above 7,550, basically, 7,500. SPX. Okay, we're pulling back right now. We want to stay above 7,550, more or less. So you can see right here, 7,550. This flips from positive gamma, all this positive gamma, to negative gamma being dominant below 7,550. All right, so that's one thing we will look at. We look at this too. Okay, here's 7,400. Here's 7,500. So gamma starts to get really negative, and we get more trades down below 7,500. 7,700. Okay. So we want to stay above 7,500, 7,550 intraday. We want to stay above 7,550 intraday. For the week, we definitely want to stay above 7,500. And if we can do that, we don't have to worry about this moving average. You could do something shorter, like a 3-week moving average, or just use 7,550, 7,500 as your stop. If we start to lose 7,500, I would be hedging more. Okay, so the VIX will start to move. If we start to pull back towards 7,500, VIX is going to start moving more. I currently have the July 22 calls, just a hedge. I don't care if it blows up and goes to zero. That means that all of my long positions are going to keep moving higher. So also have some SPY puts that expire this Friday. I have SPY puts and I have SPY calls. Okay, so I have a strangle. I took the SPY puts first. The 750s, I have the 760 call. Let me just go check on that right now. Let's see what that looks like. Need a bounce here. SPY calls. I took that strangle because it looked, the markets were very strong last week, coming into this week. So 9 weeks up. I took the puts because I knew there was a possibility with core 1M down below 8 that there was a possibility we could pull back. But it felt like it was about the same. So taking a triangle made sense. Okay. Calls. All right, so I have a Friday strangle, 750 put, 760 call.
Architecture that Intel kind of started out, and AMD's been taking market share, is the demand side of this. And now all these partnerships that they have, including with Microsoft, Senshin Wong said he's going to come out, and they're basically coming out and reinventing.
NVIDIA turning back up again. Watch NVIDIA here. Okay, a lot of people were bearish on NVIDIA last week after earnings, and we rolled right back up. Let's look at the 60-minute. Where is NVIDIA? It's above the 60-minute 20 EMA. 10 EMA is there for a trigger signal. 20 EMA is the green line. As long as we're above the 20 EMA, we want to think long. So anytime we pull back, dollar would tell you he'll be buying dips and selling rips. Like over here back in May. Last time we moved above the 20 EMA, the stock was trading right around 200. It ran up 36 points in the following couple of weeks. So that's your potential right there. Maybe we run up another 30 points.
CPU prices have rallied so significantly over the past 6 to 9 months or so. So this makes complete sense. They're going to use that ARM architecture. We talked about that before. That's going to help that company. But yeah, this is just another step in the evolution of what just. Do I think that we have this is like a transformational technology, and the quicker that we can actually build and scale it, I think it's going to be better for all of you. What I'm saying is,
Oracle CEO on data center boom.
or this person, that country or that country. What I know is that if we actually go out and build things like we're building here at CP, I'm very confident the American life will get better for America. You are confident. I am. By the way, because as you know, there's a great deal of backlash, not just against data centers, but against AI in general. We all saw some of the commencement speeches, for example, where notable speakers were booed by graduates. We're not making this up at this point, that there are a lot of people very concerned. Yeah, I think that anytime you have a transformational technology, I think people are worried. I think times of great change, it's very easy to be fearful. And I don't have all the answers, but what I do know is that I spent my entire life, my entire career as a technologist focused on the firm belief, and I've seen it play out time and time again, that we build great new technologies and then we use them responsibly, and it's a huge benefit to our people. I don't see any reason this technology is going to by the way, it's not up another 8% today. It was up 10% on Friday. It's all your great leadership. Something that I was given wise advice by Sam for one time. Yes, never take responsibility for good news unless you want to take responsibility for good news. What I can say is I think that Oracle is doing incredibly well, and I think that this space. Yeah, I do wonder because it was up in part because of that incredible quarter we got from Dell. It was sort of all further around that, obviously, insatiable demand part of the talk. But there are some questions about compute and how much of it is being used by corporate America and how much of it is being used for a productive end. What are you seeing from your client base, given suddenly people are saying, wait, what's my compute bill this month? How did it get to that number? And who's using all this for what? Sure. Well, I can even talk. I have insights to our customers, but even just Oracle ourselves, I think that with the advancements that have been made in coding applications in terms of models and how they can help accelerate software creation, it's unlike anything I've ever experienced, right? I started programming really before the internet. I got to go through how the internet and open source changed technology. I got to go live through kind of the cloud transition. Nothing has changed the way you write software the way that AI might. And it's incredibly addictive. It's empowering. Yes, it has a cost, but I think that we're learning, all of us, this new technology. We weren't doing this way a year ago, and the demand is really, really high. And we see that ourselves in Oracle across our application portfolio, as well as the way we use software, these agents to kind of write all of our software. But we see it for our customers as well, as embedded into things like our healthcare applications and fusion applications. The demand is, I would say, still continues to outpace supply. And do you think your customer base understands the efficiencies, the productivity they are getting from it? Do they have a good read on all of that? Or is that kind of yet to come? Some news later that needs to be added. Well, I think it's actually it's less inventive. So if take for example software development. If you take the actual process of writing the code, you shrink it down even to zero. You have a lot of processes. How do you test the code? How do you do release management? How do you deploy it? So part of what's actually happening across all of these enterprises is you're having to re-engineer your entire processes.
NVIDIA looking good. NVIDIA.
And so right now, I think we're in a phase where we're taking one.
NVIDIA is about to break out here. Watch NVIDIA. S&P turning back up. NVIDIA. NVIDIA is on the move. Big day on NVIDIA. Dollar, you in this? You probably are, right? NVIDIA.
Doing inference and training workloads. I mean, things are moving so quickly. What are we going to be talking about in a year and a half in terms of what this is going to be processing? If I
if I knew exactly that answer, I probably would be doing. When you go do a startup, we do that instead. Sure. Right. Look, I think
Okay.
that clearly seen product market fit.
NVIDIA. Wow. NVIDIA is ripping here.
I think that we're going to see more and more specialized models that actually create more and more use cases. Like we spend a lot of time in Oracle here. I think there's a lot that's going to come out as we get this flywheel going. It really transforms multiple.
GHL may rest in 10 seconds.
I look within my organizations. It's not just my programmers that are using this technology. The way in which we do finance, the way in which we do accounting, HR, it's all changing. I wish I could tell you I know like what we're going to be discussing 18 months from now. What I do know is it's going to be very fast.
AIM may rest in 10 seconds.
Finally, on that, Oracle is known still, I mean, in many ways, as an enterprise software company. Obviously, we're also this, yes. And there has been thought that there's been a risk to your overall business as a result of being part of sort of that SaaS apocalypse, so to speak. From your vantage point, sort of running the infrastructure, is there a real risk? Do you see it in Oracle in terms of at least the next generation of enterprise software kind of getting built on an entirely different stack?
I think there's a risk if you're not using technology to make your products better, right? The good thing is that at Oracle, our customer base and our existing technology are not a liability, they're an asset, right? So we have customer relationships. We actually understand their needs, and we actually have huge install base in terms of technology. The fact that we can use AI and then go in, revolutionize how we're delivering those applications, and then deliver it to those customers very quickly, that's actually an advantage. Right? If someone said, hey, would you rather be starting a new SaaS business from scratch, or would you rather be starting with one of the world's most comprehensive SaaS portfolios? To me, it's a very simple answer. Yes, I'd rather start with the customers and relationships and huge technology advantage. But you cannot wait, right? The reality is that you can't keep doing what you were doing before. You have to be developing applications.
TGHL. All right.
INOD.
We'll be waiting on this for the next, I guess. How much of your time do you spend on these phenomenal projects? It's a hugely important part of my job.
Okay, NVIDIA. Let me take some profits in NVIDIA. That was a nice little move. NVIDIA.
The actual design and build processing, working with our partners. It's a lot of my time. But honestly, it's what could be more fun than doing this? We're at the forefront, okay, all right. Clay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you taking time. Clay McGurk, of course, co-CEO of Oracle, right here from Saline Township, Michigan. Back to you, Leslie.
Amazing, David. Great interview. And it was his first one-on-one that we have seen on CNBC. Appreciate it, David. So what I heard from that conversation was there is an insatiable amount of demand. They're moving quickly, but nothing is quick enough to kind of meet that demand. They're making productivity gains, but there's just this kind of unique environment.
All right, Shopify. SHOP, Shopify. 125, 130 call spread. Okay, that's working okay.
Well, they'll be reporting earnings on June 11th, I believe. They reported in the second
ATGL halted to the upside.
NVIDIA.
Today was
Okay.
something that we heard back in March. I think the story will be a good one again in June. I think it's a different environment, though, today than it was in March, because after Oracle reported earnings in March, the stock kind of slowly eroded some of the gains from earnings. Sentiment has clearly improved, and I think one of the reasons that sentiment...
All right, AMPX. Who mentioned AMPX? Somebody mentioned AMPX. Ampius Technologies. Was it Frano? I'm not sure. AMPX.
The sentiment improves in the software industry, but the approval to move higher and appreciate really came from the bond market. There was a significant amount of AI debt offering, and maybe surprisingly, the demand was remarkably strong, and the demand was not specifically centered to the U.S. We saw really strong demand overseas for a lot of that AI debt paper. So the offerings went remarkably well, in particular for investment-grade paper. And I think Oracle has benefited from that fixed income positive sentiment now being pushed and reflected into the equity itself.
Yeah, that overhang was certainly a big one for the stock for a very long time. Jason, what do you make in terms of those comments about just international competition and how he's thinking about China, that stood out to me as he's like, we're internally focused. We've got a big job to do. Essentially, we don't really focus much on the competition. And David, this being seen as kind of a national security issue. How are you positioned here?
100%. I think that's a big deal. And one other piece I wanted to add to what Joe just said on the debt raise. Since the debt raise, they have done $29 billion of contracts since then. And I think part of that story is this new platform strategy, bring your own hardware, upfront payments, which I think has risen the stock. I think the other story, and to Joe's point, I think this sentiment has completely shifted on the software, the entire software space. This RPO number, right? The staggering $550 billion number, and can they execute? I think that story has quieted down. I think the capacity and ability to...
Okay, Oracle looking good. Oracle. All right, nice move here. Bollinger Bands expanding. TTM squeeze triggering. Also been adding ORCX shares. NXC. Nike. SPY. All right, SPY. Back up to the high SPY.
Yeah, of course, the visuals of seeing it in person too is amazing. We do have another big exclusive interview coming up at 2 Eastern. David Faber will be speaking with OpenAI CEO Sam Altman. That is one you are not going to want to miss, especially in light of the news we saw earlier this hour about Anthropic confidentially filing its S1 as that race continues. Coming up, Berkshire Hathaway's new deal that's pushing home builders higher, plus our top calls of the day. Halftime will be right back.
Zscaler. 150, 160. Gonna have to take these off pretty soon. 150, 160. Okay, Microsoft turning up. Microsoft looking good. All right, Microsoft. Nice turn. Microsoft. Microsoft. 60-minute looks good. Extended. NVIDIA looking really good. NVIDIA looking really good. 60-minute 20 MA up and to the right. So last time we had this kind of run up was back on the 6th. We moved back above the 20 MA. And the stock went from 200 to 236. 236.50 looks good. So can we get 30 bucks out of this? 250. All right, looks good. NVIDIA at the highs.
AIM. AXTI.
Okay, NVIDIA back up to the highs. Just got rejected. Okay. Snowflake. Looking for BNC pivots, looking for prices to move higher into the close. Okay, Oracle continuation. Oracle looking good.
CNBC News Update. Florida sued OpenAI and CEO Sam Altman, alleging the company knowingly released an unsafe product and ignored warnings that it could harm users. The lawsuit says OpenAI allowed ChatGPT to aid and abet mass shooters, encourage people to take their own lives, and degrade users' critical thinking skills. Sam Altman will join David Faber at 2:15 Eastern Time on Power Lunch. 5 people were killed after an explosion and fire on a South Korean rocket propellant production line. Officials said the blast appeared to occur while water was being used to clean explosive material from tools making the propellant. The deceased were all workers at the plant. And a United Airlines plane bound for Spain from Newark's Liberty International Airport turned around mid-flight on Saturday night due to a possible security threat. According to air traffic control.
All right, Netflix is trying to turn here. Netflix. Let's see what Netflix is looking like. Oracle's at the high. Netflix turning the corner. For day traders, if you're interested, take a look at the 1 minute chart. If it's set up, RSI would be oversold on the 1 minute. Oversold, starting to make higher highs, higher lows. Still needs to get back above 90. Actually needs to get above the 50-day. If it gets above the 50-day, we might have some 92, 93, something like that. Microsoft above the 50 and the 200-day. Bollinger Band's expanding rapidly. Got a lot of big trades on Microsoft. Okay, give me a sec. I'll be right back.
He's the guy that I picked out 4 years ago as one to be that franchise changing driver. He's done it. He's proved it. And he got paid accordingly.
How long do these deals last? Is it the same as baseball? It's like 6 to 8 years.
It just kind of depends. It's a little bit more short term than that. I think some drivers are on 1 year deals, just 1 year. Just like any NBA players or whatever. It just depends on where you're at in the series. And some deals can go as long as 4 to 6 years. So it just depends on where the team is financially and how much they believe in the driver.
GMC is your connection to the new vehicle you've been looking for. Once when you shop with us, you're buying backed by Beach with transparent pricing, uncompromised customer service, and our $1,000 low price guarantee. Will beat any other dealer's price or give you $1,000. Whether you're in the market for a sleek sedan, versatile SUV, or powerful truck, our massive selection and smooth buying process make it easy to find the vehicle that fits your needs and budget. Come see us at Beach Buick GMC or shop online at beachbuickgmc.com.
I got 2 words for you. Loyalty program. Snag this hotel for $250 a night.
You didn't check Trivago? I got it for $155. Yo, Benny, this guy didn't check Trivago. Oh, you have to check Trivago. Look, on Trivago, you can compare prices from multiple different sites and loyalty programs and prices from hotel websites. Same hotel, $100 less. 2 words. Check Trivago. Benny.
At Trivago, compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel. Trivago. I play this game for less than 10 minutes a day and have already earned $62.30. The bonus for this game is $200. You can withdraw your bonus to your account at any time if you don't believe it. Take a minute to download and try it. After downloading, you may receive a cash reward of $300 withdrawn directly to your account. No ads, no need to invite friends, no withdrawal limit. Uninstall the game directly. If the bonus is not in the account, if successful, that's already game for free.
Hi guys, you have a chance to win up to $6,000 or more inside a casino. Anyone can do it as long as you have phone and Wi-Fi. This game is free to download.
Okay, Intel looks like it wants to make a higher high. Nvidia's at the high of the day right now. A little rejection. Palantir looks like it wants to keep going. Can somebody explain to me these games that they keep advertising? Everybody wins real cash. Who does everybody win? And who pays for the winners? I don't understand. They keep advertising these stupid games. All right.
Rendering, a bunch of other things. Now, part of my normal workflow has, a variety of other high-level tools. A lot of that initial understanding and experience came from just dipping my toes in with Autodesk and people
NVIDIA. Netflix pushing a little bit higher. Netflix. Futures. SPY. Let's see what the S&P looks like. S&P. Our Netflix is pushing a bit higher. Netflix, S&P. 1-to-1 up, down volume.
Do you want to add more drivers to your team? Well, we got 4 really good drivers right now. We've got some young guys like Corey Klein that are development drivers that I personally believe.
Oracle, AAOI, AAOI turning back up.
To bring these guys in and train them and get them used to racing at the top level. So I feel very confident with what we got and where we're heading towards the future. So the pathway towards the top for 2011 is a very clear path.
Would you do your, I don't even know if you do this, would you do your final season under your own brand?
It's possible. I would have to race open, which probably which means I would have to race an unchartered car, which means it's an extra franchise that doesn't count as a franchise. So we're looking at only having 4 cars on the racetrack that are part of the NASCAR pay structure.
Netflix. We're going to do something here, Netflix. What are you going to do? Netflix. Let me take a look here. Palantir, Salesforce. Let's see what CRM looks like. CRM at the moment. CRM looked pretty good last week, right? CRM. Last week we saw this CRM like it was going to take off. Moved above the 50-day. For some of you, if you did take CRM, this looks like it's going to start moving. Currently, CRM, vol versus OI and capital velocity is up 8.47%, rebounding violently after a volatile multi-week consolidation. Previously, we saw that on Friday. Option trade size on near-term expirations is vastly outpacing existing open interest, showcasing massive new positioning, trying to catch the bottoming process. Okay, CRM, yeah, looks good. CRM. Okay, let's look at CRM. Intraday looks good. CRM still going. It's up there at the high. Did we break out again? CRM. I got September calls. How are those doing? September calls, CRM. CRM.
I try to lead by example because I've been part of an organization where this is a family organization in Prevails Racing. All they do.
Okay, CRM. I've had this since March. And if you recall, back in January, February, really, when we hit February, what were we talking about? We were talking about the war or the conflict in Iran, and we were taking options that we had at the time, and we were rolling those out. Remember that conversation? We felt like we needed more time, so I was rolling things out to June and July at that time, about 6 months out. And I did eventually roll out CRM to September. Okay, this looks really good. CRM. I got the 2:30 call. It's a little out of the money right now, but is flashing green today on this reversal. Big gap up. So back in February, when we were buying this, it was basing. It did eventually move it a little bit lower, but we were buying August and September calls. That looks really good. If you're still in this, you should be green by now. CRM. Looking at the 60-minute CRM, a little extended, could come back in a little bit this week. These are the kind of positions I'm talking about that, the difference between having something with an option that's expiring in September versus the next couple of weeks. If this was an option that I was holding and it expired in the next couple of weeks, I'd be rolling out. I would definitely be rolling out. I'd be concerned that if the markets do pull back after a 10th week higher during this 10th week with Core 1M where it is below 8, junk bonds gapping down, advanced decline percent regressing, the number of stocks above the 20, the 50, and the 200-day all pulling back. Everything is showing us there's a heightened risk. If I own short-term options on CRM, I'd be taking profits into strength, reducing my exposure, and taking some of it and rolling out to where I am, at least September, maybe. That looks really good. Looks really good. Okay, so that's CRM. What else is working? ARM Holdings, that left me behind. ARM. A couple of months ago, I was talking about ARM Holdings right here as it was breaking out. I took profits into strength as it took off to the upside, thinking at the time we were up what, 7 weeks? We were up 7 weeks, and I thought, okay, the market's going to pull back, so I'm going to take some profits off some of these positions like ARM Holdings. That was at 250. And I remember thinking to myself that this is probably going to be another $1,000 stock. Here it is at 400. All right, so almost double where I sold it from. Those things happen. Micron, I was thinking it was going to do something like a Micron where it broke out of this base at 400 and so 400 and change. I sold it at like 540. This winds up going another 500 points, almost 400 points. These stocks are getting so ridiculous. And if you look at the options, if you look at where these things are, they're super expensive. Okay, so the calls, you're paying up for these calls. If you buy a call and you're paying $10 for it and the market hiccups, we get a little shock to the system and Core 1M shoots back up and the industry start to pull back. All of these options that you paid, very high premiums for, I'm just using 10 as an example. These will lose $2-3 in premium very quickly because they're so expensive. So you don't want to be if you're going to buy calls up here, you got to be buying call spreads, right? I have a call spread on Microsoft. There's a few trades out there out in, was it August or September that are going off? August, the 500 calls are very active for Microsoft.
I think that they've taken excellence and now they're just feeding off it. And so I think that a lot of things, two things can happen. When you find success,
34,000 contracts have traded against 10,000 in open interest, so 3 times normal for Microsoft, and that's out in August. So okay, let me get Brent queued up here so when he starts talking, he can take the show for a few.
Sponsorship dynamic. The only comparison I can really make to is, look at the McLaren team in F1. Now they have sponsors for golf bags. I mean, there's just everywhere I look, there's something McLaren orange all over the place. Like, how's all this winning changed your team?
well, what I actually learned from all the things that I've learned from Joe Gibbs is that back when I started this race team, the first thing he says is, "You're crazy. This is a terrible business to be starting." He said, "But one thing I can certainly tell you is that winning fixes everything, and especially on the commercial side, right?" And so when you go out there and you're as dominant as Tyler Reddick has been, certainly on the commercial side, you have companies that now want to be associated with it. We're proud to say that Tyler Reddick, he just announced his Rockstar Energy deal with the Celsius brand.
it's really going well on that front, and it's because of the winning, and certainly being associated with Jordan's brand and my brand is all an added bonus to it. But just nothing beats a company tying themselves to a driver that they know is going to go out there and give them the proper exposure and represent them the right way.
There's a big change in the C-suite at NASCAR. You have Jim France stepping down, Steve O'Donnell taking the helm. Like, how will that change?
Snowflake turning back up. Intel looks like a bounce. Higher low on Intel. Same thing with NVIDIA. Looks like it wants to go. ARM Holdings, Palantir. All these stocks looking strong. Gosh, all I can do is day trade these for now. Oracle, that has earnings coming up. Oracle has earnings coming up. Oracle. Okay, so Oracle has earnings on the 15th. Okay. So we got 2 weeks to go. 2 weeks for Oracle. Can we get an earnings run and push this up through the 50% retracement through it?
I think the commercial side of it, yes. I certainly feel as though when I go to F1 races, the minute you get to the airport, you know there's an F1 race there. You know it. Every gas station you stop at, every convenience store, there's some sort of activation going on in the town. NASCAR races, it's not as predominant. I think that's one place certainly we can improve is the activation within the town.
Oh, you know what I wanted to check is EWC, the Canada ETF, EWC. Okay, it hasn't broken out yet. I posted a chart over the weekend, volatility contraction pattern. Once this is ready to go, EWC, we can get Canada to break out. 59 would be the breakout level. Watch Canada, EWC. Okay, so you can see a volatility contraction pattern. The first dip starts to set the stage. You get this pullback of about 10%, 11%. Back up to the highs, draw a straight line across those pivots. The next dip is much less than the previous dip, and the subsequent dips are less than the previous dips. Basically, a ascending triangle pattern. This is one of Minervini's favorites, as well as Dan Zanger. Okay, Dan Zanger and Mark Minervini. Looking for a follow through. This breaks out. People won't be paying attention to it, I guess. EWC. Let me just get a small position here. EWC. EWC. Just sitting here.
I mean, you're sustaining heavy G forces, lots of calorie burn, the heat, and so the double essentially that happens in one day. So doing 500 typically is run right around 12 o'clock in the afternoon.
EWC.
3 or 4 hours. You then have the Coca-Cola 600 that goes on in Charlotte. So you have to then fly an hour. You barely get there in time.
January.
But then you can run the 600-mile race. That's the race.
Lots of open interest, but nobody trading it. No volume. All right, so much for that. Intel turning back up. Intel, AAOC, big bullish engulfing pattern on EEOC, engulfing nearly 2 weeks worth of action.
I just noticed really in this off season, gosh, it started bothering me again, and I had it rechecked, and they're like, it never healed. It's torn just the same as it was 2 years ago. So now I'm gonna have to go through that all over again this off season. Not ideal, but I'm just doing everything I can during the week to kind of not do things that will aggravate it. That way I can use up the strength that I do have in it on Sunday.
Danny, thank you for everything you do for the Auto brand. The whole team loves you, man. Good to see you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, that's it. The latest episode of Power Players with Brian Sozzi. Thank you so much.
Beach View at GMC is your connection to the new vehicle you've been looking for. Plus, when you shop with us, you're buying backed by Beach with transparent pricing, uncompromised customer service, and our $1,000 low price guarantee. We'll beat any other dealer's price or give you $1,000. Whether you're in the market for a sleek sedan, versatile SUV, or powerful truck, our massive selection and smooth buying process make it easy to find the vehicle that fits your needs and budget. Come see us at Beachview at GMC or shop online at beachview@gmc.com. Also, guest flow studio. Take your storytellers.
Okay, let me get Brett up in here. Let's see.
Everyone speaks. Integrated difference. The software already used. Irritable. Irreversible. Controllable. Making your story unstoppable. Autodesk Flow Studio.
FLNC.
Tap tap, match up, skills on fire. These are your bright lights. Could win big if you play right. Tap tap, match up, watch your score climb higher. Watch my game.
All right. NVIDIA's about to break out. Here. Watch NVIDIA. AAOI engulfing pattern. AAOI. Look at the engulfing. Nearly engulfing 2 weeks worth of price action. A little bit higher if we take out 195 and engulf 2 weeks worth of price action. That's pretty amazing. Okay, some of the other names in the group, GLW. Some of the other names in the group, GLW. Not quite there. And LITE, optical, the optical connectors, fiber optic connectors, connectivity, LITE, AAOI, GLW, Corning. Okay, NVIDIA looks like it wants to go, though. NVIDIA is up at the high again. Okay, I need longer-term options on NVIDIA. I need this to pull back a little bit, actually. If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's 1 p.m. on the East Coast, the best coast, the coast with the most. I am looking at Monday, June 1st, 1 p.m. Waiting for Brent to come on and take the mic. Peter Thiel moving to Argentina. That's so funny.
Good morning and welcome back to the week. Google's launching a new product. It has nothing to do with AI, but still contains plenty of buzz. The company is seeking approval from the EPA to release 32 million specially treated mosquitoes in California and
Amazon's still at the low, looking for Google to turn the corner.
It's a part of Google's Debug initiative, which was created over a decade ago to reduce populations of disease-carrying mosquitoes. The EPA will collect public comments through June 5th before deciding whether to grant an experimental use permit. So imagine you're at a party and you tell someone you work at Google and they're like, oh, so YouTube, Gmail? And you're like, no, I'm on the team that's releasing 32 million mosquitoes.
Did you hear about this? Google has been releasing these mosquitoes around different countries or whatever. And it's they're designed genetically to kill the other mosquitoes that, spread disease, whatever. It's pretty cool.
So the males don't bite. So who the toxic ones? All right, now a word from our sponsor, Sage. Toby, you smell something.
It's safe. I've heard a bunch because there are
All right, Palantir looks like it wants to break out as well. All right, so NVIDIA not breaking out. Here's Palantir, PLTR, consolidating up here at the high. Palantir, it's right below the 200-day moving average. It tagged the 200-day. Palantir is about to bust a move here. If it runs through 161.75 or so, it's going to probably got a lot of stops up here. Palantir. I mean, just a couple of weeks ago, we were down in the 129 handle, right? 128. So we've made a lot of progress with Palantir since earnings a couple of weeks ago. There's Palantir.
It's the exact type of movie that you might be seeing more of soon. It had a small production cost of just $10 million. Culturally fresh. It had a small production budget of just $10 million. Culturally fresh IP and a built-in audience familiar with both its liminal space source material and the prior works of its prolific YouTuber turned director. Obsession is the other creator-led movie that is flipping the box office on its head. Curry Barker is a 26-year-old YouTuber who mostly made comedy.
Okay, here goes Palantir. It's about to break out. Palantir is about to break out. Palantir showing breakout.
Already earned $74 million domestically on just a $750,000 budget, and its box office hauls are only growing. According to the Hollywood Reporter, it's the first film since E.T. in 1982 outside of the holidays to grow in both its second and third weekends after bringing in $26 million this past year. Obsession in bathrooms fall on the heels of Iron Lung, another indie horror movie from a YouTuber named Markiplier that brought in $50 million domestically on a self-funded $3 million budget. Hollywood has been stuck in a rut for the last 2 decades.
Okay, you're looking at Path, P-A-T-H. P-A-T-H. Yeah, it looks pretty good, Joel. Unipath. Okay, looks good.
This was a historic weekend at the box office. People will be talking about this one for many years to come. Here are a couple of other milestones that were reached. Kate Parsons is the youngest director by far to have a #1 film at the box office. He is 20 years old. What are you doing at age 20? Probably watching movies. Right. The biggest record was held by a 27-year-old Josh Trank in 2012. The $81 million opening for bathrooms was bigger than the Devil's
Recording in progress.
Which was inescapable with that marketing. It was bigger than the latest Pixar movie.
Alrighty, what's up, everybody? Today is Monday, June 1st, second half of the year already, which is
LITX.
quite second half of the year, but we're approaching.
All right, Brett's going to take over here.
Lauren, Dr. James, and Vinny, what's up? If you have any questions, pop in the Q&A section of the Zoom toolbar, and I will do my best to answer those questions. Rob, what's up? What are we going to talk about today? 10 weeks off, that's right. Bring up the old founder's note and walk through what's happening, because there is a lot of issues. Hi, Michelle. Oh, not Michelle. Michael. There's a Michelle. Usually she's saying what's up too. Michael, so what's up? This is our main risk indicator here of the moment, and the CBOE correlation index. If you've been around spot gamma parts for a while, you know about this thing by now. But what this is basically screaming at us is that single stock calls are just, they're getting bid, right? That vol is going up, and then the index stuff is getting smacked. The vol's getting smacked. And when you have the opposite is when the market crashes because equities get sold. So when do you sell equities? Iran war. Iran says something along the lines of, we're not talking to you anymore, and then they fire some ballistic missiles at you. Or they blew up a ship like in Hormuz. Like when those kinds of things happen and the market sells off, then the equities sell off, and then correlation spikes. Why does correlation spike? Because you sell Apple, you sell Microsoft, you sell Spiders, you sell all your stocks, and you go buy, I don't think you want bonds because bonds are going to go up in this, but you buy long vol or whatever it is. So, I'm tongue in cheek, obviously, because all those things happened today. But the market, still doesn't care right now, and that's fine, and not all that unexpected. It's not all that unexpected from the first, principle of we start today with pretty good sized positive gamma. I mean, if you look at the numbers on this chart, last time I checked, it was roughly $7 billion of positive gamma. So you have to have enough selling to get that overwhelmed, and that's 7 billion per 1%. So every percent down, you get another couple $1 billion that's going to buy that dip. So that's supportive of the market at the moment. And then what about single stocks, as we flagged this morning? This is not as big, depending on where you look in the map, but in this general area, that single stock gamma is adding another, 13, 14, 15 of gamma. So you end up with just this buy the dip function, and unless there's some type of sustained selling pressure or trigger to get people to say, I can't buy these far flinging stocks anymore, I got to sell those because the narrative changed, or people get so scared of the macro standpoint, then you just had this buy the dip, right? So the headlines hit, news is up, or the oil's up 5-6% today. The market doesn't care because that dip is getting bought. I think there's a lot of fatigue. The other thing is there's a lot of risk taking. I mean, IBM in an old video, I think of last week, came out, said Trump really likes IBM. It's up 8% now on that news, right? That is the the risk taking that has to be worn off. Micron up 7% again today. I mean, this just doesn't stop, right? And I'm not here to complain about that. It's just like when we clearly still have this upside risk taking, and if anything, you go, well, oil now is going the other way. Clearly, there's going to be no deal in the near term. So you start to think about what my neighbor, the oil analyst, said last week. Interest rates with the FOMC coming up and all this other stuff. It's not today's problem, though, right? So we're still bulls die hard. And there's the other problem, as we also said last week, and this is not me being Monday morning quarterbacking it. The issue is in this situation when people are buying calls and puts hand over fist, markets, these stocks can keep going up. And so if you jam your entire portfolio short this market right now, well, you can miss some good upside as well as kind of destroy your shorts, right? So this is why you kind of like piece into this thing. And when we did get the official close, it's like, okay, now I'm sort of compelled to add some type of short, position now. And kind of on that point, I think that there's two interesting ones. Goldman came out this morning and said, did they like July or August VIX calls? June is a little too close. You're going to get a lot of decay there if nothing happens. So that, July 20s, I think could be interesting there. And then on the downside, there's an interesting thing happening here because, number one, the Q implied balls actually just keeps going up. And so in this situation, it's screaming sell calls, right? The problem with this, again, as we just outlined, is IV keeps going up as the stocks keep going up. And so the momentum is clearly still with these tech stocks as all the high-flying names continue to be high-flying. And, so that's one side of the equation. But if you're going to give me you always want to consider risk, so the following statement's a little bit ridiculous, but the cleanest expression of shorting this thing would be selling these calls, particularly Qs, because they're just getting so rich, right? That risk reward, you got to factor that in, maybe not be as attractive. But look at the spread between the Qs and spiders. And so the problem here, possibly by buying puts into Qs, is that this is a 60 IV rank, right? So that's telling you that you're paying pretty expensive options. Whereas the spiders have a much lower rank. They're not super low, like they're not. It's not like KRE or IBIT, for example, in terms of the RIV rank. So there's a big dispersion now, or difference between the Qs and the spiders in the way that they're behaving. If you look at correlation and all these other things, correlation in the NDX is already at super all-time lows. So
LITU.
There is a big difference here between those two indices because the tech heavy stuff is getting higher. Now, you can make the argument that the Qs have farther to fall if this unwinds. Okay, but at a minimum here, that means you've got to buy put spreads if you're thinking about shorting or want to add something in. I think spider Q spreads are a fine way to start, but if you're going to trade in the Qs here, you have to go put spread because that AV rink is so high. Selling upside calls, I actually think is a pretty decent move. You know, you're not selling the upside calls in Qs is a lot different from selling the upside calls in like Micron, right? Micron's up 7% again today. You're unlikely to get 7 to 10% up days in the Qs. Maybe that's all it says. I don't know. The other thing about this is then all this energy that's working to the upside, when it comes down, right, it's got to unwind. And if you do crash down, the implied vol of these options is unlikely to really come down that much, right? Now, I think Micron vol will contract a lot, but the QQQ, if we start to crash or have a vol spasm, we're likely just to go this way and see Q sprint over here as opposed to go this way and see Q sprint down here. So, you know, it's 6 and 1. The problem is, though, ultimately, when you're buying options like here, you're buying these puts, market keeps going up. Well, you bought fairly expensive puts based on IV, and then the market keeps going up, so you're getting tagged, you know, with a little bit more. So, you know, going back to the summary, I think selling calls or call spreads maybe, but spider put spreads is kind of like, I think, the starter position here, or maybe like fixed 20 calls for August is what I'm thinking. Not your whole portfolio, not the whole enchilada. Get your toe in, see what happens. If we break the risk off level, which is still another, at the moment, 1% from here, you know, then kind of lean into this thing. But the issue here with the positive gamma situation is that, besides the old refresh, the old spot gamma daily refresh. The issue here with the gamma support is that it just doesn't really erode at all. So here's today, right? $8 billion of positive gamma, 7 billion, 7 billion, 7 billion, you know, out in time here. Maybe after June 5th, you see it start to drop, right? You see a pretty sharp drop after this weekend. So this gamma is set to support the market. Now, if people start to buy puts, okay, that will change the dynamic rather quickly. If you start to see these calls getting sold and that mechanism flip, then maybe some of this can wear off. But for the moment, to the point of just dipping your toe in the water, for the moment, it's not a market that seems positioned to draw down. If we were red, like way down here under 7,300, then you say, okay, there's the possibility that negative gamma kicks in here and the market has low support. Looking at the S&P right here on this chart, I'm looking at this purple line, and you know, this is all positive gamma all around here. So it doesn't seem to flip until about 7,300 at the moment. Now you remove the next expiration, you can see it reduces a little bit here, but for the moment, it still remains a pretty precious amount of positive gamma. Unless we get put buying, market comes down, people buy a little bit puts, the calls decay a little bit, then maybe we can start to see that gamma wear away. But what's going on in the party going up 5%? You know, it's kind of stunning. I mean, all of these names just keep reaching higher, right? And the narrative for all this stuff is the same. You know, it's all cheap based on the future of everything going on. I mean, you know, that NVIDIA comes out, they announce something with ARM, now ARM is up like this, right? But, you know, look, this is all biblical repricing of things, and the numbers are huge that are coming out. And I don't, you know, I think that the rate of change is the issue, and the assumption is that we're all going to continuing on at the same pace. I don't know. I mean, this would be the first time I think in history of bubbles that you have this much repricing this fast, and then it all turns out to be proven true, and you know, we don't unwind anything. So, do you get a DeepSeek moment where a new model comes out? I think new models are coming out and people don't see it yet. You know, NVIDIA launches a new computer that they say is like the iPhone. I don't know. My computer right now is fine. Like, how could it be that much of a change? It's not like, oh, I didn't have a phone before, now I have an iPhone. So I don't know. But what you have to dent is the risk taking. And right now, you know, the risk taking, it just doesn't care, even though this oil's up. And if you remember, I spoke a lot about now they're saying the confusion is unconfirmed. Yeah, Antonio, I was getting around to this because I very mistakenly, and I think a lot of people got this wrong, analysts, I guess, like myself, got this wrong, saying if we get over 115, or I mean, I don't know about anything else. I said over 115, I thought the VIX would go to, 30, 40 very quickly. That theory was tested once, if not twice, I believe, and vol stayed very contained. So the reason that I bring that up, you can see here that they're here the 2 times, right? The reason I bring that up is because the market clearly doesn't care about the 6-7% raise in oil right now, right? The market also didn't care about rates going higher like they have been, right? And we're sustained over, or we're at this 5 level. Bank of America said over 5 is Maginot Line. You better watch out.
You're listening to Brent over at Spot Gamma, taking over the mic for the next 40 minutes or so. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, June the 1st.
I can't disagree with that because the stock goes up a bunch and you know what everyone else is going to do because that's what he said about Intel, right? And so, you don't want to short that stuff, but it takes time to sort of get the narrative to sort of shift and to remove this. You have to go from like full degen risk on to taking that away, and you go, Iran is the easy, obvious situation, but everyone's ignored Iran for so long, and I don't know at what point it matters. In these previous events, it's been things that are strange headlines, right? And I always make the joke because I don't know if a lot of you remember COVID when it was like no one thought it was real, and then Tom Hanks got COVID, and then everyone was like, oh no. So, is that what kind of like, I don't know. I have no idea who could say something similar nowadays. I'm like, no, this is dumb. But it's some weird thing, or China launches a new model, or DeepSeek is better, or it's half the price, or it doesn't need data centers anymore. Or, anything that pops that bubble seems to be a little bit different. Here's the other one that's kind of interesting. I know I'm rambling, not a lot about options today. Gold seems like it's been leading a lot of times this stuff down, and it's kind of interesting because I'm watching when gold seems to chunk down. I keep feeling like that could be the early bird sentiment. And on this point, this Bitcoin thing is ridiculous. I'm looking at Bitcoin market cap. I don't know why I'm looking at that. Bitcoin if you missed it on Friday, and again, I know I'm way off the options path today, but I'll get this one last thing out. It should be stated that I'm somewhat under the weather at the moment, so if I'm rambling and off direction, if you're new here, number one, normally I'm not forced to get you. TGHL. Kevin O was talking about the massive AM call trade on Friday. I gotta go check that one out, Kevin. I didn't see that one. I've been neck deep in options risk code. Maybe that's one. Bitcoin. Besson said on Friday, and I retweeted this thing, that they just stole Iran's crypto. And you kind of like laughed about it as he is like that kind of laugh, and you're like, what? What are you talking about? And he's like, yeah, those log into their accounts, see their crypto gone. You're like, that's crazy. And then MicroStrategy sold some Bitcoin today. So maybe that is the kind of thing where this thing just goes like, oh no, and MicroStrategy starts going, oh no, and you get that crypto losing, and that sort of, this is the only thing I'm saying. Like, I don't know what the trigger is going to be, but I feel like, last time we had the situation, Trump just tweeted something about maybe starting tariffs with China again, and it's just some Trump tweet. No one really pays attention to those things. Yeah, so SJ, the answer to your question is I don't know, and this is why it's like dipping your toe into the water. And there's so much of a reversion that has to take place that I think when we start, we see Micron down 5 to 10% on a day, right? Okay, like this is the moment now. It's starting to get weaker, and that there's so much time to play into that short side that we can afford to sort of like wait till we see the whites of their eyes kind of thing. If that happens, right? I mean, maybe you have 2-3 weeks of this core 1M in the gutter, and it's not until next week when the CPI and the SpaceX and all that stuff come in that maybe something starts to change FOMC and all that. I mean, who knows what War says? Maybe War says, look, rates got to go much higher, and that reverses. I don't know. But at the moment, look, this dip is getting the dip is getting bought. A lot of gamma here at 90, and then you kind of look to the upside. There's no big strike right now to the upside. There's just positive gamma. So why can't we keep rallying into at least 76.20 for right now? I mean, there's no big strike up here at the moment. So Hero looks like it's turning up. Clearly, this trend is your friend at the moment. So I don't see a great reason to be short of S&P for this afternoon for sure. Yeah, positive gamma for a while. So we have two things that are true. The call buying has gone full ridiculous, and that is going to, in my view, break something. Look, the way that it doesn't break things is that we just kind of cool off and trend sideways for a while, and then the call implied balls cool off, and everything could just kind of relax, and we kind of pin and just digest this whole thing. That is another possibility. So if I was going to do a call fly for day, I have to look at the exact numbers, but 7,600, 7,620, 7,640 maybe would be a rough idea that I'd look at. But the problem with it is that there's no really big strike to anchor on, right? There's no 10,000 or 5,000 lot plus. Well, I guess I take that back actually because this is so big. So this is a pretty decent sized gamma bar here at 7620. Oh, for 0DT. Oh, I didn't have 0DT clicked on. You want over $5,000 at least, right, to play a pin. So maybe 7630, this area, I guess. So 7600, 7625, 7650. I don't know what those prices are exactly, but that's the kind of thing I would think about. It's not like a screaming thing that I love at the moment. Data dogs up 12% today. Good gosh, 277. This gamma doesn't seem to run out until maybe into the threes. I mean, you can see how those positions are just layered on there. So three. Where does this thing run out of energy? Right? It seems like it's 300. If you look at the total OI model and you look at these gamma curves, you see one of the gamma curves starting to flatten out. Seems like 300. A lot of raw open interest at that strike. So that's what I would look at as a potential short-term top for these names. I was looking at this Hewlett Packard, and you're like, what? I'm sorry, what? What are you doing now? These are 4 earnings. Earnings are tonight. I mean, this is insane. That is absolutely insane. So if we just go and we look at the ball surface in this thing, I mean, this is. Here's the problem with this. In any other environment, you're like, I have to sell these calls, right? But these stocks keep reacting plus 20% in a way that, I mean, I guess I've seen a few moments in time like this, but this just seems to be at a different level of ridiculousness. So, how do you mine this thing? Well, you sell like a 70 strike call and counter spread, I guess, is probably the only way to think about this, because if you're wrong and the thing goes up another 20%, you don't want to be short calls. So normally, like, call flies would be interesting to me. I mean, you would think that this call skew would come down. Certainly, the ball is going to come in. The overall implied ball is going to come down with Hewlett Packard after earnings. Like, there's no doubt about that. But if the stock is up 20%, you're going to get tagged, right? So and you got to stop selling those calls. So I don't hate call flies in this situation, or even a broken wing call fly, because those don't sting you as much. But I learned my little lesson with AMD there, so I'm just starting to hold back on this. I mean, this stuff makes absolutely no sense to me. Because here's the thing that doesn't make sense. I don't know anything about them. You can't buy calls at 250 implied vol in Hewlett Packard and think you're going to make money. Normally, that means that these stocks will come for sale because those calls will just get so heavy, right? And you just go, this is not. I mean, this is kind of like Avis, and you're just like, what is going on? But it's the moment and the phase that we're in. And so, can AI be a revolution? Yes. Does that mean all these stocks should be 5 baggers in the last month? I don't know about that. But you also don't want to fight it, right? So, counterize Mag 7 on Discord. You got it as soon as we're off this call. A lot of requests for the old counter charts. All right, I got you guys. I'm glad that everyone enjoyed those counter charts. Spot game. My colleagues are on this call. You can hear the people. Hear what they want. Microsoft up 460. There's a big strike right here, 470, and so that to me is the level to watch. But what's interesting is the gamma really reduces to this upside, right? And so you can get in this 470, and then can this thing quickly run up in the 500s? It seems as good of a name as any to run up like it is. And so compare that to like a Google. Google, which can't really seem to catch a bid, has a similar thing where you would think its ability to run into 400 is not bad. Microsoft is a little bit different. Yes, dwindling positive gamma above, but this is all positive gamma, so I don't think people are positioned that same way. Tesla, one that has just been absolutely sucking wind. EBTS. They cannot get up over this hump. It seemed like it found some support here, but now we're on this kind of downside. So maybe at 400, start to think about it, getting back in. But right now, this thing seems like a dead trade. I don't know. It seemed like when they took down the SpaceX IPO forecast a little bit, that seemed to take the wind out of the sail, but just
may resume in less than a minute.
not able to keep with the party. There's a ton of open interest you can see here for NVIDIA at 200, 220, etc. You kind of get over that 220 and this negative gamma builds up into 230, 235. So this seems like it has pretty good legs at the moment as well. Again, this is all true while call prices and a lot of these other names are insane. I mean, how do you buy Micron right now? This thing could be down 20% in a day, and it will only be down to where it was, obviously, last week, right? So if you bought in 2 months ago, 20% is still a lot, right?
S&P popping. S&P is popping here.
What would make you reject a bullish stock and Flow Petroleum look strong? High implied vol would generally be one. So, like, just to give you an example, I have no. I would, if people are like, oh, people are buying Micron calls, I wouldn't buy it right now. Why? Because it's insane. It could keep going up, and missing gains stinks. But how do you in my view, these calls are as expensive as it gets. So there's no gains left to be made here. This is just about excessive risk taking, and you have to pay the piper at some point. Now maybe the stock goes to 1,500, then has a 50% correction.
S&P with a big pop there.
Up on that. That could be the case. Stock could also correct 50% tomorrow and still be up 300% for the year. Still be an amazing stock if you bought it last year, right? So this is the stuff where it's like, you come to Spot Cam and you're like, hey, Brent, give me a cool idea, and you got all these trade rooms probably like, buy this, and it works amazing. It's like Captain Condor. Works amazingly well until all of a sudden you're wearing it, right? And that's the
ADEA.
EBTS. Very strange thing. Trump tweet. What, you got a deal now? AIM. Right, look at the overall Mag 7 equity flow. It's negative on the day. I mean, pretty wild with all these names that are just kind of ripping hard.
MSTX.
So if there's no options above, just to finish out the question, there's no real options positions above, and the options implied vol is very expensive.
S&P, nice little pop.
So usually that's kind of like, generally speaking, if we're above the call wall, will be kind of just the rough way to think about that. Core 1 week went down. I don't, that 1 week measure, I mean, you start to index too much to, I don't know what a core 1 week is. Someone did post a short dated chart. I'm gonna have that on TradingView.
MSTU.
AIM. Core 1M never went below 6 in July 2025. This is ghost candles on this thing. I don't know what you're talking about there, anonymous. AM, Mr. and Mrs. AM. Source Naturals, Michael W. Dang it. I'm gonna take a screenshot of that recommendation right now because I was actually thinking about you when I go on to that and say I'm not feeling super well and say this guy's gonna say something. With SMH down 5% a day, would that trigger the leveraged ETF gamma vortex? Look, if you start to get the risk off in these
Apple starting to turn.
Names, that's enough vortex to
Apple.
And that's the other reason that's so important that I'm
testing that 9 EMA. Apple.
That it's so important that this whole section in here, when I'm talking about how big the notional values are in
Apple, watching that.
It's trading sustained $8 billion in options on a day, and that continues to be bigger than any other stock. So if you look at Micron so far today, $4 billion. Or what's the spiders? What have they done? We still have this lingering bug in here. So Micron is trading more than notionally speaking, it's trading more than the Qs and more than SPX, right? Qs and spiders. So you talk about a stock that can suck up the oxygen in the room. That goes down, SanDisk goes down. You got the Korean stock market start so you can easily go dominoes fall, right? So the energy is there to cause a problem and cause it very quickly. I think it's like you come in today, you look around, seems all clear. So okay. So now Hezbollah, now they're gonna shoot each other. So that's good, I guess.
HIVE. LITX.
I don't have a great upside strike to anchor to for today. That's why I'm not saying, hey, let's pitch these call flies today, because if we had this strike right up here at 76.20, then I'd be more interested. But right now, I don't see that big position sitting there. What's the biggest red flags that make you pass on bullish looking setup? Yeah, it's the same thing. Like if you are, so let's take a look at DRAM and see what's going on with that. So when you start to get in, and this name is interesting because the positions are smaller right now, right? Like they're meaning that it hasn't been around that much. But you start to get up into this area, 8081, and the positions really just reduce quite a bit, right? You can see this gamma curve just really deteriorates. So, at 70 roughly where we are now, like, okay, there's enough positions in the game at least where you go, oh, we could pin to this level, negative gamma, You can craft some narrative. But you get into 80 and the positions sort of just start to dissipate. So you're like, I don't have any other reason to think for any reason that there'd be fuel or resistance or anything up there. It's just like the gamma hedging just sort of disappears. And so, that's one big one. The other one is when you're looking at implied vols, it's like, look, I want to buy stuff that's cheap, and I think it's
Apple coming off the low. Apple.
Well, maybe spider call spreads are the way to go right now because they're maybe just getting warmed up. Like maybe they start to catch a bid again and move up to this level. Whereas if you're looking at semis and you're paying the highest you could for calls in the last year, I don't want to buy that. The expected return or expected value, that's the minimus, Yes, over the last 2 weeks, it's probably worked, but if you look back in time, it's pretty rare that you can get that stuff to work this well, right? We're definitely in a very anomalous moment.
MRAM.
You know, it's like somebody hit a half court shot to win the game today, and so you assume that that half court shot's going to get hit again tomorrow. And DRAM to the downside, this is an ETF based on those high flying stocks, so the gamma positioning is squirrely. In other words, you may have this giant bar at 62 where you go, that looks like a strong support strike, and kind of maybe, but if Micron goes down 20%, DRAM's going right through that strike, kind of like butter. You know what I'm saying? So call and put impact is if you go into the how do you spot gamma course right here, we cover that closely. If you're on Discord and use the spot gamma support bot, we also give you a bunch of examples of how to use the put and call impact, the specific chart that's in. I don't mean to punt you off into another section, but for those questions about how to use this with examples and a nice detailed explanation, that support bot that's on Discord will do you good.
CXD.
I have a problem, just in terms of trading lore, right, or trading, buying stocks that won't go up when the rest of the market's going up, and this is kind of that. The Mag 7s are not overall, they're kind of participating, I guess, not really.
The nukes might get something going. A few of you watching the nukes, SMR, nanonuclear, Oklo.
S&P keep rallying or whatever. Okay, maybe. I'm not going to fight that idea. But
LITX.
These things like Z-scale, these things are really quite impressive. Everything's impressive except for Meta, that thing.
JZ may res in 10 seconds.
CXD.
What does it mean when the SG acceleration indicator goes negative? So what this is basically is it's called, we call this the acceleration or momentum, but this is gamma speed basically, right? And so the idea is like, where is gamma changing a lot? Because the theory being that you would have more volatility where that gamma is changing a lot to the negative. So if you're looking at DRAM, you go, okay, here's where all that negative gamma kicks in, and then to the upside is here's where that negative gamma kicks in. So these are the acceleration zones, where these are more the pinning kind of zones. And so if you look at Tesla, for example, you would think you'd find some good support, basically right here, kind of 415-ish, right? The rate of change into positive gamma is high, and so that's the sort of argument. And then if you get back over kind of 440, you could maybe finally see the thing run. So that's the general way we look at and use that chart. It's not something I honestly pay a lot of attention to. The new charts are not slated to have alerts at the beginning.
JZ.
IGV outperformed SMH in the last month. That's
NVIDIA breaking higher. NVIDIA.
Things are totally different narratives, which is all
okay. NVIDIA's breaking higher.
So funny, right? It's like this stuff was all going to kill software. I'm like, no, it's not. But now they're both rallying massively together, and it's like, wait, what? Rating how he set up for position for convex exposure. South Korean memory names are similar, while also not putting down 10,000 for a single MU option and lowering the risk given that high IV rate. I don't know if you want upside exposure or downside exposure, Ray. I would do broken wing put flies in something like a Micron. Buying like a 900, 800, 700 put, and then trying to sell too farther out of the money.
Palantir going too. Palantir is going. Watch Palantir. Palantir breaking out.
Overall, Trump truth tweet. So there you go. Kind of just again. What are you gonna do? about the course here. So
Palantir, nice breakout to the upside above the 200-day moving average. ARM Holdings,
for those of you who didn't catch it,
Oracle,
we have our course coming up next week. Sorry, is it 2 weeks? 9th, 10th, and 11th. June 9th, 10th, and 11th. We're going to talk about a lot of stuff. Positioning, daily trading process, providing checklists for how you should trade, the framework, not only in terms of dealer positioning, but also talking about things through a poker lens, right? And so the thing about the poker lens is, many of you may have heard, but Matt, our CEO, he is a ranked poker player. He's just at the World Series of Poker. He did all right, finished in the top 8%. But how can we use poker to help us read the table, bet sizing, knowing when to press, knowing when to back off, all those kinds of things. So
Apple turning back up.
Execution sort of mentality. We're going to go through again, the checklist.
Apple turning back up.
Working on just using dealer.
All right, looks like they're buying Apple.
There's a full module here. As you can see, how many hours per day. These courses are all very cleanly laid out, as you can see here on 9th, 10th, and 11th. All of this is recorded, and all of the recordings and materials are yours forever.
High tech alert. All right, high tech alert. High tech alert.
As long as the site is up there, you have access to these materials. So if you do have a day job and you need to work and check off or whatever, I mean, we don't expect anyone to just sit there, catch every moment of every day. I know a lot of you will, but we do want to make sure that stuff is also be available. So the recordings will be there. There's a nice dashboard you can go through and get all those materials up. And for Spot Gamma subscribers, we obviously have a nice deal on this. So there's 2 packages that you'll be able to go through. They both give you this checklist, the framework, all that sort of stuff. All of them have on-demand replay access. We have a high roller package. All that simply means is you're getting some bonus sessions with me, Q&As on these positioning concepts, deep dives, a little more structured, obviously focused on what we do on these Q&As. And so this, we just like carpet bomb the pricing for you guys here at Spot Gamma. If you're already a subscriber, we try to make this very simple and compelling for you guys. And so if you go to spotgamma.com/house-subs, you can use your QR code on that. We try to basically get as cheap as we possibly can. I talked previously about this sort of stuff with y'all before. Like, we always think very carefully before we charge more for Spot Gamma subscribers, because we want to give maximum value for free. We have these situations where when we go to provide these course materials, there's a whole bunch of extra costs for us associated.
Okay, don't forget, when we reach this level here, we got the 7,600 call wall. 7,600 call wall.
Try to just basically get it down to as cheap as possible for you Spot Gamma subscribers, and making sure that, number 2, this is also stuff that applies to outside the Spot Gamma sphere. So we're not here to like train you how to use Spot Gamma and charging you for that, right?
NVIDIA's still going.
Roll out courses and things like that that are free when we're trying to educate you on how to use Spot Gamma. This stuff is going to be a lot about trading mentality, again, bet sizing, all the things that you're seeing in this list that are a framework that you can use for trading all kinds of things, right? It doesn't have to be options trading necessarily. There's a lot of mentality on that.
There's Apple. Apple moving higher.
You'll be able to apply those, but you want maybe. I don't know why you'd ever want to leave me, but maybe you leave me and you go trade Cosby futures or something like that, or crude oil, and these frameworks will apply to that. So, yeah. So, spotgamma.com/house-subs, and that link is also in there. And Wayne, it's not Spot Gamma training on different education on Spot Gamma tools, right? In fact, a lot of the people that will be attending this course are not Spot Gamma subscribers. So there's a good mix of that sort of.
Okay, Oracle.
If you want help with training on tools and things like that,
Continuation, almost a straight line. Oracle.
Here, so this is free, so you can come in here. Anyone's Spot Gamma
60-minute. Oracle's killing it.
Frameworks of trading and things like that. Questions on Path? I think the course will be great. Matt is doing a lot of it because, as a exceptional poker player, there's a lot to learn about trading through that lens, and I think that's what's so interesting and appealing. It's not just kind of another like, great, here's how Black-Scholes prices them up. Path is up 11. I mean, this stuff is crazy. Path's up 11% now. Negative gamma all the way through 15. It looks like.
Good NVIDIA. The 60-minute looks beautiful.
So I don't see a great reason for this thing to turn around at the moment. I figure Trump's going to tweet off Hezbollah or whatever. Then the oil suddenly coming in a little bit here. I mean, people clearly want oil to go down. There's the impetus to want to short it is so strong. You can see that. You can see that here, right? We just cascade lower for who knows what reasons, right? So, I mean, I'm not a. I think we all want peace, right? But there just seems to be a lot of nonsense. So it's like tells me to deal. We will be talking about the application of trading strategies. So we're not going to talk specifically about like put flies and call flies. We're talking about bet sizing, risk reward, those kinds of things that you can apply to strategies. The number one way to see, in my view, is this first. And someone asked about swing trading in Hero before. This is the kind of thing that I love to see. And what do I mean by that? This is the all expiration order flows, 10 million today, which is a 30-day high for Path. It's a small price stock. This expiration order flow, so Friday is only 2 million of that. So what is this? This is longer dated positive delta flow. This is people buying calls and selling puts in this name, betting that the stock is going to go up, not just this week, but somewhere out in time, right? So that's what I love to see the most. And you want to see it trending higher over the course of the day. If you see something like this, big buyer, and then it just went flat, that's not the same thing, right? That's like one big trade. So this kind of all-day thing to me is kind of like the, hey, institutions are kind of getting into this thing. And that's what I like to see the most. Same thing to the downside. The all expiration flow, is a little bit more of a signal on that. Yeah, Wayne, if you want to learn more about bet sizing, so to give you an example on the bet sizing thing, we now have this call fly rate here at 99% out of 76.25, right? So let's just give a preview. I've talked about this kind of stuff a lot in our subscriber list. This is where I now think the market is going to go, and I think the market may go there now because this is a 99th percentile strike, right? So it's big enough that we have the possibility of a magnet there in the market. Okay, great. So I have a clear target now. Is it 99.9? It's just kind of 99th percentile. There's a big difference between 99.9 and 99, right? There's a big gap between those things. So this is a good size strike. It's not the mother of all strikes. If it was 10 billion of gamma at that strike, I want to bet harder or bet more that we move to that level. Does that make sense? But this meet the minimum threshold. So that's step one. Step two is what trade structures can I bet to that pay me off if the market moves up there, right? I could do all sorts of things. I could buy a call. I could buy futures. I could sell put spreads. I could do a call fly. I could do I don't know if Derek DJ is hanging around here. 1x3x2, Jade Lizards or whatever it calls. So, there's a myriad of different things you could do, and then there's a bunch of different size you can do on that, right? What is the risk reward? If I buy a call, it costs me $250, but I have unlimited gains. Well, I think I'm going to go up to 76.25, so that's my cap, so I can do that math, right? If I do a call fly, that is only going to pay me off if we pin rate to that number, for example, right? So that is going to be a different thing. If I sell the put spread, I have a very fixed amount of money I can make with that put spread, and I'm open to unlimited downside loss. Well, not unlimited if I do this put spread, right? So you gotta rifle through those different ideas and iterations, right? How strongly do you feel about the idea? What's your risk reward on the trade? If I feel okay about the idea, but it's going to cost me 50 cents to make $10 or $9.50 because it's $10 spread, maybe I'll do it, right? If I feel okay about the idea and I'm going to spend $5 to make $5, I don't care as much, right? It's not that interesting. So those are the things that you want to think through and work through, right? As you're going through this. Trump is tweeting, market is moving in this one direction. This kind of suggests now, much different than when we started, that now there's this kind of upside level, kind of into this zone where we sort of glide in. Another 10 handles in the S&P seems totally reasonable, plus Hero's going up, right? You see Hero, the purple line is going higher. If Hero at some point does this, then I don't feel so good about this rally, but right now it's certainly trending higher, and what's the reason to think that we would reverse right now? When you have Hero going higher, you have that target above, you still have all these stocks meeting, like there's no tomorrow. Okay. That's how we should roll here.
Apple with a nice reversal, looking really good. Let's see what Apple looks like on the 20 EMA 60 minute. Okay, starting to move back up. Still bearish, but needs to get back above the 20 EMA. Google, nice reversal with Google. All right, that also is fading. We need to get it back above the 20 EMA. Spiders, I bought the 760s, as you might recall. I bought the 760s after I bought the 750 puts. I made it a strangle on Friday. All right, so 760s, I'll be taking profits if this starts to fail up here. I'll take the profits off the 760s, so all I'll have is the puts left.
Out, right? I don't know what the deal is, but I'm guessing that around 50, there's probably special situations guys out there who are like over 50, this thing would make sense, right? And the buying is kind of done, right? That's totally different than the path chart that I looked at before. So I would treat those two things as differently.
BBTS.
Trying to find a name that, or do I not have the levels turned on? Probably. Huh. All right, everybody. Better turn on those old levels. So here you see call out 290. I mean, these are clearly just two big trades that came to the market, right? 1 and 2. But this call out 290 should be resistance on the stock.
All right, NVIDIA's going here.
Stock get into that area and then
Beautiful, beautiful.
That's what I would expect.
SPY, looking good.
To confirm that, right? When the stock hits 290, you would
Up
expect
only.
Hero to sort of back off or trend sideways, and that's the confirmation that you want. So in that case, I'm trimming, selling calls against the position. Something that's at least on a short-term or intraday kind of pullback. And if call wall doesn't go higher, then that's still, the resistance level that I really want to watch. There are plans to make historical Hero charts and associated strike positioning available. If you go into Equity Hub, you can download the positions, so you can do that. We are working on APIs for Hero, to a lesser extent Trace. And why I say lesser extent is because the CBOE in particular has a series of compliance regulations.
Okay, OR.
Involve
CL.
gloves, in very, very big bills. And so if you cross the rules and regulations, the fines get shocking. I'll put it that way. There's a lot of gamma guys and gals out there rolling out services where if the compliance people ever come for them, they're probably going to have to shut down. I'm not being hyperbolic about that. So we slow roll this stuff because you do not want to be on the wrong side of one of those paths. So the trace data, which is sourced from SIBO data, is different from Hero, which comes from the raw open interest, raw tape feed. So AMD had a weird reaction today. I always like moments like this because I've become Jim Cramer during these moments where the more all these stocks are just ripping higher, right? And I was like, I want to talk about this stock, not a month or two ago, it's like, what's oil doing in correlation to huge strike at 500. This is all just positive game in here, right? So
okay.
It's funny that AMD is kind of getting jammed up a little bit.
Jay-Z may res in 10 seconds.
This is like not exciting to me at all to be in the stock that's up so much. I mean, you just sound like a real bah humbug on a lot of these things. But the stock seems to kind of be flagging, and that this is a lot of positive gamma here. So you think you just be kind of sitting on this.
Okay, 7,616 S&P.
There's all this positive gamma in Micron, but it's all concentrated way down here at 850. See big strikes, and these are much lower relative strikes. It's odd that these are positive gamma strikes too, but the stock just keeps kind of chugging through that.
Palantir at the high,
SanDisk,
cool.
Right? SanDisk has a positive gamma as well, and so this is counterintuitive because you would think that dealers would be short these strikes in this type of environment, but they're in fact long these strikes, and so that is positive gamma. And you look at the breakdown of all these positions. I think I said this with y'all recently. every single strike here is positive gamma, which to me tells me or suggests to me that the vol traders are in here, right? The vol guys are in here selling these options because the options are so expensive, and then they're dynamically hedging this with the stock. So that's kind of what I think is happening in these names. Like the volatility crowd has stepped in, which is an interesting kind of divergence here, and may extend for
SPY. Okay, at the highs here. Looks like we might be at the high of the day.
So I'm trying to see if the way these names are trading is changing a bit, but these short gamma folks, short options, short gamma folks, because that ball is so expensive, it's an interesting position to be in if at this moment. It also sort of flies a little bit in the face this positioning of the idea that like these dispersion marks are all at record highs, right? Because the dispersion says that there's record movements amongst all these different names. But look at the last time the dispersion index was like this. April 2025. I mean, wait, what? What happened in April 2025? Can anyone remind me? Yeah, tariffs. That wasn't a good moment for the market, right? So, like, you talk about crashing up in dispersion traders, like, so strange.
AESI.
I mean, look at August of 2024. The dispersion trade, wasn't the same thing, right? In June, when it kind of
Google pulling back.
Extreme, I guess. So
S&P pulling back a little bit from the high.
Bigger picture, all this looks like to me like we're gonna have one of these ball spasms where indexes finally have a pretty good correction, sudden correction. But it's musical chairs until then. So
Zscaler looking really good. Zscaler.
You see all these names today. A lot of big time gains if you're whole hog shorting this thing, thinking I'm just gotta wait for the death of it. I think you can wait to see it sort of like shot fired, market reacts to it. Okay, now I can start to lean into it a little bit. So.
All right, Zscaler. Okay, looking for a follow through tomorrow.
The space names are funny because they're trading like Schnikes as well, right? This ASTS thing. RKLB is doing a little bit better, I guess. RKLB. Some were saying, well, the Blue Origin thing blew up, and so I don't think that's true. I think there's something going on with the SpaceX IPO. I mean, this is the SpaceX. So NASA is, from what I understand, the only ETF that really has the allocation to SpaceX. I think SpaceX is getting priced lower, and I think that's kind of what that's what I feel like. There's a little bit of scuttlebutt about that, but I wonder if the roadshow's not going on. I think that's why Tesla's not reacting all that well. By the way, too, I mean, the fact that they're jamming these things in the indexes is just so bananas to me. Let's not forget that.
JZ may resume in less than a minute.
Yeah, and then, it's like, well, people think SPCE is SpaceX, and so they're bidding this one up. I mean, it's just so, like, at this point, it's just gotten to be. It's kind of like, you remember, like, Meme Mania, you're like, this is so stupid. But, you don't want to short stupid, because it can get stupider. So, that's my read on this stuff. And I don't think the positioning is quite as important from an options perspective here when you have the IPO hanging over and like something a little fishy is going on with it. It's kind of what I'm thinking.
JZ may rest
Yeah,
in
that
10
RBX
seconds.
private equity. I don't think it's called private equity.
Okay, Zscaler continues to climb back towards the highs of the day.
So the new stuff coming out in the short term is going to be Hero Chart upgrade that is supposed to be finished for full testing, I think, by this week, and out I think as soon as like a week or two. I don't think it's going to be rolled out before the course, but maybe 2 weeks. So that's like
JZ halted down.
pending, right?
JZ.
So that'll be out pretty soon. The new version of Control is being production box, so you'll see that.
Talks are continuing at a rapid pace with Iran.
Digest runs on full control, so that's going to be out in a couple of weeks. We have a major launch coming for October, which feels like it's super far away, but it's honestly not. That's where a lot of my attention is focused. The gamma charts that I showed like in this morning's founders notes, the code for that is done. As you can see, I'm producing here, so it's about the developers here getting that into a servable thing in the front end. So keep your eyes on that. We have Pulse, which is live in Discord, which people I think have still been enjoying. I haven't been checking on Pulse quite as much as I have, or was when I was getting it sort of live. So that is there and available. I think for the moment, that about wraps it up in terms of the new stuff that is coming in the near term. SGI support bot. That is an AI support bot. It's supposed to serve you up with webinars, so that's in Discord. That's supposed to give you webinar links to key concepts, different things like that. I read all the messages in there, make sure you're getting good feedback, so it's not just some sort of slop ChatGPT thing. I'm hoping that you can find the answer that you want.
NVIDIA is still going here. NVIDIA. Palantir at the high.
Spider Pulse, long dated.
Answer your question.
Marvel Pulse, NVIDIA Pulse.
So that is the point with that. You need a lot of AI stuff. All right, that's going to wrap it up here for me today. Still think 76.25 seems good. Euro keeps going up. I don't know why it's back off of that for now.
Long dated. Shenanigans. Tesla Pulse.
Upside. Today was a little bit of a rambly Q&A. Apologies for that. Again, a little bit off today under the weather. So we'll get back on track here. I think we're back on Thursday. Any questions, info@spotgaming.com. Next week's going to be bananas. We got the course, we got the SpaceX, we have CPIs, we have FOMCs, we have the OPEX coming up right after that. I mean, there's just so much stuff going on. It's going to be really kind of crazy month. So take 2 more days here of deep rest, right? And then we're going to be all pretty busy, I think. So anyways, thanks all for being here. Appreciate it. And we'll talk to you soon.
All right, that was Brent over at Spot Gamma.
Again, in case any of y'all missed it. Teams work very hard on this, so I'm not a super salesy person, as you can tell.
All right. Hope everyone's having a good day.
Micron Pulse, long dated, deep calls, shenanigans.
All right, Micron. Holy smokes, look at Micron. Jesus. Yeah, you're never going to get the exact top of this one. It's just going to keep going. Palantir looking good. All right, Palantir. Oh, boy. Apple, nice little pop off the low. Apple.
TSM Pulse, long dated.
TSM. TSM.
0 DTE, Colsa.
Oh, look at Taiwan Semi. Taiwan Semi, big move on Taiwan Semi today. Ooh, yeah, nice. CRM, that one. 2 big bullish days in a row. CRM rocking back up to the highs.
Long dated.
SoFi. NVIDIA is still going here. NVIDIA. Jeez. NVIDIA. Sold too soon. NVIDIA. Oh, man. Look at this thing go. NVIDIA. Can't chase it. I'm so tempted to jump back into it, but I'm not going to do it. Oh, boy. Looks good. Zscaler back to green prior to earnings. Actually, the day of earnings.
NVIDIA Pulse.
Or the day before, I forget which. Zscaler, I had the July spreads. I wound up holding that through earnings. I added puts, twice as many puts as I had calls. That turned out to be a good trade. Helped cushion the pullback. And then Zscaler, of course, jumps over the last few days. So we added some on Thursday into Friday, and then today this is pushing higher. Had to roll those because we ran up so fast and rolled out to, what was it, August? 150, 160s now. So getting close to 160. Also has some original calls that expire out in July, 190, 200s. Those are actually doing okay. Almost back to green on those. So kids are out of school. Palantir.
Long dated, deep calls.
These Celsius drinks are they're a lot better for you than freaking Dr. Peppers. Let me get another one of these. These Celsius are pretty good.
Soft pulse. Long dated, deep calls.
ORCX.
Tesla pulse. Long dated.
Tesla. Okay, we got some Tesla calls coming through.
RXT.
Zero DTE. Call side. Size.
Okay, all right. MongoDB. MongoDB has got some action here. MongoMDB. Big move on MongoDB, huh? Oh boy. Big move. MDB. Big move. MongoDB.
RXT.
Okay, so MongoDB is looking good. What else? ARM Holdings, Okta, IBM. Okay, so a couple of you mentioned IBM, including David. IBM. Big move on IBM.
NBIS. Long dated. Oracle pulse.
NBIS. Oracle is going more. NBIS.
RXT.
Spider pulse. Long dated. Oracle pulse. Deep calls.
JZ may res in 10 seconds.
TEUP.
ONDL.
HKIT.
JZ halted to the upside.
TEUP.
ONDL.
Meta Pulse, long dated. Sandisk Pulse, deep calls. Deep puts.
All right, so NBIS looks good. Oracle continuation. Wow, I'm gonna have to sell some into strength. This is getting really crazy strong. And extended 250. We were looking at 250 just a couple of weeks ago. We were looking at that as a 50% retracement. I think I probably marked that up. Okay, I'm pretty sure I marked up the 50% retracement.
Long dated.
Okay, Oracle. Okay, there we go. Remember this chart? Okay, 200-day.
ONDG.
Second week from April 13th.
SPX Pulse, long dated. Avgo Pulse, shenanigans.
ONDG.
April 13th. April.
ONDS. ONDL. ONDG. ONDS. ONDL. ONDG. PTYN.
WTO.
ONDG.
Micron Pulse, long dated. Deep calls.
WTO.
JZ may resume in less than a minute.
Micron Pulse, long dated. Deep calls. Deep
Okay, Oracle looking really good.
Tesla Pulse, 0 DTE, call side. Size.
Okay, looking really good. Looking good. Again, I'd be remiss if I didn't say you need to take some profits off in the string, especially on the tech side. As these things get extended, keep some on, of course. You know, if you want to protect your downside, you can always sell covered calls overhead. You sell a covered call for $5. That gives you a 5-point cushion if the prices pull back and you want to stay long. Fernando does that quite a bit. I know a few of you do that as well. Brother Bill, not sure if you sell covered calls. But a lot of you out there doing that. I do it as well sometimes if I'm not taking profits off in the strength. Oracle looking good, plus 100 points from that observation. On the trend break, it was at like a 147, I think, 148 when it broke through the 50-day moving average. We're at 250 now. Okay. Looking good. Yeah, very nice. You can hear those pulse, audio pulse in the background. Very helpful. Twitter. Nope, don't want that. That's not what I want. Okay, Zscaler looking good. Oracle. Big. Oh, man. Oracle's just killing it. Killing it. Beautiful. Oracle looking good. Oracle. Sam Altman.
Examples, I mean, because that conversation has shifted even recently. Sort of something seemed to happen. Maybe it was the end of last year. I've heard you just
Faber. Faber's really good about going after CEOs that trying to pull one over on you. Not saying that Sam Altman's trying to, but Faber's really good about this. He tried it with Elon, and Elon ate him for lunch. It was pretty funny. Remember that one. Let's see. Where are we?
So I think you're right. That's the single biggest driver. But we are now seeing scientists really use these models and a much broader application of.
Oh, that's on the TV. Oracle.
key thing. I want to come back to that, but back to that. Let's call it $45-50 billion. I mean, the price of tokens continues to come down. Correct?
Yes, but not as fast as the desire to use those tokens at lower price goes up.
So that is what gives you part of the confidence.
Yeah.
That in fact, I mean, again, the numbers are staggering. Think about this is just one of so many projects, and yet this will consume $45 billion in capital.
We still don't think the world has appreciated how much AI every person in every business is going to want. You know, right now, you still send a request to an AI and it does something for you and gives you an answer back. But very soon, an AI will just be running for you in the background all the time, helping you with your job, looking at all of your information, aware of all your context, doing as much as it possibly can to help you out. And
Oracle Pulse.
Oracle Pulse. Longer dated calls. Oracle Pulse.
Yeah, I mean, I was listening to you on a recent podcast, and on the same thing, you said, you know, the models are still quite dumb. I'm quoting you, but not far from a model that knows you well in the world. Is that what you're talking about when you say sort of usage pattern?
Absolutely.
So what does that look like?
Well, for my own job, I could imagine a model. I can't keep up with I can't read up a Slack thread. I don't have all of the context, and so I miss interesting connections or new ideas that will make things better. And there's no way I'm going to be able to
Spider
do that
Pulse.
with
Long
a smart
dated.
AI.
Tesla Pulse.
That's
TSM
all
Pulse.
the time that understands
Zero
my goals, understands all the
DTE.
information
Call
about
sign.
everything our customers
Size.
say and want. That could give me really great advice and say, hey, here's the thing to do, in a way that I couldn't, nor could any other person do on their own.
So is that one of the reasons why you prioritize compute?
Yeah, we have seen throughout from our founding that the more compute we can provide, the lower cost of services we can deliver, the smarter models we can make.
NVIDIA
Prevails
Prevails, long dated.
If you really think about it, in some sense, we are transforming electricity into this useful tool for people. And the better we can do that, the more we can make that smart, cheap, abundant, helpful, have all your context, the more people want to use it. And we really do build that entire stack. And that is, I think, a special thing about us. But that is what we're going to deliver to the world. This
Meta Pulse, long dated. Deep calls. Spider Pulse. Intel
On the
Pulse.
subject of prosperity, I think you've also said, there are different futures, and one is a floor of up to tenfold of what we have right now, sort of this abundance, but still with significant inequality, sort of different variations.
Yeah.
You still believe that's kind of what we're headed towards?
I think that's just one possibility. I think that it seems clear that AI is
Q's Pulse, long dated. Micron Pulse, deep calls. Deep puts, soft pulse.
Equality, fairness, distribution, right? That's going to take work from all of society together.
Yeah.
So I no longer have much concern that AI can deliver on the magic potential, wonderful, all these things we talk about. How society integrates this and make sure that it really does.
Long dated.
That'll be the big question in the next few years.
But you were most recently also quoted on another key area, which is, of course, what it's going to do to jobs. You've been fairly sobering in the past when you discussed that. You seem to have sort of said, maybe I was wrong in a more positive way.
Yeah.
I'm curious as to what you've seen that's led you to that conclusion.
So first of all, I should say I'm not sure. I still.
Well, none of us
Q's
know,
Pulse,
right?
long dated.
For me has been watching how companies have adopted codecs and other coding tools.
LPTH.
The companies that I know that have adopted AI the most are also the ones hiring themselves. And the companies, as a general rule, that are talking about doing layoffs because of AI are the ones adopting AI the least. But it's
SPX Pulse, long dated. Deep calls. Soft pulse. Shenanigans.
Jagged these models are going to be. They do some things incredibly well, but they don't do kind of the long-term complex task supervision well at all. And so watching people who are really good at using these models, they can do an amazing amount of work, create way more economic value than people without models could, or certain the models could on their own. And I think that's going to go on for much longer. Then there are all the other things about, people really like other people and want to interact with other people. They want to collaborate and work with other people. When they buy a product, they want to talk to a person in the company. Most people, I think, don't want to watch an AI-generated creator. They want to know the person behind it. So I think we have and this is really good. I'm really happy about this. But I think our industry underestimated how much we're going to be able to keep people at the center of everything and it's kind of world that is based on.
But to your point, we obviously don't know the answer. I mean, what you introduced, I think, was 5.2. You set an outperform for professionals across 44 occupations. You can understand why there may be an AI backlash.
Totally. What I wish we had said that
LILAB
professionals and small tasks in 44 occupations.
NBIS,
Which is
long dated. Deep puts,
and it is the
soft
people that are
pulse.
using these that are now
Shenanigans.
seeing, incredible productivity growth, wage growth, all of that from this. But I think people are right to be anxious. I understand it. This is not even a technological shift that happens every generation. This is one of the big ones. And if not one of the biggest. Yeah. And so it would be imprudent not to have some real caution around
Well, on that, on the AI backlash, I have been speaking to a number of the leaders in the industry who have been saying maybe we haven't done enough to articulate the benefits, which may be difficult to do. But there's not just opposition to data centers like this.
Okay, Oracle.
Significant, perhaps, opposition to what
All right, Microsoft looking a lot better. Okay, so this is okay, cool. All right, so the evening session, we're always looking at this time of day between 2:15 and 2:45. Always pay attention. If institutional investors are interested, a lot of times they'll show up in the evening session. It's not something concrete you can point your finger at every day, but most of the people I know from the institutional side, friends from UBS, among other people I've met over the last 40 years of investing, at parties and such will tell you that they tend to come in the evening session. That's probably everybody in the trading room knows that. So between 2:15 and 2:45, we're looking for institutions to tell us what to do. And it looks like they're buying right now. Or at least they're pushing prices up so they can sell into strength if that's what they're doing. Markets are bullish. Oracle's at the high of the day, looking really good. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Monday, June the 1st, the halfway point in the year. Okay, so we're moving into the second half of the year. We had some selling into the close on Friday. There's a lot of things that looked good coming into this week. Tech is still there. This is 10 weeks up. Hard to refute what we're seeing. Can't short this market, that's for sure. At least for now, the markets just keep going. So when in Rome, do what the Romans do, right? Markets are moving higher. We got to keep when I say I'm trading for higher prices, most of this is what I'm talking about is day trades and short-term trades. These bounces like in Apple off the low, Microsoft off the low, Nvidia continues to push higher, Palantir, Oracle, the top of the NASDAQ 100, ARM, Datadog, Zscaler, Team, Atlassian, Cadence Design, Marvell, Thomson Reuters, Intuit, Workday, Autodesk, Micron, and just on down the list. Nvidia climbing the list. Palo Alto, CrowdStrike, Zscaler, Adobe. Everything looks really super bullish right now. So you know the party's going to end. It's just a matter of having a seat to sit down when the music starts, right? Nvidia's still going. So congratulations if you're still hanging in there. The market's looking really super strong. Poet, what's Poet doing? Poet, okay. Poet breaking out there, Frano. I know you're probably watching it. Poet. Poet breakout. Credo, it's on the watch list. Credo's on the watch list, yep. Poet's looking really good here. Poet. Yeah, I have the 15-20 call spread, Poet. Poet. July. Poet. Okay, looks good. ServiceNow trailing off. ServiceNow. ARM Holdings moving back up to the high. Oracle just keeps killing it. Oracle. Apple. Nvidia. Cool. Very nice.
Nvidia Pulse, long dated.
Nvidia Pulse longer dated. Let's see what they're trading on Nvidia. Nvidia. Can't buy it up here at the high. Maybe tomorrow we'll buy some more Nvidia. Can't buy it at the high.
NBIS, deep calls, shenanigans.
There goes Apple. Apple turning up. Apple. There goes Apple. Turning back up. Apple looking like it wants to go. Dotted blue line is VWAP. The green line overhead, that's standard deviation 1. 1 standard deviation VWAP bands.
And you think the computer, the last week I was hearing about compute, for example, companies starting to wonder, well, what are we spending it on? Our bills are going through the roof. And it's not clear to us exactly what in other words, I know a lot of my spend is going well, but I don't know which part of it. So I think
Adobe, IBM,
NBIS,
CoreWeave, CRWV. Let's see what CoreWeave looks like. CoreWeave,
long dated.
CRWV. CoreWeave, big move on CoreWeave.
Soft pulse, long dated. SPX pulse, deep puts. Meta pulse, deep calls.
quickly being
I would bet that by another year or two from now,
CoreWeave is dipping for entry right now.
much better rationalization of companies' spend relative to outcomes.
And finally, Sam, are we ever going to see things like this up in space?
Intel, okay.
I hope so. In the short term, I think it's
Oracle
probably better
pulse,
to do it.
long dated.
Holy smokes, Oracle just keeps
Deep calls.
cooking here. Oracle.
Putting this in orbit at current launch costs, even at lower launch costs, feels difficult.
Q's pulse.
The Q's. Q's. All right, turning back up. Q's.
I hope that humanity expands to the stars someday and data centers come with it, but we're going to focus on building Earth for now. It doesn't sound like you think it's happening. It's not a
Q's.
Sam, thank you for your time.
Oracle pulse, long dated.
Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI. I'll send it back to you, Brian.
All right, David Faber with Sam Altman in Saline, Michigan. Let's not bring in Kate Rooney. Kate Rooney joining us now. It's kind of
Nvidia's still going. I'm not buying anything at the moment. We're at the highs of the day, so you can't chase this. Apple coming off the low. Meta pulling back. All right, disappointing as usual. Meta. Sounds just like the interview with Tesla. Elon, when they said he wasn't going to be profitable.
Micron pulse, long dated. Deep calls.
Yeah, I can't buy Micron. This is crazy up here. Okay, I can hear in the background, I can hear quantum stocks. Check out your favorite quantum stock. Those appear to be moving. So IONQ. IONQ breaking out. Quants. IONQ. QBTS. QUBT. Audio. Alerts. Okay, there goes IONQ. IONQ. QBTS. All right, these all look good. QBTS. Should I add some QBTS? I'm going to add some QBTS. What the hell? We're at the high of the day. Cheap. I shouldn't do it, though, Vinny. I shouldn't do it. It's at the high of the day. All right, so I got to pass. It's going to go. People chasing these things. QBTS. QBTS.
Right, team. No, and it's a great point. I mean, what he's saying is that companies are AI watching. They're blaming AI for layoffs instead of their own sort of poor market position or bloat, and that's contributing to the negative public perception about AI and not being honest about it, which is a spicy take. And that, by the way, he's not the only one who feels that way. Yeah, he's sort of saying it out loud. Exactly. Appreciate pointing that out, Kate Rooney. David Waddell is still with us. He's here to react, and Dan Ives joins us as well. Dan, I love it. There's no intro for you. It's just Dan Ives. What further explanation do we need, right?
Palantir
So
Pulse.
let me just start with you.
Long dated.
Very, very busy day for all of the kind of areas that you cover. And going back to this discussion earlier about are we
Nvidia Pulse.
Okay, QBTS is taking off D-Wave.
Palantir Pulse. Spider Pulse.
tells you what the timeline is for some of these trillion-dollar IPOs?
Look, I think that was as confident as I've heard Sam, maybe in any interview. I think in favor of it on some of the key questions because this was not just a confident moment, but I think doubling down and
Spider Pulse. Long dated.
on the build out that's tangentially bullish for Oracle as well. At a time where it's really, Anthropic with
Palantir Pulse. Long dated.
this is an open AI.
App Lovin, let me see. App Lovin, that's been doing really well. It's just pulling back right now. App Lovin.
Well, I think it was telling that it was a conversation about what's unknowable with a Caterpillar tractor. That's it. The Caterpillar was knowable. The Caterpillar placement. We did not place that Caterpillar there, by the way. Maybe they did. Yeah. That to me also
SPS
signified, 'cause you
Pulse.
recommended
Long
FedEx very
dated.
earlier. I'm thinking, whoever just happened to leave that Caterpillar crane there gets a raise. They get a bonus. Yes, exactly. Because that's AI. It's all the concrete and the moving of the earth and the wiring and the cooling. $1 out of every $20 being generated in the U.S. economy right now is going to the AI CapEx build-out trade. That's far higher than any of these other super cycles we've seen in the past. Now, whether that can continue unabated for 40 years, as you said, I would sort of be skeptical of that. But it is happening. What the economics are for OpenAI, I don't know. I mean, that guy does a great job selling stuff.
Caterpillar is a 15% year to date, 50, okay? OpenAI.
That's no Micron.
No, well, exactly. That's nothing to be excited about. OpenAI had op-eds by, Sebastian
Big
Bell,
Blue.
respected
Long
financial
dated.
historian, saying they might go bankrupt.
Yeah.
And so, Dan, let me turn to you on
IBM.
you felt that
Longer dated calls on IBM. That's been at the highs. All right, we got a little dip here intraday. So I'd rather see this pull back a little bit to buy some, but definitely a little bit of consolidation right now. Needed. IBM. I'm not going to chase it up here. I would like to build a position in IBM. They've been talking about having already created some quantum computers. So I don't know about that. Haven't done any research on it, but that's what I heard last week.
TSM Pulse. Long dated.
It's with Anthropic, and right now this boxing match is just beginning for trillions of dollars of spending.
People are just buying calls up here indiscriminately, not even thinking about it. Chasing. It's going to end badly. But you can't fight it. The markets are up a lot. A lot. Okay, so IBM. Do I want to do anything with IBM here? What time is it? 2:41. IBM. Let me take a look at this IBM real quick. IBM. Let me look at the 1-minute chart. IBM just got oversold. This is going to roll over. Looks like it's going to roll over. Okay, Apple. Apple came off the low. That turned out to be okay. Apple. All right, AAOI. A bullish engulfing candle, engulfing the last couple of trading days. Last 3 trading days, almost. If we can get above 195, that will engulf. What is that? 8 trading days of price action. AAOI, LITE. These optical, fiber optic connector companies, GLW, LITE. These all look good. AAOI looks the best though. Nice bullish bounce right at the 50-day. Volume picking up. MACD stochastics turning from oversold. This is perfect. If it can continue, I mean, short of a guarantee, this looks really good. AAOI. Short of a guarantee, the bounce on the 50-day is good. I wouldn't buy it right now if you're thinking about it with me talking about it. I would wait until tomorrow. If it follows through and takes out 195, I would get long then.
SPX.
Amazon's starting to turn. All right, so you might have something on Amazon. Okay, let's look at Amazon. Amazon oversold,
0 DTE.
turning up for a day trade. Amazon. Check out Amazon on the day trade. Okay, bouncing. Okay, so no, I'll pass. I'll pass. It looked better than
Size. Long dated.
first glance. Look better. Okay, Google. What's Google doing? Dan Ives talking. Amazon, Google,
Long dated. Shenanigans.
Oracle. Oracle, the star of the day. Oracle's still going here. Wow. Okay, they're definitely fighting with this. They're fighting with this trend here. Up or down? We're up. We're down. What does up down volume look like actually? Up down volume is still 1-to-1. So I'm not surprised that the S&P can't get out of its own way here. Okay. Positive gamma. Implied volatility is pretty low compared to all of these big cap tech stocks that are ripping higher on 80%, 70% implied vol. The indices are down here at 15 or 20%. Let me just see what SPY was. I was checking that a few minutes ago. SPY. Okay, let me put SPY on here. What was the implied vol on SPY? Implied vol is 10%. 10%. You've got stocks that are trading. What's Broadcom going? Implied volatility on Broadcom is 78%. Okay, so you got these stocks that people are expecting prices to continue to motor higher when it's got 100% risk reversal rank. Think about that for a second. So they're paying up for these calls. You're at 100% risk reversal rank. IB's at 78%. And compare that to SPY, and SPY has implied volatility of 10%. So you're 60 basis points above what the SPY is currently trading. So yeah, I could see why people would be selling calls, SPY calls overhead, and anticipating prices are going to come back down soon. But you can't refute that these stocks continue to move higher. So you got to go with the trend. Just do it with smaller positions and make sure your stops are up and tight, right? So if it does reverse on you, you get out with a nice profit instead of a loss. So what am I talking about? Let's see, Oracle, for example. Look at Oracle. This just keeps, look at the volume right here on Oracle, right? Oracle, that volume right there. You see that? Wow, look at that volume right there. And the prices just continue to move higher. Okay, I got to take some Oracle off. This is getting crazy. No, just let it go. Let it go. ORCX shares I added this morning.
Long dated. Deep calls. Micron pulse.
Netflix, turning back up. Netflix. Oracle.
Marvel pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
Oracle. Okay, Palantir off the high of the day. Palantir, what's ARM Holdings doing? Intel stutter stepping. ARM, new highs on ARM. So NVIDIA buying ARM chips, I guess, or selling to ARM or whatever.
Meta pulse. Long dated.
Tehran is threatening to, quote, close the Strait of Hormuz again. Whatever the ultimate outcome is with this, U.S. energy demand is only going one way, and that is up. And companies will benefit. Talk about that and which ones and more with Tyler Rosalick. He is a portfolio manager and head of natural resource equities at Cohen & Steers. He is recommending a couple of stocks.
you have nothing to do with the fighting in Iraq. Thomas, it's good to have you back on. Thanks for having me again. First off, before we get to your picks, your individual names, are you a buyer of the oil and gas
Meta Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
We are definitely buyers of the equities because all the move in oil prices has been on the front line. And so when you think about an equity, you're really thinking about, well, what are prices going to be 2, 3, 4 years from now? And there really hasn't been much movement there. I mean, 2028 Brent is still 75, not much more than it was pre-conflict. I think oil prices need to be higher than that in 2028, 2029. And when you look at the equities with that sort of price level, hey, there's a lot of upside, we think.
Why do you think oil prices need to be higher?
Well, we heard in February that they stopped drilling in the Bakken because prices were 58, right? So the marginal cost of production has gone up.
Micron Pulse, shenanigans.
We have not seen a massive increase in supply, even with the recent move in prices. So
Size,
as we think about
long dated, deep
costs
puts.
should set future prices for things like oil, and we have not seen enough to justify a reacceleration of drilling
LILAV may
activity.
resume in less than a minute.
Here, though, right? Because I'm writing my newsletter now for Wednesday, and I'm going to argue in it that the UAE is probably going to go to 4 or 5 million.
Size, long dated, deep puts. Micron Pulse.
Okay, it's almost 3 o'clock on the East Coast. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, the first trading day of the month, June the 1st.
Long dated, deep puts.
SoFi, looking to, I'm not going to add any more to SoFi. That looks really good, SoFi. Okay, there goes Netflix. Netflix on the move off the low here. Netflix starting to move. Okay. Flat VWAP, so it's probably not going to move much. At some point, Netflix is going to make a nice move, I would imagine. Let me see what options look like. Netflix. See if there's anything trading here. Yeah, Netflix is kind of dead. One of these days, it's going to wake up and it's going to rip. Netflix. July.
So excited, like I said, we just think energy demand is accelerating, and we think we need to generate as many molecules as possible. And people have been focused on things like wind and solar. There's other technologies out there that we think can provide really end companies that make them. So an IPO
Netflix turning up. Netflix turning up. Okay, let's see what Netflix looks like. Netflix 60-minute telling you a lot. Okay, it's not trending. It's just sideways. If this does move above the 20 EMA and that turns up over the next week or two, that would be a good signal. SoFi. That's fine. Axon, Shopify. Let's see what shop we bought. What was it, Thursday or Friday? Thursday, I believe it was Thursday. Yeah, it was Thursday. We're looking for this to move through the 50-day. It did on Friday. We didn't add to it. We're looking for a follow-through. Shopify, looking for it to continue up towards the 200-day. Maybe I'll add to it tomorrow. It's kind of late in the day to do it now. Shopify. Shopify.
Soft Pulse, long dated, deep calls. Spider Pulse.
Shopify looks good. 60-minute. It's above the 20 EMA. Whenever it's above the 20 EMA, that's your trailing stop. Add on dips. Look for the buyers to come in, the bids. Once it starts to reverse, you can put a stop underneath the reversal pivot. There goes Netflix. Netflix on the move now. Netflix, now that I mentioned it, it'll freaking take off, right? Netflix is going. Netflix. Okay, Netflix. Maybe Netflix will do something.
Soft Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
Netflix, nice move on Netflix.
Island. Long dated. Deep calls.
What's IONQ doing? IONQ. Quantum stocks. All right, looks like it's going to make another leg up. IONQ. Watch IONQ and Rigetti and D-Wave, Qubit. Okay, all of these are turning up. Looks good. Hope everyone had a good day. I hope everyone's having a good day. Okay, so the S&P making another high. So we're up over 20%. We're up over 20% from the late March low. Okay. Trending. Okay, volume looks good. Look at the volume. Wow, that's pretty nice. S&P stochastics turned up as well. Stochastics turning up. RSI showing muscle. Like the Markov chains are saying, you can do a Gemini search on Markov chains. Just write a nice little script like, what do Markov chains tell us at the present time? And basically, we can continue this ramp higher. It's going to take a catalyst to knock us off of this pedestal that we're on. That could be anything. That could be inflation rearing up. So we got to keep an eye on news this week. There's a lot of catalysts that could shake the markets a little bit. And we could just stay up here and move sideways. We don't have to pull back in price. So I do have some VIX hedges, the July 22 calls, just in case. Everything else, for the most part, everything I have is on the long side. I do have some SPY puts, the 750s. I bought those on Friday. And then I wound up adding the calls, which I already took off because we went right through 760 there briefly on the spiders. So I took those calls off at the high of the day. Okay, over here, after the president said whatever, we came up and tagged 760. I took it off, and we faded since. What else can I tell you? It's 255. So markets are pretty strong considering where we've come from today. Oracle's still holding on to the highs of the day, so not as selling. I assume that Oracle was going to see some selling.
0 DTE. Call side.
But it's not. Type Bollinger Bands when they open in opposite directions. That tells you look for a fast move. We're getting the fast move, and the direction RSI is telling you obviously is bullish, confirming. So the breakout last week on Thursday above 200 was the tell, and then we opened up on Friday. We gapped up in the morning, wind up reassessing some of my existing positions. Added to ORCX this morning. That continues to move higher. Geez, this is just crazy strength. All right, so if you can't beat them, join them. What does that mean, Benny? It means that, okay, let me just decipher what I'm just saying here. Number one, any options I'm trading for the most part are either a day trade or a short-term swing. Majority are options that are out in August now, July, August, or later. I bought some Microsoft calls for July, the 500 strike Microsoft. That was very active earlier. We'll see where that goes. That was a 45 delta when I bought it, I believe. I might just go check Microsoft here. Microsoft.
Soft pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
Microsoft. August. I have August 500s. August 500s. They were very popular this morning. 35,000 contracts have traded on Microsoft, the 500 strike, against 10,000 in open interest. So be interested. I'm going to take a snapshot of this. It'll be interesting to see what carries over. All right. So this open interest needs to grow to 45,000. I don't think it will. I think a lot of this is day traders or short-term traders, momentum traders. So I think maybe if we're lucky, we might see 10,000 10,000 contracts carry over. If we do, we'll know tomorrow. We'll see it. We'll see the open interest tomorrow. So that's the Microsoft August monthly 500 strike call. That is a big trade there. Somebody stuck a few $1 million on that trade. All right, Amazon's turning. All right, I did want to buy some Amazon. Let's see, Amazon. What time is it? Almost 3 o'clock. All right, Amazon's coming back up. All right, Amazon. Look at the 60-minute. I can't buy it because it doesn't meet my criteria. I looked at the 1 minute. 1 minute looks good. We'll probably move back to 267. So that's 4 points right there. So you could get a 4-point move, and it might even get going right through this. But for me, I want to see the 60-minute supportive. It's not. It's resistance. So this while this does look good, I can only see $4 upside until we run into resistance. So I'll pass on Amazon. Let's see what Google looks like. Google. Does that make sense? I want to see prices above the 60-minute 20 MA. Same thing with Google. All right, it's got to be above the 20 MA, and the 20 MA is got to be up and to the right, like Oracle, or Nvidia. Both of these meet the criteria. Okay, any dips now, I'll be buying on Nvidia, like this one. I won't buy it here, but this looks good. 60-minute needs to be bullish. Price, I need to see price above. Amazon doesn't fit the criteria. Amazon, the 1 minute chart looks good. Day trade, you could probably get 4 points out of this one. But the 60-minute, we're way below it. Meta, same thing. Meta's below the 20 EMA, so you can't trade it. It lost it. All right, that continues to move lower. Netflix. Okay, pulling back a little bit. Netflix, the 60-minute, it's not above the 20 EMA, so I can't trade this one. Apple needs to get back above the 20 EMA. Can't trade that one, except for like short-term little scalps. What's the top of the list? ARM Holdings. Okay, ARM's above the 20 EMA 60 minutes, so this needs to dip a little bit for me to buy it. Can't buy it way up here because it could pull back to like it did the last time. 25 points from the high here. If you'd just been patient, you would have got a better entry at 300 versus 325. You wouldn't have had to wait for this to come back. All right, so that's ARM. Let's look at Intel. Intel below the 20 EMA on the 60 minutes. So this is a pass. I do have a position, but it's not working right now. Tesla, that moved back below the 20 EMA on the 60 minutes, so I'll pass on that one as well. Zscaler turned back above the 20 EMA this week. All right, so to start the week, actually on Friday they pushed up, huh? Or is that today? This is today? That's today. Okay. So we gapped up today. Last hour of the trading day. Gapped up above the 20 EMA. So this is a valid long setup now on Zscaler. We added to it last week after earnings. Now that it's set up, tomorrow I can take another shot at this. As long as it stays above the 20 EMA, it can pull back a little bit, or the 20 and 10 EMA can catch up. Either way, I'll be trading this one tomorrow on dips. Zscaler. Microsoft, look at the 60-minute. Microsoft's above the 20 EMA, so I'll be looking for Microsoft to either dip a little bit or the 9 EMA, the 10 EMA to catch up. IGV, another one. IGV, 20 EMA. So I can trade this one once it gets oversold. So there's a lot of stocks that we can trade tomorrow. Snowflake taking off to the upside. 20 EMA. It's above the 20 EMA. So this is a valid long setup as well. If you just use those two techniques, use the 1 minute and the 60-minute, they both need to agree. That'll keep you out of trouble 90% of the time. Okay, we need one more bounce in this last hour.
Google Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
LILAV may resume in less than a minute.
Yeah, and in the meantime, as you mentioned, Eamon, there's been quite a bit of whiplash in the last 3 hours or so since your earlier reporting. We really appreciate you breaking that all down for us. For more on how this is all impacting the market, let's bring in our panel on capital.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
Max Kettner. Shanali, I'll start with you because we are still seeing Brent crude up about
Soft
1.7%
pulse, long dated.
on these headlines, but the market is up too. I mean, it feels like, President Trump told Eamon, I don't care, what oil prices do, but the market doesn't seem to really care either.
Yeah, I would say the market stopped caring a little while ago when it comes to the geopolitical uncertainty, realizing a couple things. One is that when you look at
LILAV may rise in 10 seconds.
on how equities
FJET.
right, inflation is actually kind of a good thing relative to other asset classes. It's more detrimental.
There goes Microsoft. All right, there goes Microsoft. All right, check out Microsoft on the move here. Microsoft above the 20 EMA. Okay, could get going here end of day. It's been in a flat sideways pattern most of the day. Microsoft trying to go for a day trade, a scalp rather, as the time is running short. Microsoft, here we go. Microsoft starting to move. Maybe you take some profits off into strength if you have a day trade on this one. Microsoft, I have the August 500 strike calls. 35,000 contracts now have traded against 10,000 in open interest. 36 deltas.
SanDisk Pulse, long dated, deep calls. Deep puts.
JZ may resume in less than a minute.
Earnings are good. We've already adjusted the discount rate in terms of where the Fed's going. So, the market's looking beyond it.
Zero DTE, call sound. Size.
We're coming off an incredible 2-month streak for equity markets. I'm just curious if there's anything you see on the horizon that would provide any kind of headwind to the last 2 months of activity, which has been largely powered by semiconductors.
Yeah, not really yet. I think actually when you look under the hood, there are quite some few signs of stress. I know that.
Okay, Microsoft. Giddy up. Do an Oracle. Oracle looking good. Okay, futures are just sitting here. I have no long positions in the indices at the moment. I have SPY puts. That's it for a Friday expiration. The 750 strike, SPY. Most of my positions are longs. I do have a hedge with the VIX calls, the 22 strike for July. Everything else is long. And I've been trimming positions down from like 50 calls down to like 10 calls in most cases. And I'm further out in time. So I'm collecting a lot of cash for when the markets do finally decide enough's enough. That said, we don't have to pull back. We could see the S&P just move sideways, right? S&P could move sideways and just consolidate in a sideways pattern. We don't have to pull back. That would kill option premium. If you're buying calls up here at the high, when when the S&P has a implied volatility of 10%, that's what SPY has a 10% implied vol, whereas Snowflake and options like that are trading at a 80% implied volatility. At some point, if we just move sideways, that'll be enough to kill the premiums in those overinflated calls that people have been buying at the highs. Hopefully that's what happens, and we can just continue to move higher. We had a little pullback a couple of weeks ago. That was enough to, if you remember, the last time we were overbought, call premium was very high. 2 weeks ago, we had this little pullback for 4 days, 3 days. We bounced, and then we resumed the trend last week. That's possible too. Okay, the weekly. Man, they keep coming in here and just pounding this. The dealers must be like freaking out. Market makers. I guess they don't freak out. They have hedging methods that are written in stone, basically.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated, deep calls, AMD Pulse.
Wow. I don't know if you hear the audio in the background, but Pulse continues to sound very bullish what they're trading. SoFi.
AMD Pulse.
AMD? AMD, really? AMD. Okay. So AMD had a little consolidation 2 weeks ago as well. Can we do the same thing and still look at the 20-day? The middle of the Bollinger Bands, 9, 21, 50, 208, everything's up and to the right. So it's just a matter of consolidation and kill some of this premium, this inflated premium, and then we can resume the trend. So maybe by Wednesday or Thursday, we'll have an idea. We could bounce at the 90 MA and just keep going. Oracle is just killing people right now with this bullish trend. Oracle.
Bitcoin, Ponzi Pulse, Google Pulse, long dated,
Bitcoin.
deep calls.
Yeah, I'm not trading Bitcoin. I closed a bunch of Bitcoin positions, IBIT and some Coinbase. I took Coinbase and I put some in the CONL instead, just to collect cash and get out of the way because this just keeps going lower. Got a little bounce today, it looks like. A little bounce, but this is bearish. 920, 50, 200-day are all overhead and turning down. So you don't want to be long right now until this turns up. If it does what it did over here, that'd be a different story. Maybe we'll get a bounce in Bitcoin. IWM. Okay, that got a little bounce, IWM. So somebody bought a crap ton of calls. I believe, David, you mentioned it, right? Joe K talked about calls being bought. Yeah, people are out there buying put spreads as well, but somebody bought some calls earlier this morning, and we got a nice little run up. I think it was the 300 strike.
Meta Pulse, long dated, 0 DTE.
It's a pretty big position. Let me see what David said here earlier. David said this.
0 DTE.
IWM.
Size.
Okay, gold miners, GDX, 15,000 weekly, 93 calls. 15,000. Yeah, those look good. Uber and Dash. Yeah, I agree. Let's see. What did you? IWM. You mentioned it earlier. IWM. So Russell earlier today I guess about 11 o'clock, 11:15. The Russell Small Caps IWM early day buys in the June 30th, end of the month, quarterly. The 300 call, 24,000 of those for 5 million. So they got a nice little trade there back up to the highs. That was at 11 o'clock. Over here on the left is when that IWM trade came in. Okay, and we were trading at 286. We made it all the way to 290. So 4 points on a $5 million trade. They probably did pretty well. Cool. All right, IWM just sitting here, flat VWAP. Microsoft back up to VWAP. Microsoft back to VWAP. Okay, it's sitting on top the 200-day. IGV is doing well. I wanted to get back into some IGV. Just don't want to do it at the high. I'll wait for a little dip tomorrow or at the start of the day, maybe. Software is doing well. You got Oracle and Microsoft, the top two stocks in IGV. Oracle and Microsoft both look good. CRM, nice move back up to the highs on CRM, 210. Trade Desk, TTD.
Long dated, deep calls.
Yep.
Oracle Pulse, long dated, 0 DTE, call side.
Yeah, Joel, if it gets above 25, Trade Desk, if it gets above 25, look for 35. That's the 200-day overhead. Trade Desk. I might actually do that. Trade Desk. Where is it right now? Trade Desk. It's at the high of the day. Trade Desk. Looks like they're just going to keep buying it. Trade Desk. I'll scale in a little bit here. Trade Desk. Let's see. When did they report? I don't want to make a mistake here. Trade Desk, TTD. I think this was one that Frano mentioned when it was at around 30. August the 6th. All right, August 6th. So July's fine.
Halted to the upside.
First quarter, second quarter, because to the point that was just made by Kate, these are companies that require a lot of capital. That's not going to stop just because they go public. In fact, the fact that OpenAI and Anthropic have both raised debt capital and private markets the way they have been very promising because it shows you that the market for
Nvidia Pulse, long dated, deep calls. Tesla Pulse.
Draws the question, how comfortable will investors be with this generation of tech giants that burn this much money and that are not free cash flow giants as we've seen of the Magnificent Seven?
Fused Pulse, long dated, soft Pulse.
I've got to say, the questions around token economics are drastic at this point. This question of how long will you see this
TTD, Trade Desk.
continue or give way quickly to seat-based pricing from those who have power to demand it? This is a major looming question because it just does tie directly to the fundamentals.
Soft Pulse, CRWV Pulse, long dated, deep calls. Shenanigans.
SpaceX is looking to have 30% of its allocation go to retail investors, for example. They just amended their filing today to say that 5% would go for a directed share program of.
All right, Trade Desk, TTD. Trade Desk is still pushing. Looks like it's going to go. Volume on Friday. We're about a third of the way through Friday's volume, so we need to see some more volume. Microsoft going. Microsoft on the move. Microsoft through VWAP. Okay, maybe it gets going here. Microsoft. Okay, here goes Microsoft. Okay, can we get there back to the highs?
As a result of this, I think these markets, well, there may be some noise in there. These markets will ultimately continue to trade on the fundamentals and will continue to be a good earnings backdrop.
Leslie, just real quick on this. This is seen as one of those Facebook type moments, Amazon type moments, once in a lifetime access to companies that will fuel the future of a new technology economy at the end of the day. So even if there is nervousness on the front end as it pertains to the listing and maybe the first couple of quarters, there's a lot of hope that is really planted on the sidelines here on what these companies will mean in terms of how they fuel the AI race moving forward.
Yeah, I do kind of wonder if Anthropic does something similar to what Google did kind of back in the day, where it was more of a, trying to be creative with things and make the IPO more of a.
Okay, Netflix turning up Microsoft. Nice move on Microsoft. I don't know. The market just feel like musical chairs. 10 weeks up. I didn't think we'd make it past 5 weeks without a little consolidation. Here we are, 10 weeks. 10 weeks up. NBIS, more NBIS trading. Microsoft looks good. Microsoft.
Apple Pulse, long dated.
Apple longer dated calls. We've got Amazon turning up. There goes Amazon. I like the call fly idea there, Grover. Microsoft.
LILKV may resume in less than a minute.
Possibility and at what point OpenAI will become a public company, including what has been a story of late about companies that are using an enormous amount of compute.
Microsoft pushing a bit higher.
LILAV may rise in 10 seconds.
But not certain as to what is being put to the best use and how that is actually going to impact those companies in terms of their view of AI. I asked Altman about it. Here was his answer.
I think this is the most criticism right now of AI, which is you hear companies saying, I am spending a ton of money on AI. And I know some great stuff is happening, but I know there's a ton of waste. And, how long do I have to wait for it to really show up in revenue, and how long do I have to wait to really get the cost?
LILKV may rise in 10 seconds.
The industry will figure that out pretty quickly, but I think that is a fair issue. You do. Yeah. Quickly being.
GC may resume in less than a minute.
SP Exports, long dated. Marvel Pulse.
HKIT. Much better rationalization of companies' spend relative to outcomes.
Of course, it was a long-ranging interview that we had, not that long. Of course, I would have rather had much longer, but as long as we could get this wrong, plus some time.
Apple Pulse, long dated.
Apple looks like it wants to break higher.
Here in Salem Township in Michigan, at the site of this data center for Stargate, one of many around the country that ultimately will be filled up by servers that will be used by OpenAI customers, being put together, of course, by Oracle. And as you know, Leslie,
All right, watch the metals, CRML, USAR, MP materials. They look like they're seeing a little profit taking now.
JZ may resume in less than a minute.
we started off talking about as well as will there be a return on just what's being invested here, not to mention what's being invested across the industry.
Yeah, the numbers are staggering and so important to be there in person. We appreciate you bringing us so many amazing.
Microsoft climbing back up to the high of the day. Okay, Microsoft. Microsoft looks good. Not quite there. Microsoft. Trade desk continuation looks good.
Micron Pulse, long dated.
JZ may res in 10 seconds.
SP exports, long dated, deep puts.
All right, NVIDIA. All right, a little profit taking now. All right, you don't need to chase this now. We've only got 38 minutes to go.
Size, micron pulse, long dated.
Microsoft, come on. Oracle, let's do an Oracle. Just keep going.
SP exports, long dated, deep puts. Tesla pulse.
Start hedging more and more and more. And so the result is we'll keep on holding to our long-term strategic position. We take on some short-term positions, but short-term positions
Tesla pulse.
Microsoft's about to move here. Still got a ways to go to get back up to the high of the day, Microsoft, but it's looking good. Microsoft.
Avgo pulse, long dated, deep calls. Shenanigans. Spider pulse. CRWB pulse.
Okay. Google looking good too. Google. Meta looking like crap. Meta and Tesla not working. Meta and Tesla are definitely not working. Netflix just rolled over a little bit. Microsoft still pushing. ARM Holdings had a good day. Palantir, IONQ. A lot of the quants look good. A lot of the quants are looking good. Oh boy. Got about less than 35 minutes to go. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, June the 1st. First trading day of the second half of the year.
Micron pulse, long dated, deep
Google.
Deep puts.
Micron.
Size, deep calls.
App 11. App 11 looking good. App 11.
Oracle pulse, long dated, deep calls. Oracle pulse, long dated.
Stay strong like it is right now. We may dip in the first support zone, probably to the bottom of that support zone. And I want to find out, we did the support zone way ahead of time, like we're giving now. And the March correction, March 30th, the low, hit exactly the low band of our support.
App 11. App 11. All right, still moving higher.
LIRKB halted to the upside.
A little bit less than, a little bit more than 30 minutes to go.
GLXU. GLXY.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated, deep calls. Meta Pulse. Oracle Pulse, long dated. Meta Pulse. Avgo Pulse, deep calls. Shenanigans.
Okay, app 11. Microsoft's still pushing here, huh? Microsoft still looking good.
Avgo Pulse, long dated, deep calls. Shenanigans. Size.
Google looks like it wants to do something. Amazon's looking okay. Netflix hanging in there near VWAP. Top of the S&P 500, MGM Grand, CDW, Datadog, IT, Internet of Things, Dell, Oracle number 6, followed by CRM, HPE, and FDS FactSet, and GoDaddy number 10, GoDaddy, GDDY. Anybody live up in Massachusetts heard that meteor boom? That was pretty wild. That was pretty wild. Boom. It's like that meteor that had hit Russia a few years back.
GLXY.
Microsoft, Oracle, all of these software-related names, they're just like stratospheric compared to where they've been. Oracle, IGV. Okay, looking really good. Nice to see it for a change. After 8 months of downtrend, the last couple of months looking really good. Last few weeks. A lot of money rotating into the software group over the last couple of weeks. Very obvious today.
Q's Pulse, long dated.
Oracle gapped above the 200-day on Friday. Nice enough to follow through today.
Marvel Micron Pulse, long dated. Deep puts, Tesla Pulse.
Sam Altman and Elon Musk.
LILTV may rise in 10 seconds.
Rivalry.
Micron Pulse, long dated. Deep puts, soft pulse.
Okay, we got 27 minutes to go. 27 minutes. Hope you had a good day today. It's been a hell of a 9 weeks higher. This is week number 10. We don't have to pull back. We need a catalyst. The catalyst could be anything. It could show up at any moment, right? So you have to be taking profits off, protecting your profits. We've been up for 9 weeks straight. This is the 10th week. Got to protect some of those profits. Trade smaller. Bring your stops up underneath price action, up and tight. Okay. Instead of it being a $10 stop on a $100 stock, maybe you do a 2 to 3% stop, right? So you cash in if the stock does pull back, but you're also able to profit if it continues to move higher. Like Oracle's a good example. Oracle just keeps going. So rather than having a $10 stop on Oracle, I have something closer to a $5 stop. Amazon just turned down. We've got 26 minutes to go. 26 minutes to go.
Zero DTE, call sound. Size.
Oracle just hanging tough. Yeah, the highs, not giving any back. Oracle, Microsoft at the highs. Shoot, Microsoft. A little bit higher to get back up to the high of the day, right? Okay, a little bit higher. Microsoft still going. Let me go to the 3-minute chart.
SanDisk Pulse.
3-minute. 3-minute. Tesla looks like a dog right now.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated, deep calls, deep puts, Avgo Pros.
Okay, I'm playing on 2 laptops here, Dell and an Apple, so I'm not playing favorites between my children here. But just walk us through, bringing it back to the essence of founder ETS, what that tells you about, say, what Michael Dell is doing right now, given what we heard in that report, and the day before we heard about a huge Pentagon deal as well.
Size, long dated.
Microsoft at 1 standard deviation VWAP bands right here. Microsoft at 1 standard deviation VWAP. VWAP's at 262, 462. We're $2 above that level. 1 standard deviation. Most sectors don't look that great. Let me just do a review of the sectors real quick. End of day, sector wise. Okay, so this is what it looks like. Most sectors are weak. Got a little bit of strength here in the big cap tech. Yeah, so it's tough.
Meta pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Shenanigans.
So Amazon's deep red, deep. Meta's deep red. Intel down 6% on the day. Wow, I didn't realize it was that much.
0 DTE.
That's deceiving. Okay. Nvidia making up for it, up almost 6% on the day. Microsoft up 3%. Broadcom up 2.5%. Some of the energy names also showing strength. Energy. Top of the list over here, MGM Grand Resorts, Datadog, HPE, HP Enterprise, Dell, Oracle. Of course, everybody knows Oracle's up today. CRM, FactSet. ServiceNow, Cadence Design, Trade Desk coming off the low. Joel mentioning that one. That looks pretty good. Trade Desk coming off the low. TTD, Trade Desk coming off the low, making it back up to the highs of the day in the evening session. Just continues to move here. Trade Desk. Nice one, Joel. Yeah, this looks pretty good. Trade Desk up, looking good. Got a ways to go to get back to recent highs. But it looks good. Back above the 50-day. Whenever a stock moves above the 50-day, I'm always paying attention. Some really nice things could happen here. We could get back up to 30 and change pretty quick. Volume well above average on Friday. Follow through today on about a third of the volume we saw on Friday.
Zero DTE. Call side.
Oracle stuck to the ceiling. Yeah, Trade Desk looks good. 60-minute on Trade Desk, 60-minute. As long as it's above the 20 EMA, that's a valid setup. Use your 1-minute chart. When it gets oversold, you buy.
SPX pulse. Long dated.
Okay, nice little trade there on Trade Desk.
Tesla pulse. Q's pulse. 0 DTE. Call side. Size.
Trade Desk. There it goes. There it goes.
NBIS. Long dated.
NBIS.
Avgo pulse. Oracle pulse.
Who's reporting tonight? There goes Trade Desk. Who's reporting tonight? Let's go see. Earnings tonight. Whoa. Palo Alto. A lot of people are looking for a big move in Palo Alto. Palo Alto. What is it? 10%? Palo Alto, 10%? PANW. PANW. Palo Alto. 10%. I figured 10%. $30. 330. What does a 330 go for? Just out of curiosity. PANW 330 for 3:30 for Friday. Let's see what Palo Alto is trading here. 300s. Somebody buying 320s. There's a lot of 300s trading today, no doubt.
Soft pulse, long dated. Soft pulse, long dated.
Here with being the only domestic chip maker. Now, as we look at the technicals on this name, I mentioned the move lower today, but we both highlighted the impressive movements year to date over the last 52 weeks. But what are you seeing in terms of the technical setup here?
JZ may res in 10 seconds.
When you're looking at the ANTG chart, take a look at our gap to the upside that we saw after our earnings event. You could draw that this trend line has been broken here. So we've got a steeper trend line that's been broken here with this downside move we've seen today. Now the trajectory.
Palo Alto.
Google Pulse, Intel Pulse, long dated.
Last quarter, they showed a decrease in earnings growth. Maybe this time around, they'll show an increase with the spending. Palo Alto coming back in a little bit. Earnings tonight.
Spider Pulse, long dated. Zero DTE, call sign. Size. Meta Pulse, long dated.
And with this announcement today, did we see an uptick in the optimism? Because of course we got this announcement basically overnight in Taiwan, but then we got some commentary from some other reporting outlets saying that there was perhaps another tailwind coming.
Amazon Pulse, Big Blue, long dated. AMD Pulse, shenanigans.
Okay, we got Palo Alto pulling back now. Palo Alto.
Size, CRWB Pulse, deep calls. Amazon Pulse. Micron Pulse, 0 DTE, call sign. Now Pulse, long dated. Size, Zero DTE, call sign.
HPE.
Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
From the most iconic trading floor in the world, this is Opening Bell with Nicole. Live on the New York Stock Exchange, the countdown, the setups, the stories that make markets move.
Palo Alto, they're trading at perfection, so they need to continue. All right, trade desk continue push higher. Microsoft just rolled over. Okay, so I need to wait till tomorrow to see if we can follow through on Microsoft. Trade desk looking pretty good. Trade desk. Palo Alto earnings tonight.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated.
PANW. PANW. Tomorrow. Sorry, tomorrow.
Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab. This place is incredible. It's where I get all your office supplies.
DRAM, don't forget, long dated. 0 DTE, call sign. Size,
Everything investors need. So yeah, Schwab, they can do everything. Invest, trade, give full service wealth management, and anything in between. They're going to be sick. They have to buy that.
Palo Alto tomorrow after the close. Palo Alto. Okay, trade desk still looking good here at the high. Trade desk. Hell of a day for trade desk. SoFi looking good. App Lovin, Shopify. Do I want to add to Shopify? I have five. I have 5 of these calls. I might want to add. I'll probably do it tomorrow. Shopify.
size, long dated. ARM Pulse, Deep Puts, Meta Pulse, VIX Banner, 0 DTE, call sign.
Is that VIX? Is that VIX you just said? VIX? VIX on the move? VIX on the move?
Oracle Pulse, long dated.
Oracle profit taking. Oracle profit taking at the high.
Tesla Pulse, long dated. Deep calls. Size, 0 DTE, call side.
So this is a Starship that is in the testing phase right now. They're expected to start passenger travel on this platform.
Okay.
SanDisk Pulse, long dated. Size,
Snowflake at the high. Okay.
But they still suffer from gross margins
rise. Now Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
This has been a company that's in transition. It's a multi-year transition.
FJET.
Even though the stock is higher in the last month by quite a bit, 200%. There's no doubt there's a lot of attention in the space, ecosystem and stocks. This one essentially
LILKB may resume in less than a minute.
because of the halo effect, but also because they're going to be launching additional flights on a new platform coming up at the back half of 2026.
Okay, understood. Pure play as far as that sort of more commercial tourism is concerned. A nice pop today, up 140% as well year to date. So it's been a nice run for this one. George, really appreciate the details. Thanks so much for breaking that all down for us. And it is bright spotted in what is otherwise a down market for that particular sector. But Molly, I'll send things back over to you in Chicago for now. Thanks so much, Sam and George. We are nearing the end of our market.
All right, looks like a little profit taking on some of these stocks that have run up today. So if you're just day trading and it's this late in the day, you should be probably out of some of these positions like Oracle. That was a nice run up today. Probably follows through tomorrow.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest.
JZ may resume in less than a minute.
Kick off the morning with the data and the decisions moving markets. Morning Trade Live breaks down the macro moves driving the price action from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risk. Smart, fast, and always live from Wall Street to your screen. Morning Trade Live, where the markets meet the macro, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwaben.
All right, let's see. Axon, AXON. Okay, big move on Axon. Looking good. Axon, I have the July 500 510s. So we're quickly approaching that level. I got a limit order to sell it. So like anything else, if I get taken out, it's bid. I mean, it's offered at $4.30 and I have $4.05 limit. Looks like they're playing around with this. Axon. Let me go take a look at Axon, see what's going on with this. Axon. 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 Oh, there's not a whole lot of, there's some open interest, but there's not a whole lot of trades going on. That's why. Okay, cool. There's a $6 difference here. Axon. Axon continues to get bid up. Axon. Okay, just dropped off Axon. A little profit taking.
Geopolitical risk. Going into the close, you are seeing a little bit of selling pressure, but we're still about up about 0.25% for the S&P 500. So kind of going into the close, what you would like to see is us holding the 7,600 level. We're trading below it right now. It seems like we are seeing a little bit of a give back from the gains that we started to see.
What do we got? 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes. 3 minutes to go. All right, Axon pulling back. App 11. Flat on the day. App 11. NVIDIA turning back up. NVIDIA. Shorts covering NVIDIA. Okay, nice day. If we get a follow-through day tomorrow, we could test 227 and 236. Looks like that's where we're headed for NVIDIA. ARM Holdings, really good trade. Good day on ARM Holdings. Coming into the close, we got ARM Holdings, Zscaler, Datadog, Cadence Design, and Thomson Reuters, the top 5, followed by Team Atlassian, Workday, Autodesk, Marvell, CrowdStrike, and Palo Alto. Palo Alto with earnings tomorrow. Palo Alto, let me see what Palo Alto looks like going in. Palo Alto with a little bounce there. Palo Alto. Palo Alto. Palantir is hanging in there. Palantir. Shopify. Okay, hanging in there. Shopify.
LILKB may res in 10 seconds.
So it's a pretty decent catch-up trade. It's accelerating when you're looking at software outperforming semiconductors, but there's a lot that actually could be squeezed here if the market really wants to try to take hold of this new rotation
JC may resume in less than a minute.
Trade Desk. Zscaler. All right, Zscaler having a good day, right? Zscaler, Corey, you're in this one. Big move, Zscaler. 150, 160, Zscaler. August. All right, that's the closing bell. All right, folks, I got a hard stop. Have a great evening, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, June the 1st. Have a good one. VIX did pop at the end of the day. Not a lot. It's only 16, but it is making some progress. Have a good one. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.